What's up, guys?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Rob?
Yeah, I'm here.
Here too. I'm barely a functioning human. I've been on vacation for 2 solid weeks.
Yeah, I'm ready to go home, and I'm still here for another 3 days.
All right, yeah. So you'll fly back Monday then?
Tuesday morning.
Tuesday morning?
Yeah, I gotta go back
Cool.
to work on Tuesday, I guess. Yuck. Or no, Tuesday. Shit.
It's not Southwest, so I should get back.
Yeah.
Man, no shit. I
So
saw a
Rob,
picture from a baggage claim in Denver, and it was just like the whole baggage claim was just full of bags all over the place.
oh yeah.
It's amazing the age we live in. Like for forever, Southwest had like the best customer service ever, and all that, and their software breaks down.
Well,
are we just gonna? Everyone gonna watch us take a nap while we?
Yeah.
Hang out.
For sure. Yeah.
So how many record stores did you hit up while you were out in? I mean, I know you're not just in West Virginia. You're
No, I'm in right now. I flew in to most of my family are in Northern Virginia, outside DC. Then I drove to my mom and stepdad are retired in South Central Pennsylvania, and then I went with my niece lives in Morgantown, West Virginia, where the university is.
Yeah.
And then I rented a car there and hung out with my mom one more night, drove here. So, how many states? 4 states in the district.
more
That's what
importantly, how many jazz records?
And then no, calm down, settle. Some more here. This was today. And probably the best. I haven't been to every record store in DC, but this place is. I can't see how anyone beats their selection.
What are they called?
This is CD Cellar in Falls Church, Virginia.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they were good for jazz?
They're great for everything.
I wonder if I know that guy.
Yeah.
You know the channel, The Jazz Basement? I think he might get stuff from that store.
I've seen him. I think he lives in the district itself, and I know there are like 4 record stores there that I haven't visited. But I went back to CD Cellar, and they actually expanded into the next store, so they moved their whole jazz collection in. But I could have bought 8 records in their bargain bin in mint condition. That's how good of a selection they have.
Is there an issue joining the stream or seeing us? I see now. Not
I can see it on YouTube.
Don't give Stunty a wrench. He'll go crazy with power.
Too late. I already did. Seems fine to me. If anybody else is having problems, let me know. It's fine.
Are people trying to join and they can't get it? Well, anyway, let us know if there's issues.
Yeah.
I blame George Santos.
He's a liar. That's right. It's his fault.
Oh, here's the find of the whole. I posted it on Instagram. Let me grab it. It's on the other side here. Barking dogs. Ugh. I really wish I found the vinyl, but this cassette, it's not even there's not even one available on Discogs, but this goes for some. Since you can't really find the vinyls of this and either.
What? You can't find vinyls of that?
I mean, you can, but they're expensive, and I mean, it's not there. There is bootlegs of this. There's like an Australian bootleg, but
I've never seen the tape. I don't have a tape. Oh, I do have a tape player sitting right behind me, actually.
Yeah, why don't you learn your environment?
All my tapes sound like shit. The only one I care about is like me talking shit to a friend when I was like 6 that I found in my dad's house.
Well, I mean, I'm not. Those are just the jazz. There's another batch here of non-jazz records too. So
Easy now is to figure out the problem here. Quit. Are you removing him? And there we go.
oh no.
Hey, Mazzy.
What's up, Mazzy?
I need help. I need help. I must have 60 records. I got to get back to LA.
I'm going to sign back on. I'm delayed. No.
Okay.
You're good on our end.
I'm delayed. I got a delay.
Okay. Looks like there's problems with the
Mazzy,
screen.
are you flying Southwest?
He's gone. I wonder if StreamYard's having issues. That's weird.
Yeah. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Have you ever streamed directly with YouTube?
Well, you can't do this whole fancy thing where you have 3 screens with YouTube, right?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so. I learned from watching Rachel, so I don't know.
I learned from you.
I've been cleaning records all week.
Yeah.
Got a bunch of stuff I
have-
finally
You
listened
have
to.
your murder gloves on?
I don't have my murder gloves on. I took them off.
There was a delay on my end.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
I was like watching myself. I think you put a self-imposed delay. So if I say fuck, there's a 7-second delay.
Yeah.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Beep.
That's probably a pretty accurate delay of how much delay there is between StreamYard and YouTube.
Yeah. You really notice it during auctions.
Yes.
Right.
Should we bitch about the auctions now or later?
No, I mean, it's just that when if you want to bid on something, you just have to, you cannot wait for like the last second because it just won't work.
Exactly.
Buy now, cry later.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Are you
God.
going to order one of those T-shirts, Mazzy?
No.
They look like they were. They look like they were designed at a psychiatric place.
It looks like or by a blind person, maybe.
Yeah.
I did send Chad one of my T-shirts, and I never got a thank you or a nothing.
Well, you know what? He just released a shirt with his picture. It looks just like you.
You know, I did this. I don't know if you saw. I did this last video end of year thing with this little music thing at the end.
Yeah.
And my first cut, I had the last 10 seconds of Chad telling me to shut the fuck up, and then I decided, yes, I'd like to be snarky like that, but I thought end of the year I want to get on a high note instead of digging in, and so I decided at the last minute to take it off. So
yeah,
but I have that footage.
That's good.
Yeah, that would have been funny though. I was hoping to see a Jazz Bum clip in there, but I realize it's your channel that your stuff.
It would have been if I didn't do any of the live stream things, and it was basically people who where I've traveled or people who have been in person here. So, or I ran into Harry at a record show and a few other things. So yeah, Coffee Dave, I think he sleeps on my roof, so he's there.
I liked all those videos you did when you were in San Francisco. That was a neat trip.
Yeah,
series of vlogs.
Harry's up in Seattle.
You're shocked by what? What is he shocked?
I don't know.
Breakfast. I'm shocked by that, Mazzy. What are you shocked at?
I'm not doing the year end. I'm not doing the top 10. I'm not doing the best albums of the year.
No?
I
did my best, but that will go up on the first.
So here's the acoustic sounds. All right, so here's Buy Now or Cry Later. It looks like it's like a political T-shirt.
It looks like a political button, doesn't it?
You know what? It looks like All Lives Matter.
Oh God.
I doubt Chad would want that.
Of course he would want
that. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Did they run this through a panel of people to pick the best ones?
Yeah, first of all, can I call you breakfast or Loyo? Chad wasn't being sarcastic. He wasn't joking. He was pissed off, not because of me. He was pissed off that whole thing leading up to that.
He was because somebody had a problem with his product and he didn't fix it. And
the whole thing. And I said 3 words and he just let it, and I'd never met the guy before. I'd never been on a stream with him.
You don't like me.
Everyone said I jumped on him right when he got on, but I have the timer. It's like 90 seconds. He was talking to other people, and before I even asked a
Matthew
question.
has a video like the Zapruder film. You can see the exact minute.
Well, no, actually, someone sent me the whole segment, which is it's funny because half of it is them trying to tell him to turn your radio down, close the YouTube. He couldn't figure it out.
It seems like there's an issue with the stream.
I don't know. It looks fine.
I don't, Loyal. It's hard. It's hard to tell when you're reading peanut gallery. I've been in the peanut gallery, and sometimes sarcasm doesn't transfer. I'm guilty of that too. So,
I have the stream on YouTube opened up in another tab, and it looks fine to me.
Yeah, Nicole said she had some issue, and then I think she like refreshed it, and it was okay.
Well, yeah. I'm not gonna.
I met Nicole. I met Nicole at Tunnel Records.
Did you
showed
really?
up.
Oh,
yeah. She showed up to I was at Jazz Shit Brooks.
Yeah.
And there's a couple other guys that I met there, and then Nicole came in. She came in all the way from the East Bay for the in-store.
That was very cool.
It's a cool little store, right, Nicole?
Hey, Nicole, were you disappointed when you met Mazzy?
Nicole got me to buy like two. I kept saying, "What about this?" Everything I said, should I buy? She said yes, but I didn't buy everything she said. There were like two OJCs I bought, and I forgot what
was the store, Mazzy?
Tunnel Records. It's out by the beach on the Great Highway. I don't know if you know San Francisco. It's in the Sunset District, but way out in the avenues by the Great Highway, kind of near Golden Gate. Well, not quite Golden Gate Park, but on the Great Highway. It runs along the Pacific Ocean, up to where the Cliff House. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's closed for the time being. Hopefully, it'll open someday again. But it's a cool little store. It's gotten to be this kind of cool little neighborhood. There's surf shops. There's a couple of hipster coffee places. And this guy, is he the nephew or the great nephew of Orrin Keepnews? And so cool. He got some of Orrin Keepnews' collection there, and he started. It's not all jazz, but it's a really good jazz store. Beautifully curated store, has rock stuff, nice T-shirts. It's just a cool little, really nice design store. Not like one of those piles of shit that you have to crawl through records. And there's, it's nicely done.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pictures now. It's really nice. I think I remember this. I remember the wall behind the guy who was sitting at the record.
He's got some pricey stuff too, obviously, but he has some a lot of reasonable. That T-shirt, that a $20 T-shirt, he gave me one of the that's based on the Jackie McLean T-shirt.
Yeah. No, that's cool.
That's fucking great T-shirt.
Very cool. Yeah.
Hey, Roberto, I'm not planning on doing merch. I might do Tony's lighter fluid. I might make a shirt of that. But I did enter Mike the Ingrooves contest. I hope he doesn't say who made what design, but I'm very confident my design should do well. Very confident.
Well, I mean, if it wins, he should tell everybody who did it.
No, I'm sure he'll tell people who win.
He will.
But I don't know.
Retain the copyright. Retain the copyright.
I don't know if he will say whose is whose.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, that Tunnel Records Jackie McLean graphic is sold out.
They're probably doing their press eventually. I think I got a lot of people to buy it. It was great.
Yeah.
It was good. It's a good shirt. I bought another one for a friend.
Yes, this is a old. It's a new reproduction of an aluminum Christmas tree. My light, y'all remember the little light that I had that was spinning and lighting up? It actually burnt out and quit working. The motor seized up.
Now, Mike's wife's here in the peanut gallery, and I want to ask a question.
She is.
When your bathroom was out of order, was Mike pooping in the kitchen sink? Just say yes or no.
Leave your comments.
Carolina makes the peanut gallery better every time she's here.
I thought the Jazz Bums was a classy stream.
No, classless.
Well, no, we're bums. I mean, you have to poop in the
woods. Nicole's here. Nicole, were you disappointed by meeting Mazzy in person? Let us know.
I went to Josie Records a couple of days ago. It's a big store here in Dallas, and went through. They have a large used section of just random stuff, like $5, $8 records. And I got about 12 or 13. I expected to be able to find much more stuff, but it was kind of super picked over. I don't know. It's weird.
No, I mean that about keeping the copyrights, Roberto, because what happens is people have these contests because they want someone to design something for free. I'm not talking about Mike specifically, but you've heard these kind of things. You submit artwork, and if we do it, you as the artist, you own the copyright. Don't let them take it from you unless they pay you a shitload of money.
Yeah.
And they're not going to do that. So just
look, I'm okay with the prize he's giving. I'm okay with it. That's why I entered the contest.
What's the prize?
Yeah, no.
A thank you card, I think. No, it's like $200 of store credit and every shirt he makes, I think.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Did you really have to defile yourself by pooping in a plastic bag, Mike?
I really wish you didn't say that.
Now, did you rub his nose in it if he missed?
All right.
Okay.
Good night.
2 bums and a couple of guys who like jazz.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not a competition.
Do you want me to start showing because what I picked up today?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So I haven't been to every record store in DC. I'm sure there might be better, but in my mind, this probably has the best selection and is probably one of the bigger ones. It is CD Seller in Falls Church, Virginia. And I've been on a collecting of jazz soundtracks. I have a few in my other pile. I got this.
Elmer Bernstein.
Yeah, but Chico Hamilton is in the movie, and all the songs are on here.
Yeah,
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so I'm happy with that.
I've not heard of that.
Chris sounded so excited.
I have one. I am dirt tired. I've driven for the last 2 days. I'm tired. I picked up an Eric Klaus record from Record Safari that wasn't even on Discog, so I believe his records are not easy to come by. But this was I picked up an Eric Klaus record from Record Safari. Oh no!
Hey, Mike, I think you got your YouTube stream on still.
Records are not easy to come by. This is like dark blue. And all right, I picked up a couple copies of this on this trip, which I had already. Of this is a soundtrack by Mal Waldron.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, here it's really good. I have a video where I opened a sealed copy of this. So
That's awesome. Oh, it's an Impulse?
yeah,
Huh. I haven't seen that before.
this was in the bargain bin in mint condition for $3.
Nice.
I don't have that
Oh,
one. yet.
default?
Regular basic. Well, is that different? Isn't there? That's strange.
There's
Is that
I think,
Is that a
I think-
gatefold, Rob?
yeah,
Oh,
Very nice.
interesting.
I think there's 3 Basie jams, right?
Huh.
Another jazz soundtrack. Pat Boone stars in this.
Ugh.
So here, you'll like both you guys will like.
Who's on this?
Lalo Schifrin, Dude Sims, Kenny Burrell. Oh, nice. Ed Shaughnessy, Clark Terry. Wow.
Cool.
that is-
It's autographed by Creed Taylor. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
You know, Mazzy, we did a video where you can learn more about that if you want to go back and watch it.
About his autograph?
No, just about, well, yeah, about the whole Creed Taylor when he died.
I found 2 seal records.
Hello,
So-
Mike.
They had this there.
You-
Moondog.
you-
I have this. This is very good. And then the 75th, which it is a Music Matters.
I have that Music Matters. That's a good record.
Yeah. I'm sure the 75th sounds beautiful.
Does it?
I'm being sarcastic. I don't know.
But still, you
No.
can't get. There's only like a few ways to get.
Nicole forced me to buy records at gunpoint. I bought these like 2 Red Garland records, OJCs, with Coltrane on them. And every
Okay.
time I say, "How's this, Nicole?" she goes, "Yes, it's great." How's this? She didn't say anything was bad. I think I showed her like, Yoko Ono plays the Chipmunks, and she said it was great.
If you have a real conversation with her, maybe she could just say, "Get it." That's the only word
No,
she said.
No, I didn't buy everything she suggested.
Hey,
but
okay, I got some that. Let's see what Mike thinks of this one.
Let's make
I
it
like that. Actually, I think I bought that from either Alex or Fred. A copy of that.
I'm anxious to listen to this because it's one of those Bob Bradley recommended chess masters from the 80s.
Like an OJC.
Well, he says like he was buying all the blues ones. He says these are like audiophile quality pressings, but they're not expensive, so they're not.
Josh D is asking if you got the Yusef Vinyl Me Please.
It came in the mail, but my neighbor picked it up for me, and hopefully my neighbor doesn't have a record player. I don't think they do.
You probably flipped it.
I'm not flipping it. I bought it to listen to and love.
No, your neighbor probably flipped it.
No, my neighbor doesn't. My neighbor's nice.
See, Nicole owned all those records. That's how she knew, man.
I know she said that. She goes, I used to own this. I used to own this.
She's evolved past all
I guess I was going through her collection out of Tunnel Records, or older collection.
There's another jazz soundtrack I picked up.
Oh, that's cool. Jerry Mulligan, Shelly Mann, Art Farmer. Wow.
On United Artists, that probably sounds really good.
Yeah. I like how it says...
I've been trying to get into United Artists more, but those records get really pricey.
Do they?
Yeah.
Do they really?
Yeah, so the story behind it is United Artists basically was a film studio, and they wanted to basically own the movie soundtracks because they were getting popular, or they were popular. So they opened up their own label, and they started bringing a lot of jazz guys, and there's a lot of really excellent records on there. And they go for a couple $100, some of them. Really hard to get. So
this one's really good. I'll show this record.
Well, I know you're kind of on a bit of a Beatles mode there, Mike. But the reason, one of the reasons, aside from the massive popularity of the Beatles in '64, United Artists thought, "Oh shit, we'll fund this movie, but we get the soundtrack." That's why United Artists got the soundtrack originally in America, and not Capitol. So they almost didn't. The movie was almost secondary, although it was a huge hit. They wanted the soundtrack.
Makes sense.
Have y'all seen this record? Do y'all have this? Anyone?
Yeah, I have an early 80s reissue.
Yeah. I've got an OG of that.
Nice. This is a thing of 1967.
It looks like a deposed someone that the U.S. funded in the 1970s with the Ron Contra.
That is an incredible lineup. Dave Bailey on drums.
He's famously not wearing pants in that photo.
Yeah, Art Farmer, Vinnie Golson, of course, and then Bill Evans on piano, Addison Farmer on bass, and Dave Bailey on drums.
Wasn't he at Woodstock? Didn't he get on the stage at Woodstock and say, "I'm a farmer"? That was someone else.
He said, "Please take the brown acid." That's what he said.
Yeah, exactly.
I know, Mike. Sorry, that's a dad. Everybody knows that. Max Yasker. Remember that?
It's a Mazzy joke.
This is I'm anxious to listen to this one.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Recorded in concert.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, this is a OG original mono.
What label is that?
Riverside.
It's blue because StreamYard doesn't like my computer.
Who's all on that, Rob?
This is
Let's
surprisingly Nat Adderley, which I wouldn't think he'd be on here.
Yeah.
That's live. That's not Orrin Keep News then, right? He didn't record that.
No, it's live in.
It was in Japan.
Also, Sam Jones, Joe Wassell, and Louis Hayes.
Oh wow,
Cool.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, I was very interested. This is one of the ones I'm keeping.
Never
Nice
underestimate our CIA-funded Banana Republic dictators. That's true.
Hey, Elliot. Drop a link.
I didn't know Art Farmer was one though.
Yeah. Well,
I just got a text from Art Farmer's heirs, and they're very upset with you guys.
I've been getting into a big Cedar Walton kick this week.
I have a ton of his shit. I should show you because I'm probably going to sell some of it.
Hey, John Marino. Do you have it with you, or is it at your house?
At my house. I did pick this up. This is a German-only reissue of that.
Oh, cool.
You know, I collect every single one of those, and the European ones. There's only a few European ones that didn't come out here. I don't have that one because it didn't come out in America.
I'm selling this one, Mazzy. So if you'd like
It's
to
not an
trade,
expensive record, but let me know. Let me know when you get home.
if you want to trade me a record for it, I'd be open to that.
Okay.
Put
I
it in
just
the
like
message.
all those Verve series. A lot of them were mastered by Robert Ludwig, but they're really good.
I like them.
This is a great cover. I love
Yeah.
it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Now, Mike, maybe you might know something about this label. I do not know anything.
I don't know much about it. I mean, I know that I like that album, that recording. I think somebody did a reissue a few years ago. But that's something I want to pick up.
What
Is that Dutone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen
who
their
was
stuff.
on there? Who's on that one? That looks really cool.
It is Dexter, Carl Perkins on piano, Leroy Vinegar, the best name in jazz on bass,
You're not that Carl Perkins.
Chuck Thompson on drums, and Jimmy Robinson on trumpet. I got a blue label of this.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's great.
How do the blue labels sell now? The classic series, like if
Yeah,
the classic series
I mean, I picked that up to sell it, so
Yeah.
I got it cheap, and it goes for $50.
it's weird.
Even though that's out. Okay, here's a good one I picked up.
Do you run into any senators or congressmen in record stores while you're there?
Yeah, they're on their hands and knees. You have to watch where you're stepping.
Mm-hmm.
This is here I'll show the Black
Pacific Jazz. Nice.
Yeah, Black Pacific Jazz. So who's on here is they
I
don't
think that's.
do-
I think side 1 and side 2 are 2 different sessions.
I don't know if we can bring that back on the airplane. I see like mold around the edges there. Water stains and mold.
Do you see some here? So Nico Hamilton and Bob Whitlock, Carson Smith,
What's Bob Whitlock play?
skin flute. Bob Whitlock plays the bass.
So it's not the Bobby Whitlock, later Bobby Whitlock.
No.
Okay.
There's some controversy in the peanut gallery here. Check this out.
What's going on? David calling Rob out his mic.
As a mic because
We have 2 mics on the stream.
as a mic because you already showed these records on Rachel's stream this morning.
Until
No, this is a different.
Hey,
this is a different audience.
you know what, David? Don't get on my bad side. You don't want to be on my bad side.
I don't think he meant it like that.
So, David, do you like any shitty jazz? If you're a connoisseur, I mean, there must be some shitty jazz you like.
Other shitty jazz.
But he's a jazz connoisseur. Can he tell the difference?
I picked this up because I don't have any of Soulville's or Swingville titles.
That's cool.
Oh, that's neat.
No.
That's a group.
Looking at that. I was
Yeah,
looking at that today.
It's a cool label. Very nice.
Who's on that one with him? Because I was looking at that record yesterday for some reason.
Well, it's obviously
Super
Kenny
on
Bell and Ray Bryant, Uzi Johnson, and Wendell Marshall.
Don't know who they are.
So that's a Status reissue. Let me know how that sounds because I bought a Status recently in the past couple of months and I was pretty disappointed. It was really, it looked clean and it was RVG stamped, but the vinyl was very noisy.
Well, I have
Mikey?
I have the Moodsville, and it has a little noise to it.
Yeah, I think they probably just used cheaper vinyl. That's like for a budget reason.
So, did Mike and Chris get all their Candid records finally?
I never ordered them.
Yeah, I actually canceled mine. I'm never going to buy from that label again in my entire life.
I only want it.
They're dead to me. You know how your parents say, or someone says, "You're dead to me." They're
Well,
dead to
you
me.
you really should pick up when it comes out at some point the Booker Little one, because Booker Little has a pretty limited catalog and it's pretty, he's pretty fantastic. So
Well, you inbox me when it comes out, and I'll make a decision then.
That's fair. Oh, I need that. I think Felipe has that record.
Yeah, this is a German pressing.
That looks like a
Here's some, the original
catalog
Irish
spread from It looks like a Restoration Hardware catalog spread.
Yeah, yeah. You know what he has in his hands in his pocket? His hands are like doing this, Mazzy.
Is that Jeff Goldblum sitting there?
Yeah.
Oh,
You know, listen, I would think other people would make this, but all Jews don't
I
look
think
alike.
I said that joke to you last time. You told me like all Jews don't look alike.
I bet you the Verve, the Chad reissue, because they've been doing all Bill Evans Verve stuff. So I would imagine that's got to be in the queue.
Well, I don't know how easy it is to get this record
You know,
because
it seems that Acoustic Sounds Verve series has really slowed down, though, hasn't it?
I think, yeah. The last one was the Carnegie Hall one. And I can't
That's a
remember
good
the one
record.
before that.
well, he did empathy as a 45.
I think it was We're Only in It for the Money on Verve, Mother's Own Invention. That's what he should do, like Mother's albums or something.
I'd like that first Mother's album.
I think he should do a crappy T-shirt with something Mothers on it.
Freak Out, yeah.
He should do more Steely Dan.
I guess
I'm
that reminds me of that famous photograph of Frank Zappa sitting on the toilet that was a big poster. We have to see Mike's new bathroom photo and make sure he credits his wife for that photograph.
Yeah, that's true. We did not talk about this. I think she's upset about it too. Let me go find this.
Yeah.
Here.
That's how it goes.
I'm gonna make Mike show the picture of the bathroom since somehow he manages to show everyone without crediting me for making the vanity with my hands.
With her bare hands.
Okay,
Bare hands.
Yeah.
I say bare hands. That's good.
Well, Hun, if you're still watching, send over some pictures and I'll show.
Hey, hon, please do it.
Please.
Come on, Hon.
Vanity's awesome. I saw it.
Come on, hon.
I did point it out, and he did not give you credit for it, though. If you're still watching,
He said on one stream where you were
Got her
around,
yelling. She's yelling.
he said, "Whatever happens, and my wife tries to take credit, don't listen to her."
Yeah.
He did say that on the
See,
stream.
Carolina, I'm an ally. I'm a shit disturber. I'm an ally.
we're all an ally. Did anyone go anywhere besides Rob? Obviously, you've left your home. Mike or Mazzy, did y'all go out of town at all for Christmas?
Go to town. I am in town.
Go out of town. Did you travel anywhere?
Out of town. No, I did my traveling. As you know, like 8 days in the Bay Area and then Portland, and then tomorrow I'm going up to Kitsap Peninsula, Michelle's alpaca farm up there, and hanging out for New
Are you
Year's.
gonna have alpaca steaks?
No. And don't people always confuse them with llamas? They're totally different. You know?
No, they're completely different, but they do look the same.
They don't look the same. Llamas
Yeah.
have longer necks.
Okay, yes, they look exactly the same.
They look kind of derpy.
They look
They're
like they
great.
were
I mean,
created
alpacas.
for Sesame Street.
They do.
Right. They're kind of Dr. Seuss like. Definitely, you can see Dr. Seuss was influenced by alpacas and llamas
Okay,
when he.
we're gonna play a game here to humiliate Mazzy. Okay.
Thank
What's
you.
the name? Alpaca versus llama?
Yeah, I'm gonna show an image, and you need to tell me what it is.
No, I could totally tell you. Probably.
This is exciting.
I couldn't tell you like 10 years ago, but now I totally know. That's a llama.
Well, you are correct.
Yeah.
Actually,
I know.
they're glamas. Glamas.
Well, one of Michelle's is a lampaca, which basically a llama and an alpaca fucked and had this one hybrid.
Well, what does she do? What scientific experiments is she doing?
Look at this.
Okay,
That's
so
really
this is the vanity that she made. So she took an old piece of furniture here and refurbished it, removed the mirror and mounted it. This is all the tiling we did, which is why it took so many goddamn months and weeks. But yeah, so that's just a part of it. It's a small bathroom, but that's
It's too pretty. Are you allowed to use it, Mike?
no, I have to use the one downstairs.
yeah, exactly.
So there we go.
That's great. I like the green.
Yeah, it came out pretty cool. I was real happy. She did a good job.
Looks French, Roberto says. It's awesome. Mike gets no
Back to
credit.
the llamas and alpacas, please.
Yes.
All right.
I
Okay,
can't find
because
my.
Ozzy says they're not the same. Let's look and
They're
see
not
what
the
it-
same.
I thought that first one was a picture of a kangaroo.
Yeah, I don't see like lizards fucking with dogs and creating a subspecies.
No,
If
but
llamas
you know,
can have
sometimes
sex with alpacas.
Does the cross species have magical powers?
Yes, they have.
except in the South, they're not allowed to crossbreed because of the Republicans.
Because
Well,
it's too
no.
late.
I
Does it
heard
already
in the
happen
South,
down here.
I heard in the South they're not allowed to crossbreed because it's safe for people, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm looking for the shot. Sorry.
I mean, come on.
I know it's not related to jazz, but you know.
Well, neither are llamas.
We are showing bathroom remodel pictures, so
Yeah.
That's an alpaca.
Those are cuter.
See, this is okay. Here we go.
They have a softer voice.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I like them.
Do they spit
She
too?
has 4 male and 4 female.
That sounds like a party.
These are all alpaca. This is the Lampaka is not here.
He's not allowed
Well,
to.
they've ostracized him from their society, right?
Actually, capybaras. I actually petted a capybara. Those things are weird. They're like they're super heavy and like short.
Okay, can you name an alpaca or a llama on a jazz record cover? Let's bring it back to the theme here.
No.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't have
Yeah,
one. in
that's
mind.
easy. Chuck Mangione has one on one.
Can you name any animal on a jazz record cover? I can.
The young lions.
What'd you say?
The young lions. You have that.
Yeah,
record.
that's what I was thinking of.
I stole it.
What's the
He
one
might
of the
have
2
one
guys
there.
like Jimmy Smith eating a sandwich at the same time? That's not a. What
Well,
was
that's
in that
not
sandwich?
Yeah, but I think Chris, you just picked that up.
Is it a burger?
Oh no,
a hot
Wax!
dog?
Didn't you
What-
get that? It's
Wes Montgomery.
yeah,
Yeah,
Wes
yeah,
Montgomery and
yeah.
Jimmy Smith, and they're like
Yeah.
linked up.
I picked
It
that
looks
up,
like they're taking a bite out of the same sandwich almost, like 2
Yeah, it's cool.
sandwiches.
yeah, they were secretly married after that.
Kind of
because-
intimate.
Animals. I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of other ones. Oh, there's
There's definitely a zebra on one of them. I think there's like
I
a
was
Beth-
thinking. I just picked up that Peter Green. That's not jazz. Peter Green with the cougar on the cover or the leopard, whatever.
Oh yeah,
Um,
the cats. The I think it's
yeah.
Prestige. The cats with like
There are a
poultry
ton of them.
meat
But I
and
just can't.
there's that
Actually,
pink
we think about it. They're all cool cats.
That's it.
That's it.
Jazz are cool cats, man.
You got the Australian Jazz Quartet with the kangaroos on it. That's a cool one.
Yeah, you got kangaroos.
There's a camel on Old Savoy record. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's the Far East Suite. Yeah, it's a good one.
Alpacas are best. Yeah,
I
alpacas.
have
Are
a question about the
Alpacas
dress
are the-
repair, Elliot. Did you do the painting like the yellow and stuff, or was it already like that?
She spent like
So you should do
weeks
like an
stamping it.
HGT. You should do an HGTV episode. You know that the thing is, I've been through renovations with a significant other, and you got to be really careful because that's the easiest recipe for divorce. Really,
No comment,
it
man.
just happens. House renovations. Oh God.
It's hard stuff, man.
It was a rough go for sure. But
What's up,
the
Joe?
result was great. Hey Joe,
Stream.
How we doing? Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, you sound good.
loud and clear. What you got there? What you drinking there?
Punch drink of some kind.
Is that IPA?
Is
That's
that
a fancy
sangria?
This is
It's like
a
sangria.
Lambic.
double strawberry strata vanilla fruited sour.
Oh
IPA.
no! Can we kick him off
I
the
think
stream?
I'm gonna go make it. I'm thinking I'll go make an apple teeny. I'll be right back.
Wait. 9%, please. Come on.
Yeah, is
Gotta
that
get
made
something.
with malt liquor?
Big fan of the salad.
So, Joe, do you
off
have
with some-
Can you name any jazz record albums with animals on the cover?
off the
That
top
is the
of my head?
challenge. That is the challenge.
I'm just cheating looking on Google, but oh, the cat. Hello, Jimmy Smith, the cat.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's a, it's a drawing of a cat. It's not a picture of a cat.
Is that we're just making distinctions?
Hey, look, I'm just trying to keep this
Doesn't count.
thing going correctly. I'm giving it some sort of substance.
It is a picture of a cat.
Hey, Eddie.
The cat cover. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, it's a picture. Well, actually,
Okay.
no. He's wearing a mask. Isn't it a mask that he's wearing on that one?
Who?
Jimmy Smith. Jimmy Smith the cat.
No.
Or what's the one with the? It's another Verve one. He's
Oh, you're
on.
thinking about George Benson, the White Rabbit. No?
No, it is a Jimmy Smith one. I can't remember what it
What's
is.
up, Eddie?
I think it's the Virginia Wolf one, actually, something like that.
Doesn't the Pearl Jam Versus cover have alpacas on it? Honey?
Yeah, I think that's right.
But that's not a jazz album.
Alpacas on it?
Yeah.
Sheep. She said it's sheep, so. Most have Homo sapiens, that is true, BC.
Well, wait. Jimmy Smith Chicken Shack. Is there chickens in there?
Yeah. I think there's a dog, too. Are people Googling this now? Cheating.
Do
about-
do
What
birds
about an
count?
owl?
Roberto.
Oh, yeah.
Do birds count? All the Blackbirds album, all the Donald Byrd stuff.
Yeah.
An
That's
owl
a really good record.
There you go.
called Gato.
Yeah.
Very good.
What do you think about that record?
I love it. I mean, I pick up anything on Flying Dutchman, but I was particularly intrigued that it had Roswell Rudd on trombone.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I like Lonnie Liston Smith Jr., and he's on a lot of Gato Barbieri Flying Dutchman records.
Yeah.
Charlie Hayden on bass. Good stuff.
Chris, you picked Barbieri as a top tenor.
He did.
Did I?
Yeah, he was your number 3, I think.
That's right. You're right. At the favorite right now, okay? I'm not saying he's the
Right.
third best tenor of all time or anything. But yeah, that was fun. Him and then Clifford Jordan, man. So, we talked about that Clifford Jordan record where it's Clifford Jordan with the Magic Triangle, which was Billy Higgins and Cedar Walton and Sam Jones. And they did a bunch of stuff. Not necessarily, that was like a nickname they gave themselves, but they played together a ton.
Yeah.
With Clifford Jordan and a bunch of other folks. So I'm really looking for a bunch of those records because I like the way they sound together. Just got a lot of 70s and 80s stuff lately that's awesome. And it's, guys from the 50s and 60s that were still playing in the 70s and 80s and made really good stuff. Like, we found an example. Oh, here's a
This is another OJC I got. Collaborations.
What is
Jimmy
that?
Jufrey here.
Oh,
Oh, wow. I love Shorty Rogers.
Teddy
Oh,
Charles.
cool. Is that Prestige? What is that on?
It's an OJC. Yeah, it's a Prestige OJC.
Very nice.
Was that recorded at the Lighthouse?
Actually no. Side 1 was recorded in Hollywood in '53. Was it the Hollywood Bowl? No, where was it recorded? They were both recorded in Hollywood 10 days apart, but where was it recorded? Good question. You got to ask the tough questions here.
Yeah.
Just says Hollywood.
No, I mean, a lot of those guys play together at the Lighthouse. So
Well, it says Hollywood Session, so it's probably these are studio actually. Okay, these aren't live.
makes sense.
Who's got a motorcycle in their house? So this is
I
one.
picked a few up.
Have y'all seen this before ever?
I saw it
Oh, yeah,
today. I saw it today at the record store.
Oh, you should have got it. It's
I
really
saw
good.
that you posted that, Chris.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
super cheap, but yeah, it's Johnny Griffin after he came back from Europe in like 1979.
It's a bird dog.
It's a griffin.
It's a Griffin, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
Griffin.
saw. I looked at
Right.
it. I thought about picking it up, but
It's good. It's really good.
Who are the
So I
side?
told you it was good yesterday, and you still didn't pick it up.
Who are the
Listen.
side musicians, Chris?
What?
I
Who are
got too
the
many.
side- Who plays with them?
So much people I haven't really heard of that much. Ronnie Matthews on piano, Ray Drummond on bass, and Keith Copeland on drums.
All good musicians. Ray Drummond is one of the Drummond brothers. Billy Drummond, the drummer. That's his brother. Keith Copeland played with Stanley Cowell a lot on some Steeplechase recordings, and Ronnie Matthews is played with Frank Morgan. A lot of people. He has 2 really good recordings on Beehive that I picked up recently.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so those three guys were touring with him, and then they came in and recorded that record on Galaxy, which is an interesting label.
Yeah, I have a few
Use.
Galaxies. I like the Galaxy recordings.
Mhm. Me too.
Yeah. I picked up two other Johnny Griffins that he did on Galaxy. I ordered them from the store. Wax did a feature on, I can't remember the name, Audiophile or
Audiophile USA.
yeah, I picked them up from there like super cheap, and they're really good too.
I haven't bought from them. I was thinking about looking at is there a store called Dusty Groove or something that's big for mail
Yeah,
order?
In Chicago. Yeah.
I love
Oh,
them.
yeah.
Good store.
They
Good
pack.
store.
I feel like they do a really good job of grading their records and then packing. The way they pack them to ship them is very good.
Well, that's always helpful.
Like, you
Yeah,
order
I
a
mean
lot
their
from-
web
sorry.
web UI is a little
Yeah, it's not
clunky,
great.
but
Yeah.
Well, you know what? If you select notify me when something's in,
Yeah.
it does a good job of notifying you. So
It's not like the
So when you're
acoustic
buying
soundtrack
records in
and-
DC, do you have to have a lobbyist with you, like going around to the stores and making you buy extra shit?
Kaz Bums, can we give Mazzy 15 minutes to make all his shitty jokes?
time
please?
out.
Did you go to the store with
It's
Lindsay
Friday
Lohan?
night.
Yeah.
It's the last Friday night of the friggin' year.
I'm going to get up and take a gummy so I can take your jokes easily.
Well, you should be taking a gummy if you're on the stream. Is it legal in DC?
Oh yeah.
Virginia, I believe it's supposed to be recreational. It's already medical. DC's medical. No, DC's both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maryland is supposed to be both. West Virginia was medical. Pennsylvania was medical. I looked everywhere.
New York City just opened up their first recreational shop, I think,
Yeah.
either today or yesterday.
Is it MedMen?
I
Because
think
they're on the stock
yeah.
exchange.
and next, like by February, at least 30 other stores are supposed to be open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Buy stock in MedMen.
Mhm.
That's the one I mainly go to near me.
Since Stunty's here, did anyone watch Stunty and Mike's Best of the Year?
Mhm.
Not yet.
Yeah, that's a good amount.
I
of
only had one. I only have one record that Stunty showed. I have the Bitch and Baja record doing like switched on Sun Ra. That's a fun record. Yeah, I agree with him on that.
Mhm.
Great cover too.
Mhm.
But
In
otherwise, I
Texas,
don't
you can
have
still
any
end
of
up on a work farm for weed, probably. So we don't have anything here.
I got 3 things this week. I finally got this Mingus.
Ooh.
Is that good?
It's good. I bought it mainly because it has scenes of the city on it, which is
That's the first track.
yeah,
Yeah, that's good.
a spoken word piece, which I love.
Right. That's so when he starts naming all the
Oh.
jazz musicians.
Yeah,
I mean, the whole thing's great, but yeah.
yeah. And the first time I actually heard that was on a Branford Marsalis album, and the person doing the narration was Wendell Pierce from Wire.
Yeah, he's on Jack Ryan right now.
Yep, yeah. I watched all of those episodes in one night.
Very disappointed by the current seasons.
Yeah.
Oh, I loved it.
Mm,
Jack Ryan.
It's
mm,
not good.
no.
It's the last one they're not making anymore. So.
Oh, that sucks.
My wife's
I
doing
like
donos.
Mm.
Stunty, I didn't see your whole thing, so I didn't realize you showed the Jocelyn Pook. I do have that, but I didn't realize you showed that. Sorry, I didn't watch the whole thing.
And then Steeplechase
Yeah,
did a reissue of this.
Yeah.
I'm
And
gonna. Yeah.
it's really good.
How is it sound?
It's excellent. And
Yeah.
it's engineered by this guy Jim Anderson, who's a really, really excellent recording engineer. And it's funny, like, you know, a bunch of the stuff that I posted on Instagram, he responded. Like, I think he said to this, you know, about this, it was a direct to stereo recording, done live, and like live in the studio, no mixing or whatever. And it's really good. But
Yeah.
Steeplechase, you know, I don't know what their reissue program is. It seems a little haphazard.
Well, they're not. I bought one, and the pressings are bad.
Yeah.
Like the current in issue, but I have a credit at a UK store. I'm going to order that.
Mhm.
But I streamed it, and his version of My Funny Valentine's really good Okay.
Yeah, but that's not on the album.
Oh, it's only on
That's
the CD.
Yeah.
Oh, crapola.
Yeah. So if that's a deal breaker,
It's not a deal breaker. I'm collecting his stuff. His
yeah.
stuff is not readily available because most of it was put out in Japan.
Yeah. And this was probably the group that he had for the longest, because this one is recorded in '89.
Can you show it again? Because I don't even know what we're talking about.
Billy Harper.
This was not originally on Steeplechase. They're just reissuing it.
No, this is originally a Steeplechase.
Oh, that's okay.
I have a CD.
I'll tell you something, and Mike probably has the CDs of it. There are 3. I guess it was a European tour CDs.
Yeah. Yep.
Those are crazy.
Excellent.
I wish they would put those on vinyl.
Yeah.
If you want to listen to some awesome hardcore jazz, go stream or buy the CDs of it's Billy Harper in Europe or something, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Mike, is there a photo credit on that cover? That's a really great cover photo. Who took that on the back?
The owner of the label, Nils Winter, took the photo.
Wow, it's a nice.
Yeah. But I
We
saw this group, except minus Eddie Henderson, in like the late '90s. So they were playing. They played for over 10 years together, basically.
What were they called? I have that album. That's a great album to get the group they're in.
Oh, you have the I know what you're talking about, guys.
Gearbox or something.
The Cookers.
Yes, get that album. The Cookers. It's a double album. It's cheap.
Yeah, that's really
on
good.
Gearbox. It's excellent.
Yeah. And then
Hey, Stunty, I didn't realize, Stunty, I was listening in my car, the audio part, and I heard you talking, and I didn't realize. I thought I had it all, but so maybe there are more. Sorry to interrupt, but.
And then I picked up this. This is a pianist who died late 2020, Frank Kimbrough. And
it's like he was only 3 years old when he died.
Man, can we pelt Mazzy with tomatoes through the internet?
2003 to 2006.
And there's two different trios, and one trio, Paul Motion is playing drums.
That's cool.
And it was they talk about in the liner notes at that stage of Paul Motion's life, he really didn't want to travel outside of New York State, and they recorded it in Pennsylvania, and they had to convince him just to leave the state to do the recording, and and it was a quick session because he wanted to just get out of there. But it's really good. I like a lot of. I have about 3 or 4 recordings by Frank Kimbrough. And he did also, he was one of the first people to start doing Herbie Nichols compositions. He had a group that just did 2 albums of just Herbie Nichols music. And, but it's only on CD. But it was really good. That's all I got this week.
Oh, cool. Where'd you find that manga set? Someone was asking in the Peanut Gallery where you found it because they couldn't find it on any of the sites.
Yeah, you can't. I ordered it from Amazon, which was basically a third party buyer from the UK, seller from the UK, and the same thing with the Billy Harper. They came pretty quick. I say
the Billy Harper, if the U.S. seems to be only secondhand sellers are selling it for double the price.
Yeah.
So my advice is I'm ordering it from the UK.
Yeah.
It's $25 from the UK.
And I will show up here though eventually if it hasn't yet.
Yeah. I contacted the US distributor for Steeplechase. They never responded. So it's like, okay.
That Don Cherry Soil record that you got, Mike, recently. It's Songs of Soil. They reissued it as a French label.
Yes.
That's finally starting to make it in some of the shops in the United States. So I'm just waiting to see where the price lands, because I think right now the cheapest I can get it for is $42.
Yeah. That's the kind of stuff that Dusty Groove is really good at.
Yeah, I got to check to see if they got it.
If I was on the website for something else, and then I just saw that. I was like, yeah, there you go.
Very nice. Where'd you pick that up?
I think I ordered on Bandcamp.
Oh, right. So
I'm
that
not mistaken. Yeah.
okay. So shipping for that came. What you paid for shipping from Europe?
Yeah. But I mean,
Yeah,
to your
you got
point, it was hard to find it anywhere else.
Yeah. No, I mean it's still a fair price considering. So I definitely want to pick that one up. Have you given that a listen yet, Joe?
Not yet. No.
I've got an order from Face Records. It's supposed to be here today, but I haven't received it yet.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
if it
Late
shows-
now.
I can
show everything on the screen.
I can show a couple new ones. This was a stunty recommendation, and then I think Rev Rock and Rollin' also showed it.
Yeah,
But
cool.
really good stuff. Kind of lo-fi sounding. That's a really good one. And then Mike, you'll appreciate these two. This is a Dewey Redman Black Saint.
Oh, neat.
Yeah,
It's got Jerry Allen on piano.
yeah, I have that on
Killer.
CD. That's great.
Yeah, killer record. Cameron Brown on bass, Eddie Moore on drums. 1989. Local shop had it. I was pretty stoked about that.
Yeah.
And then I also picked up. This is another one. I'm trying to get more into Soul Note and Black Saint.
Mm-hmm.
When is that like? When is that recorded? Is it like it's late?
This
70s?
is late. No, this is late 80s. So this is 88.
Late 80s.
I mean, I couldn't turn down a record with Andrew Hill wearing Bugs Bunny t-shirt. It's just a badass.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
When was that
I
recorded?
love that.
So there's an animal.
I've never seen that record. What label is that on?
It's him playing solo. It's on Soul Note.
So no.
It's from
Yeah.
'88.
Soul Note. I think
I've
they're
never seen
are they an
that.
Italian label? Soul Note.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Them and Black Saint both.
Yeah, same guys, I think.
Yeah.
I've got one Soul Note record. It's a what is it? I don't remember. Max Roach record from the 80s. It's really good.
Yeah, he did some. I mean, his late work with them was some of his best.
I really like that record that I've got. Oh, neat.
I have the Savoy, you said. That's a
Yeah, I have that one too.
Yeah, this one's also Savoy.
Yeah.
So
I have
what-
the other one. Yeah, that
One
So
of
is that
these
basically like his entire catalog between those 4 records?
Yeah, basically the entire Savoy catalog. Yeah. Yeah, this one has Van Gelder and the Dead Wax. This one doesn't. This is mastered by Al Brown, engineered by Rudy. And then I think I showed this one. I've actually never seen this Pablo record before, but as a native of Connecticut, I felt like I had to pick it up. It was recorded at the Bushnell, which is a small
Oh, cool.
venue. Has a pretty good set list on it. It's a JATP, so it has kind of the jam session style. It's got Charlie Shavers, Roy Eldridge, Ben Webster, Benny Carter, Gene Krupa, Herb Ellis, Ray Brown, Oscar Peterson in the jam session, and then has Peterson Quartet play a session, and then Lester Young with the Oscar Peterson Quartet.
Wow.
How's that
And
sound?
it was recorded in '53. Sounds really good. I mean,
Interesting.
as many of those Pablos do.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty cool one.
Yeah.
I like that one.
So it's interesting. I've found a couple that I'll show later if I can find them where they were recorded earlier. And I guess he just reissued the stuff on Pablo, right? Because he had Clef, he had Verve,
Yeah, I haven't
same
been able to find this one as an actual JATP release.
Image.
right?
Yeah, JATP Hartford 53. Yeah, I haven't found it at all. So I don't know if it was
It
just
may not have
shelved.
been, yeah.
And then I picked up Tommy Flanagan. This is a little bit of a later recording in Tokyo, 75.
Yeah, I have that one.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it was cheap. And the last one, which I was really excited about, was this one.
See it. Hang on.
Oh yeah, I checked that a year
It's,
ago.
it's really a Buddy Collette record on Dig. This is a first press mono. It's in really good condition. I mean, the cover's got a little bit of wear on it, but I really like the artwork. It's definitely that traditional West Coast sound. Let's see the crew there. You got Jim Hall, Chico Hamilton.
Oh wow.
Curtis Counts. So
very nice.
It's a nice lineup. I got a fair price. I think it was like $19 or something. And the record's near mint. So that's what I got.
Nice.
Very nice.
Oh, just 1 second. Going back to like Japanese jazz. This is another one that I picked up maybe 2 weeks ago, I think. And this is really good. And this was it was actually recorded in '73, and it's got a real sort of Coltrane vibe to it, but it's really good. I think it was maybe $29 or something like that. But that's worth picking up.
See, I have to listen to every third recommendation you make now. Basically, I roll for myself.
Well, Joe, you didn't show
2 out of the 3, and then hone in on one. Oh yeah,
Joe, didn't you get this?
Yeah, I got that a while ago. I'm not sure if you told the story, but yeah, I got a copy, and there was some weird. It wasn't water damage. It was almost like an oil or a grease that damaged the jacket. So they shipped me a new one. So I paid it forward. The vinyl was perfect. Just had a little bit of funny on the cover.
Yeah, that's the copy that the guy at the warehouse masturbated on. Like.
That's right. That's right.
That's a great record, though. If anybody that hasn't heard that, I recommend that record. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Are you gonna buy the new disco one they have coming out?
I'm on the fence. I didn't buy the Azimuth one either.
How about the Azimuth one? I was kind of disappointed afterwards.
Were you? Okay, that's
it was okay.
reassuring.
It's just not the best. I don't know. It was okay.
Yeah.
And then Felipe said it's not their best, so it just kind of killed it for me. But this one is called Pleasure. Is the name of the band? I don't know what the name. I think Joyous is the record. But I don't know. Maybe I'll listen to it and see if I like it.
I mean, the ads they're throwing for it with the 70s roller rink.
Yeah.
B-roll is a little bit of a turnoff too.
Is it? I don't know. It's kind of attractive.
Somebody asked about recommended jazz reading and stuff. I mean, there's tons of books. There's some great interviews that Ralph Gleason did. He had a show on PBS and KQED, and there's a great interviews with Ralph J. Gleason. He was from the Central Chronicle, and he was one of the guys with Jan Wenner that started Rolling Stone. But his early interviews and discussion with Coltrane and Monk and Miles, those are worth checking out too. But there's tons. I mean, there's a million.
I think Greg Devino Rundown did an interview with the guy who wrote the new
Sonny Rollins
book.
Yeah.
Patrick.
Hey, Patrick.
Yeah, I want to get that Sonny Rollins book, and then my first recommendation for anyone is The History of Jazz by Ted Goya. I know we've talked about it before, but that book's very good.
Yeah, anything by him is really good. He wrote a book. I think he's updated it in the early '90s called West Coast Jazz, and basically changed the whole perception of what West Coast jazz is. And a lot of people can still at that time dismissed it, and he came along and just gave it, changed a lot of people's minds. He was the first one that I ever read that discussed Katanga. This is the '90s. He did the whole thing. I think he was one of the guys that found out where was it Dupree Bolton was and what had happened to him all those years after he left the recording scene.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
that's a good question. Patrick has, Mike. What is West Coast jazz? What does that mean? People don't know.
That's a good question. I mean, I just think it's another one of those terms that doesn't do any justice to the music.
Well, the short, cheap answer is white man's jazz, with Shelly Manne and Chet Baker and Shelly's Manhole, that whole West Coast thing. People thought it was easy. Art Pepper. People thought it was sort of easier or kind of, I don't want to say less complicated. right? I mean, am I
Yeah,
wrong?
I mean, I've
Yeah,
been reading.
but see, the problem with that is, you had the whole Central Avenue scene in LA,
Yeah.
with
Well, that
largely black musicians, So, I
well,
mean,
the stuff that got popular and called
Well,
they always call the West Coast jazz that
It was,
Pacific.
it was
Coast.
like all the same people. You had Leroy Vinegar, you had Buddy Collette, you had
But you do have like Pacific jazz, for example. I just got this recently. A lot of the Pacific and contemporary stuff I'm looking for, they're like traditional West Coast sound, but like this is Les McCann with Stanley Turrentine and Blue Mitchell in New York. So it's geographically in New York, but it's on Pacific jazz. And you have Ron Jefferson on drums. And this is like a really bluesy record, but it's on a West Coast label. So there is some like crossover. It's not like there's just
I think
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I've been reading a lot into Howard Rumsey. I mean, I know I've brought him up a couple times on this stream, but because I watched a great documentary with him and Stan Levy, and really, I think he was kind of a pioneer in the cool West sound, kind of right around the same time as Jerry Mulligan. Kind of left the big band scene, got in a fight with Charlie Barnett, left his group, went on a hiatus, found this club in Hermosa Beach, the Lighthouse, and told the guy who was struggling to run the bar after the war, when he lost all the shipsmen who usually attend, and gave him a shot. And so he kind of, to provide a venue for a lot of the big band cats that wanted to get paid a little better and have steady work, 6 nights a week. And they'd play like long sets, and he even pioneered bringing in a lot of young talent that eventually became big, and they recorded a ton there too. I mean, we see like Lee Morgan recorded there. I mean, there's a ton of recordings of the Lighthouse, right? So
it's amazing the whole West Coast. There was that West Coast jazz scene, all right, literally on the coast there, Southern California there.
Well, you had
it's like the non-oppressed jazz, right? Like
you
it's
had
like
the Lighthouse All Stars. You had people that played there regularly.
on contemporary though. I mean, you also have so you can't just say like there's labels that are just West Coast. Like contemporary is a West Coast label. This is not. Nobody would say
that's
this.
Not cool jazz. Yeah, that's not West Coast sounding.
Absolutely,
right.
Cool jazz may be the thing I'm thinking of.
There was definitely stuff on the West Coast that was very much what people aren't saying is cool jazz going on.
Yeah,
and but cool jazz is like that new what do you call it? The new Tone Poet that just came out with Chet Baker. That was everybody had the issues with.
Picture of Heath, yeah.
I mean, that is a killer. That is like a killer West Coast cool session.
I actually have to buy that again. Years ago, Mosaic put out a box set, and that was included in it. And I sold that. I sold that box set. Gosh, probably 15 years ago.
Stupid decision.
Yeah. To some doctor. It was like a doctor. Had a
Dr. Kevorkian,
and he showed up with his girlfriend that was like 20 years younger than him. It was pretty funny. I was like, okay.
Well, I had talked with Michael Potri on Plastic because the issue in Blue Note came out with a press statement saying you have to adjust your turntable. Mm-hmm. And Michael got a copy of it. He was at his mom's, and he had skipping. He goes, that should be the album everyone has to set their turntable to.
I agree.
Yeah.
I have 3 turntables in the house, and 2 of them played it, and 1 of them did not. It kept on the side 2. I think it was the second or third track side 2. It was a weird jump. And I adjusted it, and it was fine after that.
Right.
It is hot. It is hot.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds beautiful hot, and after I made the adjustments. And it played perfect.
Can we quote you on that?
Yeah. Can we quote you on everything you say tonight?
Yes. Whoa, it's kind of late. Come on, you're in DC. Come on, find some page and have a good night.
Yeah, make all your political jokes, Mozzie. Because I'm going to step over to the CIA and ask them to take a look at you.
I mean, to get back to Patrick's question, I don't know that I'd consider Chick Corea West Coast. I mean, I think the West Coast sound was that like early 50s when the Blue Note hard bop sound was coming around.
Yeah, it's a-
It was kind of in parallel to that.
He was in New York, right?
Yeah.
He's from Boston. He went to New York as a young man. He's kind of like pals. He started at the same age-ish.
But there was a big,
Herbie
there was
Hancock,
a,
right?
there was a circuit here that, you know, these bands, these artists would play the up in Seattle, the Penthouse, go play the Black Hawk in San Francisco, go on the coast to the Lighthouse. I mean, other places in between, but those were the main, you know, I don't know about Portland. There's probably something in Portland too, but, you know, Seattle, San Francisco, LA. I don't know if there was an LA jazz club in the city. It was more on the coast there. Later with the main.
When I talked to people, there was a handful of places that people went to.
Yeah. I mean, in the 70s in San Francisco, we had Keystone Corner, Todd Barkin's club, that I was able to see everybody, and a place called Bach Dynamite. It's down in Montera near Half Moon Bay. And whoever played like the 4 or 5 nights the week at Keystone in San Francisco would play these at almost first free, but then you would just put money in like in the jar, like a tip jar on the coast. Like I saw Bill Evans there, and I saw all these great people because they would do the Sunday afternoon thing on the beach down like 30 minutes down south of San Francisco.
These are, I would consider these like West Coast cool. You have a Barney Kessel on contemporary, Kelly Man, Bud Shank on flute. And then this is like a classic kind of West Coast. This is the first LP from Pacific Jazz, Jerry Mulligan Quartet, with Chico Hamilton, Chet Baker, and Bob Whitelock.
It looks like a drunk selfie picture on the cover.
So I think this is great. These are both 10 inches. These are like from 54, maybe 55.
That's a classic. That's a classic Mulligan cover.
Yeah, I wish they would do like a reissue of this, but it's not that expensive. You can get like an original for like a reasonable price. It's a good record too. So this is like what I'm thinking, like West Coast stuff. But I think Mike is correct to like just like kind of generalize like everything on the West Coast is like a sound is missing a lot.
You know, I think Dan, the jazz shepherd, has really tuned into that too when he started calling stuff cool bop. You know, because it's like West Coast stuff that sounds like hard bop.
Yeah.
To like distinguish it from just the cool stuff.
I mean, it's a lot of those guys that left the swing era, right? They left the big bands and went to find smaller groups where they could make better money because they're splitting it fewer ways.
Yeah,
playing in small clubs.
What you got there, Rob? Is that the reissue?
Reissue of Joe Pass Simplicity.
That has one of the ugliest labels on it.
That's an ugly cover too.
Yeah, ugliest cover.
Why don't you go screw yourself?
I guess it's not so bad. I mean,
come on, can't we all get along? I know Nantanyani is back, but come on, let's chill out a little bit.
Looks like an Ocean Pacific T-shirt.
It does.
They did, you know, they did. If you look at that series, they did Lee Morgan the Sidewinder on it. They did because I guess Liberty owned.
I bet you Rob has that on a skateboard.
I got some records to show. I'll go through them quick because there's not much to look at because they are 45s.
45s.
Yeah, man. I'll go through them quick. What the hell's my? Okay, so this one. This is Sonny Rollins Volume 2. It's 2 tracks from that. It's You Stepped Out of a Dream and Why Don't I? This is RVG stamped, and it sounds great. I played this a bunch of times. So I got that 45.
I never see jazz singles. Of course, I don't look for them. So
they're a pain to look for. I only look for them online because I can't go through like 1,000 because you're unlikely to find them in the first place. But this one is Jazz Messengers at the Cafe Bohemia Volume 1. This is RVG stamped. This is Horace Silver, Hank Mobley, Art Blakey, Kenny Dorham, Dud Watkins. And it's Soft Winds on one side and then part 2 on the other side. So it's one of those where they break it up because the song's so long, which kind of sucks about 45s, but it's also kind of cool. I like it.
That's the fun part in a way.
Yeah. This one is the Phil Woods Quartet on Epic. So this is, you guys know the Warm Woods album? This is from that session, but it's 2 tracks that weren't a part of the LP. So it just came out on 45 7-inch. And it is Layla and Abstraction. This is okay. yeah, I wasn't really blown away by this, but it sounds really good. But it just, I don't know what studio they used to record it in, but Phil Wood sounds like really far away, and there's like a lot of reverb in the room, so it's kind of cool in that way. But the songs, they're fun. And then this one I was really happy to get. So I got that One Foot in the Gutter, Dave Bailey, and all Dave Bailey's kind of lead stuff is really, really expensive. But I did find this for like nothing. It was $1.50. And this is 2 Feet in the Gutter, Dave Bailey Quintet. I don't know who everyone is that's on it, but it's Shiny Stockings and then the title track 2 Feet in the Gutter. And this sounds really good too. I think all these like epics are really great sounding, even the 7 inches. So those are some 45s that I added. So just want to share that. We lost Chris, we lost Mazzy, the wax is gone, everybody's gone.
No.
Does anybody here collect 45s?
Start talking about 45s and people just pick up interesting ones. If I
you know what? Where's John? Where's Bip Bop Boom? He's got my back with 45s.
That's right.
I'm here.
I just wanted to go back to the question about books for a second. I'll just show I guess 4, but I don't know if I've shown this one before. I know I've talked about it. It's probably out of print. You can probably easily find it used. This is a great book. It's a short read, but it really goes over Blue Note really good. It even got like Jackie McLean wrote one of the blurbs for it on the back, and also Michael Cascuna talking about how great it was. I mean, if you can find this book,
Chris, didn't you read that?
No, I'm looking at it now. It's hard.
And then there's this book on Blue Note.
I have that.
Yeah, this is pretty. It's one of the guys that did the Penguin guide.
There's
okay.
Hey,
Jack.
There's that new big Blue Note book that came out that I just saw at City Lights, and I almost got it, but I figured I could just get it locally. I don't want to slap it back.
This is a really good book on just on the bebop era. It's somewhat technical, but it's still valuable. And then he did a book with Gary Giddens. And what's good about this book, there's a CD set, like 4 CD set that goes along with it. So when they get to a certain, they talk about a certain song.
Is that Dexter Gordon on the front?
Yep.
It looks like the picture that Rob has on that album you just picked up.
Yeah, I think that's a Herman Leonard photograph, if I'm correct.
I love Dexter Gordon. He's my favorite.
Yep, Herman Leonard photograph on that. But those are 2, 4 that are really good.
This is a newer book a few months ago, but it's probably a combination of things that have been put out before. But it's supposed to be really good. Forget the hardback, but the paperback, like $38. I saw it; it's like that thick. But
okay.
Anyway, but I wanted to look through it more. But they had like 4 copies at City Lights, but they're all like shrink wrap, so you couldn't like look through them.
Who's the author on that? Or is it?
It is Rob Siegel. No, that's Rob.
Oh God, man!
It is
on the stream.
It's funny. It might just be like a label-based thing. There's no.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Might be like
it's a
project.
It's a British publisher, but you can get it here. So 400 pages, whatever.
Just found this on my front porch.
Oh,
nice. That's
Chris. Happy Hanukkah, Chris. I'm sorry.
Is it a bag with shit in it?
No, it's not a bag with shit in it. It's a bunch of records I got from Japan.
Okay.
Wow. Are you going to do an unboxing for us?
Yeah. Let's see what you got. I'm going to make you big, Chris.
Okay, well, let me get it open first because I don't want to piss everybody off.
Yeah, this could be disaster. Why don't you put your special gloves on?
I was wondering about
just a few more.
I was like, what is that?
So there's probably 10 or 15 records in there?
Yeah.
So I want you to bitch 10 or 15 times that there's not enough polyline sleeves on your releases.
What do you mean?
God damn it! I mean, we survived 50 years of no polyline sleeves.
So Mazzy's
Those are
calling you like
Japanese, though. Everything's sleeved.
Oh, that's right.
Japanese
That's
records.
right. I forgot.
calling you a hipster douchebag, Chris.
Well, that's fair enough.
The liner note, the liner notes are sleeved. The cover sleeved.
Except for late 60s Columbia records and like maybe late 70s, early 80s Warner Brothers records. Pop records never had any kind of polyline sleeves. Classical did, and everything else. And we survived. God forbid, you know.
Yeah, and Mazzy, you walked 5 miles in the snow to school. We get
Remember
it.
the contemporaries came in those plastic bags? I mean, they were so thin. And
Columbia did, and he had they were sealed.
Yeah.
The
you had to rip the
Columbia.
tops
Okay,
off.
I have one right
My
here.
favorite are the wax, the onion paper, that wax paper, that really old stuff that they used to use.
Good. They
You
weren't
find that you find clean records in those often.
Okay,
guess.
so I got this. I picked this up.
My records don't have polyline sleeves. I think
picked
I
this
want to
up.
kill myself.
And it came in the original way it came, like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Those
That
harmonies
was not-
sound pretty
that was
good.
No reflection of any person I know in real life.
Yeah. Oh, preemptive. All right, I got
All
this
right,
box.
Chris, you ready to do this?
Yeah, man, I got that box open. Okay.
All right, let's go. I'm gonna make you big.
Okay.
All right, so there's the first one. It's called Alone Together. It's Jim Hall and Ron Carter.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I've listened to it. It's
Is
very
that a
good.
lotto ticket
Yeah,
in the front?
that's
What is that?
So that's my
Milestone? I've never seen
my receipt.
That's what they do.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
every one of them has in it, I guess. I don't know.
It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
the inventory
It
tag
gives you
for
the blood
face.
type and the EKJ workup of each album, right?
I think that's the Vax card for each record.
I just made that joke, Mazzy. Stop copying.
That's a great record.
Oh, that's a United Artist. Yeah, I've been looking at that. Killer.
I've got an
line.
OG of this, but it's beat to shit. So I got this one. It's
Are
got
these new or used?
these are used Japanese records.
Wow.
That's a
I mean, and
killer
a lot of
lineup.
these I paid like $5 a piece for.
Yeah,
So.
that's a great deal.
Chris,
Art
did they come
Farmer.
from Face Records or anybody?
What?
Yeah, face.
Face, yeah. Got that one. The next one is, and I have another copy of this, but it's fucked up too. So this is cool. This is the Jazz Tap, basically on Mercury
Nice.
here and now.
Looks like a Beach Boys record.
That's a cool one. It's got I don't know who's on here.
Curtis Fuller's on it.
They do Barbara Ann on that.
Do they? That's hilarious. That wouldn't shock me. Next, I've got this Curtis Fuller. I kind of hate these.
Oh yeah, that's a great one.
Mhm.
I think I paid $8 for this one. So
Now I love Bluesette, but that's the one that got me into Curtis Fuller. I love that
it's kind
record.
of weird.
Those tags
Yeah.
are like mattress tags, Chris. You need to put them back.
I'll put it back. I'll keep it forever.
Under penalty of,
Punishable by law.
yeah, prison.
Like an Obi.
I don't know what this one is, but I thought it looked cool and it was cheap. It's
Oh
Nika's
God! Do you pick your sports team by their uniforms?
Ooh, what is that? What's that
I
called?
love Rev's, Brian Wilson's 2-day jazz bender
What's
in
the
the
title of that one?
sandbox.
It's called Nika's Tempo.
Not
Interesting.
Nina Tempo? You know, Nina Tempo is.
Nika, Panonica.
Yeah.
I don't know what it says on the back. Though it's all in
It's a
Japanese.
tune
so.
called Nika's Dream.
It's got Horace Silver on it, Monk, Pettiford, a bunch of people, Art Blakey, Kenny Clark. It's probably a comp.
That has to be a comp if Horse Silver and Monk are on it, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
You would think. This is a favorite one I got. I think.
Somebody
This is,
has a Ring doorbell.
Look at this. This is Peter Walton
Yeah,
with Sam
that's-
Jones and Louis Hayes.
I'm kicking myself because I was at
Oh,
a
it's
record
awesome.
store with all the volumes of that.
Is that
What's that on, Chris? What label was that?
It's
It's on Muse.
yeah,
no?
it's a different label here, but
Oh,
yeah,
Cobblestone.
it's Cobblestone. See,
So they Muse bought Cobblestone.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
excited for this one for sure. This is,
Oh,
this is
it's
the
cool.
Magic Triangle with Clifford Jordan, basically.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Very
Actually,
cool.
It's got Louis Hayes instead of Billy Higgins, but whatever. And then the next one's a Mal Waldron that I know nothing about, called Blues for Lady Day. I've never heard this record.
Yeah, there's several different versions of that. I have two.
She's on Black Lion, I guess. at
Yeah.
some point.
Like Left Alone, I think might be the same. Yeah.
How long did it take to get this package about?
2 days, 3
Wow.
days.
Yeah,
We shipped it on Tuesday. We got here today.
They don't use
Yeah,
Canadian
wow.
mail. That's why.
I think
But
it was
I mean,
DHL,
look at-
right, Chris?
you were talking about the sleeves or whatever. They're all outer sleeved
Yeah,
behind the record.
I'm just kidding about, but there's this whole thing about people freaking out when the record comes in paper.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Here's the bluesette I got, which I'm excited.
Yeah,
That's a cool cover.
Yeah, it's a really cool cover.
What is that? Who is that?
Oh, Maz, you got to get that.
That's
That is a
good.
great record.
He's not doing well with your recommendations, Mike.
It's true. Quintet with Benny Golson, Tommy Flanagan.
Well, I love that.
Neil
I
Herman.
love that.
It's great.
It was fairly inexpensive. I think that's like an 80s repress or something. Maybe it looks like maybe 70s. I got Work Song, Natalie.
Okay.
Yeah, I have that as a part of a twofer.
Milestone label. Mike said this was a good record, so I bought it.
Yeah, it is.
I just got an OG of that.
I like almost any Adderley brother record.
Sure.
Yeah, that Adderley is underrated.
This is what I think the most
Nancy Wilson. Oh, that's yeah.
There you
Is
go.
that an OJC? Is that what is that?
It's
Bunch of Japanese.
Japanese. Yeah, it's I think I paid $12 for this one.
Yeah.
Demon, hoping, fucking, shitting. All those are great.
Yeah.
Well, this is that. So that's different than those other.
Mazzy,
four.
do you have
Right.
dry humping?
Yeah.
I have that one too. That's I know that. Yeah. Oh, I have. Oh, didn't Chad? That wasn't one of the Prestige issues. Chad did.
I
No.
think OJC
One
did.
of them.
No, he didn't do that.
You didn't do that one. Okay,
No.
I have the OJC then.
You know
Yeah.
what? Org did that issue of that, and I listened to it. I just couldn't get into it.
Which one, Miles?
Sonny Rollins.
Sonny
Yeah,
Rollins.
Oh,
Eddie Sean.
okay, let's look at this one. I haven't heard it, so I don't know. But Sonny Rollins.
A lot of there's some vocal stuff on there.
Oh God. $5, so whatever.
Never mind.
It's very Caribbean. It's very Caribbean.
I was excited about this one. This is Wardell Gray in Hollywood.
Great
on
cover.
Wow.
Ooh, Xanadu.
Xanadu.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nice.
Now,
they did great covers for those.
the only thing I ever see is that one Wardell Gray album. What is it called?
like a memorial or something.
No, it's the one where because he played a lot with
Dexter.
Earl Garner, right?
Way out.
Mm.
Way out.
Yeah, way out.
Mm.
We had all those 78s he did with Dexter where they were like,
Mhm.
Chris, what's the
Yeah.
Phil Woods here?
yeah, let's see. Let me show you that one. Hang on.
Oh, let me get you big. You got it.
Yeah, Phil, I did. Phil
Sorry.
Woods and Gene Quill. I don't know who Gene Quill is, so forgive me.
You know, Gene Quill is an alto player. They had a duo. It's a funny story about that. They it was about the same time that Herb Alpert had the Tijuana Brass, and they used to call their group. Phil used to call it. I think he called it the marijuana reeds or something.
Nice. Yeah, so I'm excited for that just as Phil Woods on it. I
Is
think I want
four
that.
altos? Is that four altos?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's four altos, yeah.
I think Quilty, and
That's awesome.
Yeah, they did a
Lolita.
lot of stuff together, the two of them.
This is the last one. Is a Booker Little record on time.
It's a great one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
That-
a good record. Time is a good label.
There's a reissue of that floating around.
What's the lineup on that, Chris?
Let me see if it's in English, and I can tell you.
Time is a really clean.
Let's
Was
see.
a clean
Oh
label.
wow, that's cool. I didn't know. Wynton Kelly,
Mhm.
piano. Tommy Flanagan on piano. I guess it's two different sessions. Scott
And
LaFaro,
isn't
bass, and
Scott
Roy Haynes.
LaFaro. Yeah.
It.
So two of those guys died really young, and that is an expensive record to get. The original.
So it-
Chris,
wait,
can we watch you put all these in your Discogs
Wait.
while we're on
So
tonight?
that's the
Easy,
same
I
one.
didn't buy on Discogs. Shit.
Can
Wait,
you?
Mike, is that the same one I picked up the Island reissue
Yes,
of that?
it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
That's the
awesome.
same one. Yeah.
So a couple weeks ago I picked up for very cheap. Island did a reissue of that album in the '80s. It sounds
Yeah.
great.
So,
Island, England, British. It's a
Mhm.
British press.
so the cool thing is, I haven't listened to these records yet. I know Joe, you, and Mike, y'all did the same thing, buying a bunch of stuff from Face Records, right? So what's interesting is you just bid on their stuff on eBay, and every Tuesday and Thursday they issue an invoice, and you don't have to pay it. You can just wait. Like you can wait up to 3 weeks, I think, before you actually pay the invoice. So
Mhm.
I had stuff from like 3 or 4 different days that I won, and then when I was finally done after like a week, I got the invoice and paid it, and they shipped it.
Now,
And
how much
is that for $14.95 a month?
Oh, God. How much was the shipping for all those records?
$83. So the shipping's
Yeah,
expensive.
so I think you pay like a flat fee of like 18 or something, and then every record after that's
$5,
$4 or $5 or something.
You gotta factor that into the whole thing, but it's not cheap to ship around the world. Yeah.
But I mean, some of these records I paid $6 for. I mean,
Right.
one of them I paid like $6 for.
You
So
just
they're
gotta figure
$12.
then it's a $20 record or something.
Yeah, US
That's
Press
yeah,
have a lot of
2 days.
those. Sorry,
2
Joe.
days delivery.
Yeah.
Not cheap. 2-day delivery.
Wow,
Yeah.
and that's great. Yeah, I mean, I shipped a box of records to John, the soul guy in Birmingham, earlier this year.
6-inch.
6-inch, yeah, 6-inch, and because I got a bunch of the Coma collection, I gave him like 10 albums and about 30 or 40 45 soul 45s, and whole box. It was like this. It was like $120 to ship it. And it took,
Yeah, I think
it took
the
about
UK is
3 or 4
particularly hard right now.
Yeah. But you know, it was a gift, and I did it, and that's how I looked at it. I mean, I don't do that very often, but you know,
Yeah.
I did to Rob Walker. I shouldn't have, but it cost me $100 to Rob Walker too. So
You do that through the mail, man?
yeah,
Is that the guy from the old VC?
the old VC, exactly. I can't remember. One was mail. One was sometimes UPS is better. Sometimes
It is.
it depends.
Yeah.
UPS. I think maybe it was UPS.
Are you putting on your Depends?
What?
We lost Massey.
Awesome.
Well, welcome to the stream, Jack. I watched your top 2022 records video recently, and your number one, far and away, was that Bill Evans Spring or whatever. It might as well be Spring or something.
The craft,
you know-
yeah.
I have not picked that up, but I feel like I'm going to regret not picking it up. I know.
Yeah, you're gonna regret it.
Yeah.
Buy now or cry later,
Oh God.
It may not even be available anymore.
No, it's a good record. And it's really, it's quiet vinyl. It's just quiet vinyl.
Has anyone? I have a couple more to show. Has anyone picked this up?
Oh no, I know that. That's his only record.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool.
It's his only. It's really good. It was released posthumously, I think in the 80s. He died in 72, but he
in Candid in Paris or something like that. Because Candid wasn't.
Yeah.
It was bought out by somebody, and I don't know. I think
he played. He played in the Billie Holiday big band, and then he recorded with a bunch of guys. Jackie McLean, Lee Morgan.
You must believe it.
I mean, it's really good stuff. I highly recommend. Stream it, check it out. Really, really solid record.
What
I think
label?
a lot of people.
Who put it out?
This is the Pure Pleasure reissue.
The Pure Pleasure.
Yeah.
Is it a single disc?
Really good stuff. Single.
Okay. So it's like $40.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But stream it. I mean, I think it's one of the best Pure Pleasure that I've bought.
Nice.
Up there with Capra Black
And
Last Beads.
The Sonny Rollins Coleman Hawkins album is very good too.
Yeah. Oh, that is. I actually listened to that. I listened to that yesterday. Yeah, because
hold on. Let me make myself big real quick.
Is that the Pure Pleasure mic?
No, this is I found it. Oh, I found. Sorry, Mike.
Wrong mic. You're
Wrong. I found this in an antique thrift store, and it was $25 OG, like perfect stereo copy. And I wasn't sure, like I knew the record, but I didn't know if that was a good price or not because it was in there with a bunch of other stuff that was like overpriced. But a little Discogs looking up, and I picked it up. It's on Dynagroove, and I heard Dynagroove doesn't sound good, but this sounds incredible. So it's only Dynagroove.
It's just a great album, and the Pure Pleasure sounds excellent.
And stereo, this on stereo sounds so cool because you have both tenors on each channel, so it's awesome.
Yeah, when Greg interviewed the author of the Sonny Rollins biography, he talked about that recording, and I re-listened to it yesterday, and I mean, Hawkins was like inspired, just by playing with Sonny. It's so good. I was blown away by it. I hadn't listened to it in years.
This was Sonny's Mohawk era. I don't know if you can see that. Rocking the Mohawk, but yeah, I mean, it's really well done. But again, I don't know if anybody knows anything about Dynagroove. I've always heard negative things about it, but this thing sounds.
I just think like some of the Duke Ellington RCAs are done on Dynagroove, and the ones that I have, I don't like the recording, but I think it's I chalk that up to the engineer. Because I don't know who's the engineer on that one, but the Ellington ones I have is Ed Begley.
This is recorded RCA Victor's Studio B in New York City. Recording engineers are Mickey Crawford and Paul Goodman. Never heard of them, but
the Ellington ones that I have, I don't necessarily like the sound, but like I said, the engineer was Ed Begley Sr. So
is that
and that's the stereo mic? Mike, is that stereo or mono?
Stereo.
So it's
Mike,
L.
What year is that? Is there a year on it? Is there a date on it?
63, I think. 63, 64.
It is 63.
It doesn't have a year.
Is it the same thing, Joe, or is yours mono?
Mine's mono. I'd be interested, and it's also on Dynagroove.
Is that an OG?
That's an OG mono.
Now, how does yours sound? Do you like it?
No, but it's. I mean,
No?
That's why I was just looking. The vinyl's not great.
You know what's interesting is that I listened to some classical music, in fact, a lot of classical. And back in that period, RCA really had their Red Seal stuff. I mean, it's really good stuff. But their pop and jazz stuff was crap. It's really not good at all.
I mean, Michael Poetry on Plastic just rants and raves about all the Living Stereo stuff.
Oh, it's amazing. Thank you, Nero.
Yeah.
No, they had their classical chops down, but man, anything else was.
Well, I was watching another classical channel, and they were talking about this record, Scheherazade, and this is the Analog Productions version. And the person said that this is like one of the best, well-recorded classical records you can get. So I'm like, I have it. Let me put it on. It got me all excited, and it sounds great. It really does. And right afterwards, I put on a Music Matters Jazz, and it like sounded, it's like twice good. It was just incredible.
It's totally different. I mean, you're recording.
I know. It was just shocking because they were like, "This is a top 5 best ever recorded."
But Jack's right about RCA. One of the first rock bands they recorded was at Jefferson Airplane, and when Jefferson Airplane went down to RCA Studios. Not just the first record, but the Ceristic Pillow, which is a great record. Maybe it's reverb drenched. They even brought down Jerry Garcia to help them out because they had those days the staff engineers that didn't know how to record rock bands.
I heard you got to get the mono of that the mono one doesn't have that.
Right.
Well, the one of the rare things is the best versions still is that double 45 MoFi of that record. Of It's never
also Scheherazade. That's a 33, not a 45. So I was comparing it to an MMJ 45.
Yeah. I have that Scheherazade. Yeah,
it sounds great. I have another
really good.
I have a London Decca version of it, and I like those London Deccas too.
But those MMJ jazz, it's a different thing. It's more immediate. You got like in an orchestra, you got one or two mics
exactly
over the whole orchestra. Exactly. It's a different sound. You're feeling the room more too.
Right. Morgan's trumpet's on the mic, right? Yeah. And so it's just going to sound different.
Yeah.
So it's on you. It's on you.
Conversely, the people who record the jazz groups, they would have no clue on how to record an orchestra.
Right.
Oh yeah.
You hear it. Some of the, if you listen to Parker with strings, the orchestra is horrible.
I mean, that's why, and everyone's going to jump on me now in the peanut gallery because I'm going to mention the Beatles. But the Beatles did have an advantage of being, for one thing, Abbey Road Studios and having George Martin, who recorded classical music also and was open to things. And that stuff's really well recorded. You compare it to the Stones or the Kinks, those records are not great. But, I mean, they're great because of the performance, but they're not great recorded. Shall Tell Me, who did the Kinks. Stones were in a million different studios around the U.S. too. One record could have 4 studios on it, and it was a different sound.
everybody looks at who does mastering and who does engineering. Nobody looks at the studio. The studio is very important. And Abbey Road to this day, I mean, I think half of the movie scores are being recorded in
Abbey Road,
Oh,
Capitol Tower, Big Rock or Black Rock, at Columbia Studios, West 57th or 50, whatever it was, 52nd, I forgot. The New York RCA Hollywood, RCA Nashville. Those studios.
You can go on YouTube and they do studio, like people will put videos up of them doing studio tours. And I think they did Abbey Road recently. Was there like a massive doing of the Abbey Road studios within the past 20 years or something?
Well, I don't know if there's a massive thing. They have changed it up. There's a brand new book that it's not coming out here until the end of 2023, but I ordered the UK copy. It's like the history of Abbey Road, and it's on the way to me right now. And I think Mary McCartney, Paul's daughter, who's a photographer, just did a documentary. But what happened is in the 70s, maybe, or 80s, 70s or 80s, there used to be a garden. No, it was in the 60s. Maybe it was before Beatles. I don't remember. There was this, when EMI bought that mansion where Abbey Road is, there was a garden and a flower house. What do you call it? A hot house in the back. And they tore it down. They built a massive studio.
Like an arboretum?
That has, pardon me?
An arboretum?
Yeah, basically, yeah. And they tore it down because it's really, I've been to Abbey Road, it's a residential neighborhood, really. It's not an industrial neighborhood. That's why people are all pissed off, because the Beatles fucked it over for everyone because of that friggin' crosswalk. And they actually, you should Google, there is a 24-hour camera on the crosswalk. It's kind of to watch people crossing the street. But that's one of the most incredible sounding studios. They've rejiggered it over the years. There's 3 studios there.
Yeah.
And post-production. And I don't think they have analog cutting there anymore, though. I think it's over.
They just announced that they're doing a half-speed master of the Zombies album.
Yeah, but the half-speed, I don't like the half-speed.
Well, I don't know if it's because Patrick said, I thought he said the tape was lost of that album.
Yeah.
I guess
Can you introduce this new guy in the bottom?
Yeah, what's up, Felipe?
Hey, Felipe.
Hey, how's it going? I was driving back from Tampa, had a huge traffic accident. Took me forever to get here.
Did you have the accident, or did you there just wasn't?
No, I was just stuck in the road.
Okay.
Felipe, you moved, am I correct?
Yes.
And you're living where now?
I moved from the Tampa Bay area to South Florida. I'm not in Miami County, but I'm really kind of one county up. It's called Broward County. That's
where Is your practice in a different place too?
Yes. I quit my old practice, but I'm still going back there during the week to finish cases and all that kind of stuff. You got to do that.
Because I assume there are as many teeth in South Florida than where you were.
Oh, it depends. Yeah.
They just go in their cup next to their bed at night.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can't they FedEx their teeth too in Florida?
Yeah. It works overnight. It's pretty fine. It's pretty fine.
Felipe, you've missed over an hour of Mazzy's bad jokes, so
it's true. Now he's going to catch you up.
Okay. So first, I want to say something to Joe when he gets back to the screen.
Here.
So I like to really thank Joe for this record here.
Hang on, let me make it big if I can figure out how. There we go.
Is that for him?
Cool. What is that?
It's amazing. It's a little bit of a Eastern European, Northern Africa, a little bit of jazz. There's a little bit of everything in this record. He reached out to me. He thought I would like it, and I loved it. Really, really, thank you so much, Joe. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It was really, really kind of you.
Happy holidays, President.
Happy holidays. Well, thank goodness tomorrow is the last day of our current president there in Brazil. So it will be great.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting question for everyone. Since most new jazz recordings are recorded and mastered digitally, will you guys continue to purchase vinyl from these new recordings?
I was typing my reply, but I'm glad you brought it up.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, my take. If it's well done, I'm good with that.
Well, we have a
I'm about the whole experience of listening to vinyl is, and it's important to me also. But most of the new jazz I purchase is on CDs. That's just the reality
Yeah,
of
yeah.
it. There's a label that I listen to. It's called Smoke Record. It's owned by the guy that owns the club in New York. They've only put out 4 or 5 recordings on vinyl. The majority of the catalog is CDs.
Yeah.
And, that's the reality of that. You have to buy CD. You have to purchase it. That's it.
Yep.
But like I bought one of my favorite albums of the year is by the drummer Tashawn Sorry, and he put it out on vinyl. But originally he only put it out and made 100 copies. He did it on his own label, and then I bought the CD.
Yeah, I mean, also, Mike, if I think from the artist perspective, it's not realistic for anyone to be, going to record a record. No, they're going to record a CD, of course.
Yeah.
And they can take those. It's easier to also take the CDs on the road and sell them when you're performing.
Yeah.
And I've only had one artist, and that was also Tashawn Sorry, actually sell an album at a performance.
Yeah.
And he actually did a deal. I bought an album. I bought the album and a CD, and then I got another CD free.
Yeah.
That night.
I think what a lot of people do, I think people get away from the music. And I mean, I know audiophiles who I was talking to a friend of mine who's here from New Jersey visiting today, and some of these audiophile guys, I mean, they're smart. I know their stuff, but they listen to the equipment and not the music. And I don't. If it's on vinyl, great. But if it's not, I want the music.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Can you put a link up?
For me, like, the sound quality is important, but there is like a threshold, and once it kind of meets something I can really enjoy and get immersed into, then I don't necessarily need it to be on 45 on super vinyl. I mean, it's nice to have that stuff, but like I get some like old records, like the old Riverside records. They don't like sound like audiophile. They sound good though, and they have like their own kind of gritty noise floor to them and all this stuff. But I love collecting them. I love listening to them. But they meet that threshold. They exceed it. But I wouldn't consider that audiophile. Like maybe a contemporary or something.
Does
like
that matter?
No, I mean it matters to not. It doesn't matter to me. I mean it does. And if that's their thing, I don't care. I mean, do whatever you want to do. I don't.
Almost. I mean, I like good sounding records, and I have those Music Matters jazz stuff. But after a while, that seems like the backwards way of coming into it. From my point of view. Get a great. If you like a record, you find out you like like these people are buying these Steely Dan records, and I read, I've never heard Countdown Ecstasy, but I paid $150 for. And I'm not saying you shouldn't, but like, listen, if you like the record, it's your favorite record. All the power to you. But if you've never heard the record, really, like buy 10 other records or something first. Maybe.
Yeah,
it's a rant, but
I mean, I think most of the people get into Blue Note by listening to 75th anniversary editions, right?
Yeah, or the classics, even the Tone Poets. I get it because that's at least more in the. I mean, a Tone Poet's not cheap for most people, but it's at least not like $150 or $120.
Yeah.
They do. I mean, the price point. If you want if I want the record, I'm not going to balk at the price point. Whereas, like, if it's $150 record, I will probably look to see if there's an alternative until, if I'm going to get that and spend that type of money.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, I agree with Mazzy. It's listening. It's what you like.
If it's your favorite record and you love it and you want an amazing copy of it, or theoretically, all power. I mean, we talked about this, Felipe. I bought the Bob Marley UHQR. I don't buy those usually. I have 3. That's all I have. And it's amazing.
It is.
Yeah, but I picked up a 80s issue of it.
That sounds great.
That sounds really good.
The thing is, and if you're not comparing, you'll never know what you're missing or not. And
exactly.
that happened to be one I'm missing, and it was an opportunity, and I bought it. Do I need it? I probably could have gone for $30 a regular one. I love that record. And I shipped the box, to another country, and I put some stuff in it, and it's gone.
Did you?
No.
Oh yeah.
You fill it full of
I mean,
Coke?
I think for older jazz, I think the difference between what you can get on streaming platforms versus the quality of what you get on vinyl, there's a big gap, right?
I completely agree with that.
The stuff that you play on like Spotify for the classic Blue Note recordings, and then you throw on a Tone Poet, it's a huge difference. For newer jazz and like modern contemporary jazz, I think, I stream a lot. I find what I like, and then I'll buy the vinyl just to have in my collection. But I'm not buying for the same reasons that I buy older jazz. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I stream a lot of like Parker and Louis Armstrong, and those recordings, like I don't know how they sound on records because I just don't have them. But I know that they're not recorded extremely well.
But I have that Charlie Parker, that Savoy box that came out about 10 years ago.
It's amazing.
That's a fucking kill. That's one of the best sets I have. There's a
Which
CD
one?
version of it too. It's the Savoy dial complete.
10-inch.
That's like I've said that Charlie Parker hands down is my favorite jazz artist.
Yeah.
And it moves me.
Not only that, Mazzy, the way they packaged it and the
great.
information that's in it, it's as cool as the music. It really is.
Is that one, Mazzy? The
No,
Joe
it's
has?
not. I'll grab it.
Okay.
I have to go down the stairs.
So while he's
It's gonna
grabbing
be
that,
this one. I don't know why he's going down the stairs because
he said it's not that one.
Is he talking about the Mercury Clef?
I don't know. He said it's Dial and Savoy.
It's the other really.
Oh, he's talking about the 12-inch collection.
Yeah.
There's so many old, the Armstrong stuff. I think we talked about this once a couple months ago. The Hot Fives, they don't sound that great audibly, but they're playing, and the musicianship is just unbelievable. And people don't want to listen to that because it doesn't sound like a Tone Poet, Freddie Hubbard.
Yeah, it might be hard for people who are just getting into the hobby or to listen to jazz.
I love those Parker. I love those Parker.
The CD box is great. It's got a fold-out tuck-in sleeve, so the CD is really good too. I have the CD, and I picked this up just before. I think it went out of print. I mean, it's got your book, and it's got all these. I mean, how many records? I don't even know.
That's amazing.
I mean, you see what it is.
That's cool.
It's 10
I mean,
records.
that's my favorite Parker. Those are my favorite Parker sessions.
Right? Yeah. I mean, I even like the stuff on Verve with strings. Some people hate the string stuff, the Norman Granz stuff, but I like that too.
I like that one. I have Magic.
Yeah, I mean, to me, any Charlie Parker,
Really
Red Callender, Errol Garner, Harold Doc West.
You all know who played oboe on the Charlie Parker and Strings record? The oboist? Who was it? Mitch Miller.
Michael Poetry
I have
on
that
Plastic?
one.
No, I don't know.
Mitch Miller.
Oh, really? Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Well, he was a great A&R man for Columbia.
He was. I heard he was. I'm just telling you what I heard, but I heard he was a real pain in the ass, though.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. I heard he was a gigantic asshole. That's what
But I mean, I like bebop. You don't hear much people talking about it, but I like bebop and Dizzy Gillespie and Bud Powell and what's the guy from MJQ?
John Lewis.
John
John
Lewis.
Lewis
It's
or
the
Milt
vibe.
Jackson.
Bill Jackson.
Milt Jackson.
Jackson.
I love it.
Yeah.
MJQ. Everyone thinks they're too lightweight, but I love MJQ too.
I love MJQ, man.
I do too.
Their records are cheap.
He was ahead of his time.
Miles
records
loved
are
John
cheap.
Lewis piano playing. He was a great pianist.
Yeah.
I got this week. This is hang on.
The Atlantic.
Oh, yeah. So this is just the Modern Jazz Quartet, self-titled. It was like their second or third one on the 70s reissue. This one kind of sounds shitty. I want to get an OG to see.
I've never seen that cover. Is it?
I haven't either.
But that's with Kenny. Is that Kenny Clark there? I think that's before. before Connie K came in, isn't it?
I got a news flash. I just got a news flash.
Yeah.
Barbara Walters has died.
Oh, that's sad.
Oh.
If you were a twee, what kind of twee would you be?
Well,
Oh.
didn't you have a romance with her in the
man.
late 70s, Mazzy?
That's 93 years old. Wow. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Anyway,
It's pretty good. I'll take 93.
I picked this up.
Up for that. Now, that's a great record.
Okay, I just looked. Mazzy, guess who plays piano on this?
Barbara Walters.
I don't know. I don't know.
Mose Allison.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I love Mose Allison. Yeah.
But here, check this out. This is Mike's porn. Or Mike.
Thank you.
Nicky Hopkins.
That's the label.
Nicky,
Oh,
good guess.
I have a cool record, I think.
This is Deep Groove.
Does
Yeah,
anyone,
Nicky Hopkins
does
is
anyone
on
have,
every 70s record, every band, late 60s, 70s.
Did anyone
Stones,
get the
Lennon,
Charlie Parker
Quicksilver, Jefferson Airplane.
Bird
Steve
in
Miller.
LA? Patrick's asking, is the
What?
Bird in LA any good? Came out record store day.
Okay, the Bird in LA, is it any good?
I don't know. I didn't get
I
it.
get it still sealed.
If you can get it cheap, it's good.
You know that is it VMP that's doing that Bebop record, that Bebop box set?
Yeah.
I think Mosaic.
No, Kraft.
doing a-
Kraft.
Kraft. Yeah. I mean, I have most of
Kraft's
that
doing
stuff, but it looks like a good set. But
I mean, my opinion, the Bird in LA. I mean, I would think there are other. If you don't, you should get the Savoy. I mean, the Dial before you get the Bird in LA.
yeah, I agree with that.
It's good to have. Depends, what do you have with Charlie Barker?
It wouldn't be your first choice.
Yeah,
it shouldn't be your first.
It wouldn't be a
shouldn't
first,
be your only
second,
one.
or third choice.
No.
I have
have
a friend. I have a friend who I always joke to him, and he might be watching now, but he always gets the wrong record by the right person. Like his only John Lennon album is Sometime in New York City. Really?
Who, Brooks?
I'm not going to mention any names.
Okay. I have that Bird in LA box and I regret buying it. How about that? It was $75.
Yeah, I regret buying it too. That's why it's still sealed.
Yeah. And they're going for like 40 or 45 on Discogs. That tells you.
I think it's like $25 now.
No, it's
Disgusting.
If you get it for $25, then get it.
And it was delayed too,
So, Mazzy, I'm looking at that box set. That's actually the complete Savoy and Dial studio recording.
Yes.
Well, not everything, but it's a lot. That's awesome.
So when did that come out, Mazzy?
2015.
Probably 10 years ago.
2015.
How much was it?
2015. I don't remember how much it was. 2015.
It's not that expensive now.
I bought it on CD first. I had it for a CD for years, and I always liked it. Then I saw it, fairly reasonable because it was around for a long time. And then I grabbed it, and I think I got it. Oh, I got it through Amazon cheaper because it has split seams on the cover.
All right.
But
I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure it's recorded. It's digital sourced, right?
Oh, probably, yeah. 1944 to 48 series. So, that kind of stuff to me doesn't matter at all, and something.
Yeah, especially for those older recordings.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now the cool thing, about that, and the Bird in LA, they're available on CD. You can also just buy the CDs.
Yeah, the CD box is great. I mean, I have the CD, and I just
I have the CD of the Charlie. I have the Japanese Charlie Parker Dial sessions. Really.
And I have those two Kraft. There's a Kraft, the two 10-inch box sets.
Yeah.
Those are record store days.
They just released the Freddie Hubbard Blue Notes on Mosaic. It's 4 CDs. I think there's 7 total. I haven't heard.
Mosaic's still putting stuff out. Mosaic's still doing stuff.
Oh yeah.
I didn't
They're
know.
coming out with this Jazz to Philharmonic. I don't know, 4 or 8 CDs next month.
The last one I got was it the Lee Morgans? Or no, it was about 3 years ago.
They did an Armstrong that's great too.
Yeah, I picked up the Hank Mobley.
That's the one, the Hank Mobley. That's the last one I got.
Yeah, that's the last one I got.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I got to run. I got company here, but I wanted to stop and say Happy New Year, healthy, a lot of good records, good music.
Your company's waiting for your cocktails. They want a glass of wine. Go get them.
No. This is Coke Zero.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Hey, have a
All right,
happy. I'll see you next
Jack.
time.
Next year.
Here, Jack.
I need to get more Parker in my collection. But what I was saying is, I stream Parker and Louis Armstrong because I feel like the sonic quality isn't really necessary because it's just not there. I could be wrong, so I don't mind just streaming all that stuff.
Yeah.
So that's why I haven't picked it up.
I think that's fair. But I mean, you know, it's like, what is it? Charlie Parker, Louis Armstrong, and Duke Ellington are probably like the guys, the jazz guys. Yeah, like it's the beginning of the main shit. And from my point of view, for me and my taste, and it goes.
I prefer, like, the Armstrong Hot Fives and all that stuff. Let's say pre-tape era.
Mm-hmm.
I prefer to get it on CD.
Yeah,
I
prefer to get it reasonably.
Yeah,
and Hot Five, that long box Hot Five, it's great.
And they could, that's where the whole digital process comes into play, where they can actually make it sound. They can optimize the sound of the recording. I have the Armstrong stuff I have on CD was done by this Italian label called King Jazz, and I remember when they came out, they were $9.99.
Wow!
And they're better than their remastering is better than the Columbia. I mean the CBS stuff that came out. It's much better, and I don't know if you can find them now. The last time I saw, they were going for more than what I paid for them, but they're much better.
I think the best CD box that I have is they did that 100th anniversary of Duke Ellington, the big red box. It's like 40 CD. I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
it's a record size, but it's got all these CDs in it. It says centennial year. And there's so much stuff in it. It's so good. I loaded that in a hard drive and I just play it on random, and it's so good.
Mike, you said that King Jazz was out of Italy?
Yeah, it's not the Japanese King Jazz. Let me see if I can. Let me pull one.
Okay. Just curious.
There's a couple Chet Bakers that have come out on Red Records. Does anyone know about this? I think they were his last recordings. They're an Italian label.
I lose interest in his older stuff, but
no, I mean a lot of his 80s stuff, like the steeplechase stuff, it all sounds good.
Yep. The only thing
I'm happy with that. The one in the Paris one that came out for Record Store Day, that recording.
I think someone posted in JVL. It's like at Capellina or something. Is that one on Red?
There are two of them. I think they released them at the same time.
Yeah, it's the Chet Baker at Capellinea Red Records.
I wonder if it's any good.
Yeah, apparently it's cut from tape, and it sounds pretty good.
There was that one that he had in the last year or two for Record Store Day that sucked, though. I can't remember the name of it now.
Oh, it's Albert's house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he had his teeth all knocked out, and the guy who owned the record company was doing him a favor.
So you guys
it's basically go Chet, and he's.
All right, you guys are talking about Red Records.
Yes.
All right, that's a great label. I have a lot of this stuff on CD, but they've also reissued this right here. Joe Henderson.
Wow, that looks great.
But it's impossible to get because I sent them an email and they were saying, "Oh, contact our U.S. distributor." Contacted the U.S. distributor. They never responded.
Of course.
So I don't know when that's going to show up in the U.S. But those, Mike, you want to see the Armstrong?
Yep.
Okay.
Let's take a look.
1 second. Hold on. Let me. Here it is. This is.
Oh, the OK.
Okay.
And this is volume 1, and it goes volume 1 through. I have volume 1 through 5, and then there's another one that's called The Great Alternatives from 29 and 37.
Oh, right. Okay.
And the sound quality is outstanding. And if you could find them, I would recommend them. And when they came out, they were $9.99 in the stores.
There's so much cheap jazz CDs of that period stuff.
Yeah.
Because some of them are from, the gray mark or copyright law stuff, European, but they're actually pretty good,
Yeah.
I hate to push anyone in that direction, but,
That's pretty cool. I mean,
what it
Can you
is.
spell that second one again?
The alternative?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Nice.
are you buying them?
And take Mike's recommendations very seriously. I just got this one after his recommendation.
I'll make you big. Hang on.
I'm sorry, I'm on the phone. My computer. I spilled beer on my computer 2 weeks ago. So.
Oh, can you change the your phone? Can you flip it around?
I try.
Turn it sideways.
Yeah, that's
There we
better.
go.
That's way better.
Yeah. So the Tomica Reed.
Could you hold the record closer to the left? Step back a little bit.
Stand on your head, Felipe. Stand on your head. Two cellos.
That is one of my favorite releases of the year.
Nice.
Really?
Yeah, it was recorded in 2013, but they released it this year. And the guy that label out, he owns an art gallery in Chicago, and he puts out recordings. He has a really substantial amount of recordings he puts out. John Covert. And it's just, and he has really beautiful artwork on the covers of his recordings. But it was like $20 at Dusty Grooves.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is that box that's overkill. It's kind of badly designed in terms it's hard to maneuver, but this is the 100th anniversary, the centennial of Duke Ellington CDs. And I mean, obviously it's got the obligatory, really amazing booklet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. It's one of these, there's all these 4 different sections. They all fall around, but there's all number of these CD things. But I think there's like 25 or 30 CDs.
Yeah.
Or something. But it's like anything, the most you'd ever want or need by Duke Ellington. But I remember it came out in 15. Well, what year was it? 15 years ago. What was the 100th birthday of Duke Ellington? But just incredible, well documented, well curated. Just look at this. This guy is the coolest.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
Jeffrey's stating that you need polylined inners for those CDs.
I'm one that hates. I fucking hate jewel cases. It's the worst design. Compact discs weren't really compact.
Yeah.
The width of an original CD is twice as thick as a record.
Those cases were bulky.
Yeah. I took all my CDs I've taken out of the jewel cases, and I have in like these little like plastic things that are like this.
Yeah. I mean, I get people, the
space they take up, and it's ridiculous.
Oh my God, I got sleeve burn from the paper. Oh my God, I'm so delicate flower. Jesus
Are
Christ.
you doing a Canadian person, Mazzy?
People get so wrapped up, like CDs and records are pretty solid. They're pretty,
I like that Mike's talking about how jewel cases take up so much space, and Mazzy's putting away this CD case.
Yeah, very good, very good. I duly noted. When you got it's either 30 or 40 whatever CD cases, can you imagine? Anyway. I don't know how much is this worth now. Is it out of print? I don't even know.
I think
Roberto has 3 blind mice stuff in
Probably out of print.
Yeah, I think it's good. Some people say it's sterile.
I mean, I prefer most of the BB reissues, like the barely breaking even stuff, to the 3 blind mice. But I don't soulless. I wouldn't call it that.
There's none available in the U.S. right now. The cheapest is $300 in Greece, $400 in Poland, $1,300 in Brazil, and $500 in Brazil. I'm surprised there aren't any in the U.S.
I'll give you $50 for it right now, Mazzy.
Yeah, you know what? That's his standard line with people.
What?
Chris.
Hey,
Well, I
how
share
dare you?
because I'll give you $50 for it right now.
One day it's going to work,
Come
Rob.
on, man. Tell us
One
who's
day.
the line.
Did anybody? I picked this up based on a recommendation by What Can Brown Jazz Channel. This is the Pyramids box set.
I'm thinking about picking it up. Have you listened to it yet?
Yeah, it's good stuff. I mean, sonically, it's not. I mean, it's not amazing, but I mean, the nature of these recordings, you can kind of expect that, right?
Yeah.
But it's a hell of a deal. I mean, I think on sale I got it for like $50.
Wow.
That's good.
How many records?
It's 3 LPs.
Nice.
4 LPs. I actually haven't listened to the 4th one. And a book.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is a good deal. He said there. He also said in his video that they're gonna.
Let me see that
individually.
That's a live at K. Is that KQED live? Is that?
Yep.
Oh, that's the San Francisco State. That's the one where
That's cool.
Ralph Gleason did these shows in the '60s. I don't know if he did that, but
I mean, these two I think are the most noted of the bunch.
I don't know this stuff.
Awesome.
What is? Tell me about it.
It's kind of like Afro-influenced free jazz.
Ooh.
So they play a lot of non-traditional, African instrumentation. But it's I think it was recorded in like between 72. The band fell apart in 77. So it's kind of that mid 70s.
Where'd you get it on sale at? Or is it already over?
Is it jazz version of Zamrock type thing?
Yeah, a little bit.
Because I just picked up that Zamrock VMP box actually at Amoeba in San Francisco. They had a cop.
It almost has a little bit of like field recording feel at times. Some of it's really out there, free jazz. But
wow,
what was that one of his top releases for the year? Was it that video?
I'm not sure.
I don't remember.
Because he also said that I don't know if it was that one that someone they're
releasing them individually.
Yeah, and he also
but they're like
the one he said
$30 a
he
piece.
worked with played on one of those albums. But yeah, those are I know on Acoustic Sounds they have it for like $68 or something like that. Yeah. And I saw it on Amazon for $85, and I was like, oh no.
Well, what's great about whatever we show tonight, you can see Mike looks up, goes on, presses buy. So he's gonna have a shitload of shit coming.
Occasionally.
Mike, I did find the OK session from King Jazz, so I got volume 5. It's all in. It's $20. So
occasionally, Mike will show us his card on Discogs, and we can all buy everything before he could get it.
My card's pretty thin. Actually, there's 11 things in there. Never mind.
Yeah,
that's pretty thin.
I usually try to go like because I'll drop things in just to see how much it'll cost with shipping and everything.
What's the Pookie? What's the Pookie? Brooks
Has anybody gotten this Elvin Jones record?
There you go.
Yeah, I have.
Nicole,
that's
a good analogy. It's like early art ensemble of Chicago.
Now, Mike, I've been listening to it more and more, the Elvin Jones, and I think Mike agreed that Joe Farrell just steals that.
Oh,
is that the record set?
My Funny Valentine, his version of My Funny Valentine.
You're really stuck on that song tonight. That's all you want to get. Is it a lonely night? Friday night at a DC hotel?
Listen, Mazzy. We all can't talk about the Beatles playing the same shit again and again and again. Just because a standard like My Funny Valentine and every single jazz musician has done a version of it.
Do you like Elvis Costello's version of it? Seriously.
Listen, Joe Farrell does it on the flute. Come on.
That's nice.
Elvis Costello has a great version of My Funny, a single. He did it with the hearts on it.
Is that the one that Chet Baker plays on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't know if he plays on that. He plays on Shipbuilding on his. Yeah. I don't know if he plays on the My Funny Valentine. Does he?
I'm not sure. I don't know why.
He plays on Shipbuilding, that song on.
Is that like late 70s, early 80s?
80s, right?
70. It's like
80s.
79, 80.
Really? Yeah, I thought it was 80s.
Maybe it is.
Yeah.
We'll look it up.
Yeah.
We have the Google.
I have some records to show here.
Shipbuilding is a depressing song.
It's a beautiful song, but yeah. Elvis Costello, Shipbuilding.
What do you got, Mike?
1982, you're right. Thank you. Yeah.
This is my stack of new stuff. I showed some of it, so I'll go through.
Oh, Robert Wyatt wrote it. No. Oh, no, Elvis Costello wrote it in 82, right? Okay.
So Chet Baker played with Elvis Costello?
Yeah, I played on that record.
He recorded one of his songs.
Huh.
When the documentary that the Let's Get Lost, Chris Isaacs in the studio with him. Yeah.
Here's a question: did anybody pick up the Follow Me Please Latin Jazz box?
I don't think I know what that is.
Ghetto Records.
Carlos did. I know that Carlos did.
Where is Carlos? We haven't seen him in a month.
Yeah.
Carlos, if you watch, come back to us.
The only reason and it's not really a reason, because the music's supposed to be really good, is that I think it's a lot of it is needle drops. They didn't have the tapes from that label because it was it was a small label, and so that was my apprehension about purchasing it.
Roberto said he's not impressed with it. He owns it. That's unfortunate.
Here's the thing about it. Both the Zamrock and the Tribe box, they issued all those albums individually. You can go get them.
Yeah.
And they're the same mastering from Bernie Grubman.
Yeah, but it depends on. Yeah, I played the whole thing once so far, and it's great. I mean, some are better than others, but some of it's amazing.
That's a cool box.
Yeah, but you could get all those albums individually. Like I bought
of course
one.
You can. I mean, yeah,
I bought the one
like the Chet Baker. It's like the Chet Baker box. Well, that was different because the Kraft Chet
That
Baker
came out way later.
I'm talking about the kind of thing that Vinyl Me Please does that I do not like.
Yeah.
Well, I hope they do that with the cadet.
You guys aren't deadheads probably, but this has just arrived today. The Vinyl Me Please in the dark.
Vinyl Me Please is doing the cadet box, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I want that.
Next month, Mazzy, they're doing another Dead album.
I don't want that whole box, but I want.
Yeah, I don't either. I want the Dorothy Ashby and
the yellow one. It's like Harold Land, maybe.
Yes. That Harold Land.
They're gonna issue those albums individually.
That's what I'm saying. I really hope they do for that because there's a couple I want.
That Harold Land is with Bobby Hutcherson is.
It's killer. It's expensive. That's a quite pricey record to get.
I picked up a Howard Land. I forget which album in New York, I think it is. That's awesome. But they must have done like 15 albums together, right? Bobby Hutcherson and Howard Land.
A few.
Yeah.
I want those Harold Land, the one on Contemporary where there's like a roller coaster cover, but that's expensive.
Maybe they'll reissue.
I hope so.
Get the
Okay,
CD.
let me show some records. I'll get the CD. Let me show some records here.
Do you even have a CD player?
I do have one. I could say. Okay, so I showed this one early, but this is a Pacific Jazz. I picked this up. I don't have any Les McCann, and I saw that Stanley Turrentine and Blue Mitchell were on it. Then also Ron Jefferson, who I got introduced to him through the Ron Jefferson Sam Records. That Ron Jefferson trio.
Choir.
Yes.
Yeah, something like that. And this is recorded at the Village Gate. Really kind of like bluesy. It's just cool. Like you could hear the announcer introduce them. It's just a great live session. So I picked this up. It's on Stereo Pacific Jazz label.
Didn't you show this to us like an hour ago?
Yeah, but
He's on. Hey, Chris. Mike is on the loop
about it.
Mike's on a loop right now. In about 5 minutes, we'll talk about.
Hey, is Harold Land related to Edward Land?
Hey.
You know, Edward
Well, I'll
Land?
go through them quick. The ones I show, I'll go through quick. This was VCLT
Polaroid
from Joe.
Land.
So
Yeah.
Joe.
Oh,
This
yeah.
thing's-
Hey, yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember that before.
Edward
got
Land
the
went to
set-
my high school.
Hey, yeah,
You already showed that. You
Hey,
already showed that.
remember that part where Mike flashed us all his
Do
ass?
you have any
Okay,
Harold Land?
This is
and
actually stuff I haven't shown.
Rob,
Okay,
you
this
know-
is-
Harold Land in the
worst
news
part?
before Huey Lewis joined.
Hold on, this is really cool. So there's a record with Nathan Davis. It's this record called The Hip Walk, and it's on Saba, and it's a really expensive record.
Yeah, the
And-
45. You can get 45s of 245s from that album, I think.
Well, this is so. The thing is, Carmel Jones was signed to Prestige, and he, played with their, with it being okay. So they were able to get 4 tracks that he's on. They put it on this with 2 tracks that he's on this one on Saba. So this is a good portion of those 2 records. So I was really happy to pick this up because
is it affordable?
Is it affordable?
Yes.
Yeah, I got this for
We're
40.
talking about Mike budget or Wax budget?
This was 40. This was
Are
40.
you,
Not a dollar.
are you,
It's not
are
a
you
dollar.
calling me white trash, Mazzy?
It's not a dollar. It's not a dollar.
This is as much as a tone poet,
Look,
but
I'm
honestly,
only in West
Said
Virginia
Jewish
for 2 days,
houses
man.
dollar where you're picking up
There
their
were-
extra shit.
there were only there was
More
one copy on
importantly-
eBay. There was only one copy on eBay and like maybe 1 or 2 on Discog. So it's
Joe
not
has a
okay.
point to make.
readily available.
Does it come in a twofer though, Mike?
Listen, I was in West Virginia for 2 days, and I almost married my cousin.
Fair. What else you got, Mike? Anything else you want to share?
Yes. Okay.
So you want to see a good woofer?
Can I go?
Hang on.
Hold on.
Felipe? Go ahead, Felipe.
So Chris showed this record, not me, so I don't want to hear it. But this is an OG stereo Nat Adderley work song. Everybody should be familiar with the title track on this. It sounds so good. You got Wes Montgomery, Bobby Timmons, Percy Heath, Sam Jones.
Wait, didn't you show that about an hour ago?
No, Chris showed it. He got it from Japan.
We view the jazz bumps as one, Mike.
Yeah.
I got this for $1.
Land also played with Max Rose.
I got
Clifford
this for
Brown.
$1. Goodwill. This is Dino backed by.
Yeah. That's beautiful. I have 3 copies of that. None of them
It's
sound
so clean.
Yeah,
I
that's
have the,
a jaddery issue when you have like all these great male vocalists on one
Hey,
record.
Chris, did you remodel your bathroom?
Shut up! Now hold on. Listen, this is I want to show this. So
What Benjamin Moore Green is
I
that on your walls?
I bought this for very cheap. This is a terrible cover, but I bought this a while ago.
Oh yeah,
I like it.
This is the Art Farmer Argo. Okay, you see it's reissued on Cadet. It has the same Argo back. It still says Argo here. And I've been collecting Argo, and an OG original mono came up with the original cover for very affordable. So I was like, let me get this. It's mono, it's Argo. It comes in, earlier this week. I play it, and I'm like, it sounds okay. I'm like, let me just compare it, do an A/B on this one. This one with the terrible cover that goes for like pennies sounds like 10 times better than the original Argo.
Take it out, put it in the cover, and
Just switch
burn
them.
it.
Yeah,
I know,
just
I want to
switch
do that.
them, Mike.
But then I got to thinking, so who owns Argo? Argo's owned by Chess.
Yeah.
And doesn't everybody say those early Chess, like Muddy Waters records, they're
Not
cool,
pretty
but they sound. So I think Argo is Chess, and this also does not sound that great. So when they reissued it, it just sounds so much better.
Yeah.
So
I mean, even the label was the same, just that they changed the fonts.
Yeah.
yeah. So anyway, I was just a little disappointed. I thought that the original would have some special magic to it, and it has a cooler cover. That's about it.
In 20 minutes, can you show everything again?
No,
You can.
don't worry, Mazzy. It'll
No,
happen.
Felipe will show it. Felipe
And I
will
got this
show
for
it now.
$1. Simon and Garfunkel. Sounds
Great
exciting.
record. Is that mono or
joined the train
stereo?
almost 2 hours later, and I've seen those records twice already.
This I think is a stereo. It's a later read. Yeah, it's stereo.
It's the 360. Yeah.
Yeah, is mono the way to go for these?
No, I think the stereos are fine. I'm not a mono purist.
You don't have one speaker. You don't have a separate mono setup with just one speaker.
I think Bookends is their masterpiece personally.
I got this for $1.
Stereo.
Well, also I have I'm Live in Central Park. That is a very good album.
That is a good album, but that's
Is that a jazz album? Roberto wants to know, Mike.
Yeah, that's West Coast. That's West Coast Long Island jazz.
At least Garfunkel has an afro, so I guess sort
acceptable.
He's a Jufro. Come on, Jimmy Jufro. Jimmy Jufrey.
And it was confirmed that's how you pronounce his last name.
It is Ju. I know. Who told us it wasn't Jufrey?
And the problem is that all the Jimmy group.
I always said John.
It's Jufrey.
It's Jufrey. You're just wrong.
I've heard people say Joffrey.
But somebody said they spoke with like the estate, and it is like Jufrey.
Yeah,
Does anybody remember Jeffrey from Toys R Us?
I can't remember. It was on. I think it must have been Rachel's school.
There was also a girl and a little kid.
All right, do you guys want to see those records again? I just showed.
No, hell no. Absolutely
Can I
not.
show this?
Yeah,
You
you
want to
can.
see a good record?
There's a lot of Jufrey jokes, but that's a great record.
Yeah, this is an OG mono that looks unplayed to me.
That's
In
the
a
wrong
London
sleeve,
sleeve.
bro.
In a London sleeve.
A London sleeve, yeah. It's kind of fun when that happens, though. You get to think about, people mixing as a record.
I still think this is the one. It's funny. I don't know if you guys listened. I mean,
So braggy. So braggy.
I got that.
No,
It's a beautiful record.
I have it too.
But what's really interesting, I think it's the which track is it? Either Emphasis or In the Morning Out There. There's the Carla Bly track, maybe. And there's one track on here, and this is recorded in '61, right?
Well, it's two different albums.
Okay, but
Correct.
anyway, recorded in '61, and there's a track on here that has the riff that 3 years later Coltrane would do of "A Love Supreme." Da-da, da-da.
Yeah.
It's on here 3 years earlier.
What do you mean, like the actual like?
Well, the riff, it's an instrumental thing with the piano and the.
Well, that riff was also on a Pharoah Sanders record I was listening to.
What
I'm
year?
pretty sure.
Anyway, but this is like 3 years before, and I mentioned that. Yeah. Anyway, I love this record. I think this is a great record. I don't think this is really out there.
Yeah, Roberto
Those
just
who
saying.
are all in on Jimmy Jufrey, the Western Suite that Joe Harley had talked about on your interview, Mazzy, just became available on Acoustic Sounds, the Pure Pleasure reissue.
Pure Pleasure.
You have
Don't get. I bought the music on vinyl version. That sounds horrible. Don't get that one. But I've streamed it. It's a great album, but do not buy the music on vinyl version.
Okay.
Or,
I gotta show
This
something.
record I got in San Francisco. This is a reissue, and Jazz Shit Brooks is watching, made me buy this. Otherwise, he wouldn't
I'm
buy
mad
me
at
a
you
copy.
about this.
This one.
oh yeah. I bought that. But
That's good. That's
swimming fish.
that's
Something.
the stranded people.
Or Swimmer.
That's the
But he
reissue.
made me buy it. Otherwise, he wouldn't drive me home, or I was driving.
That's
Actually.
for a kind of probably digital kind of copy. It
Sounds
sounds very good.
It does sound good.
It
does
feels
yeah.
like bootleggy. Is it
It
a
feels
licensed release?
Here's the funny. I think it's a license, but here's the funny thing. It feels bootleggy. It looks bootleggy. mine copy had scuffs on it, it played through. I didn't hear any noise.
Yeah.
It sounds
Oh,
really good.
It's got a paper liner.
Yeah.
Oh,
If you
God,
could-
I'm out.
that thing
I'm
goes,
out.
that thing
I'm
goes for under $25. It's
It
totally
was,
worth
it was good. I got this in San Francisco at Stranded.
Yeah.
And but Brooks made me buy it under penalty of actually Nicole and Brooks made me buy more jazz records than I was going to buy, but that's okay.
Well, that's what you need to be buying is jazz records, Mazzy. Come on.
You know, there's certain people. I mean, I don't know Nicole, but I trusted her in that. But Brooks is one of my few friends that if he says you got to have this, I'll go for it every time, pretty much. We have history, so.
Hey, Felipe, did you say you had a record you wanted to show that was better than all mine?
I have a couple of things we've been kind of not active lately for good reason. But first,
Okay.
this is for Chris.
Oh,
Very
that's this. Pull it
Can you
back.
pull it back so we can see the title.
You're too close.
Oh, Clifford,
Oh,
really?
nice.
Go back to Miami-Dade County.
There you go. Nice. Yeah, I have a comp that has some tracks off of that I was listening to today. It's really good. I want to get that.
Oh yeah. I got this one a couple weeks ago. I'm not sure if I showed already. Please, Rob, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, you showed that before.
No,
he did.
Is that a reissue, Felipe?
Yeah,
I think it's an OG. He said.
I think the first press is there. Then they remastered this in mono, as it says here on the cover, and then they release. Actually, I think that's the most known cover.
Yeah. It's a very early.
The colors look so much better on that than the new reissue.
That's a great record. I love the reissue too. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Joe, were we talking about the 4 Bethlehems that are coming out? Do you remember that? Or was it someone else? So there's 4 more of those Bethlehems that are coming out.
What are they?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, there's
what were the first 4?
Mingus East Coasting. Well, the first 4?
Detroit,
Motor City Sounds.
The Mingus, the or
Booker Irvin, that's right, the book.
And then they're
Dexter.
Oh yeah, the Dexter, that's right.
They
Dexter,
were all
Teddy
color
Prince
variants. There were color variants that Vinyl Me Please put out, but they were the same as the.
Yeah.
But then they also didn't they do a couple after that? Chris, didn't you pick up from Newland? Didn't they do a couple?
Well, Newland was different, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else you got, Felipe? I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to talk about that record.
No worries. This is the first record I buy on this label. I don't know if Rob or Mike or anybody, Joe, has something on MVM.
Oh yeah, I have that.
No.
Oh, cool.
Well,
Yeah. I haven't tried yet. I mean, I haven't cleaned the record. And I'm gonna destroy my status on the dirty record. No, that's how it was.
Interesting.
Mount Vernon. It's not far from you, Mike.
No, yeah.
You're gonna make Mazzy's head explode with saying that your stylus is gonna get destroyed because you played an unclean record.
Who else is on that?
I gotta clean that up.
Felipe,
I
who
heard
else
my
is
name. What, Chris?
Benny Green.
Hang on, Felipe. Go ahead. Sorry. Who's on that, Felipe?
The band is actually not in the back.
Oh, okay.
That's a cool back, actually.
That is cool. So he was saying that he hasn't played it yet because he wants to clean it so it doesn't destroy his stylus.
Well, we have the Humming Guru in the house. Next week we're going to set it up.
Oh, you haven't set it up yet?
You've had it for like a month.
It's like a coffee maker. 5 minutes to set it up.
No, but you know.
Did you buy one, Chris?
No,
That's gonna take a weekend. Set it up.
Are you buying one, Chris?
I bought one.
I mean, I got this thing right here though. You see my setup behind me? It's the little.
Yeah, that's the one Rob has, right?
With the holiday, you know, I've been out with things in the holidays.
Yeah.
And the archivist and I bought it together for the house, and she's at her boyfriend's, and so next week in the new year, where everyone's back at work and stuff, and
it's like microwaving a hot pocket, which you do regularly. You just put it up, plug it in, it works.
No, I have to get that. Yeah.
I want the flexibility of being able to like clean my carburetors. You know, so
I'm not gonna fucking
wait. Are you gonna have a ceremony where you sacrifice a chicken, Mazzy?
I'm not
What do
cleaning
you got to
every
do
new
to set
record
it up?
that comes in the house.
You're not cleaning every new record. It's simple. With that, it's simple.
No, but I have probably a couple hundred records that are older that used that could use it definitely. But this thing about you buy a new record and before I even play it on my turntable, my God, I gotta baptize the fucker.
Are you saving the stream, Chris? Because 2 weeks from now, Mazzy's gonna go. I'll clean anyone's record. Bring them on over.
Is this gonna be like Michael 45 going from reissues to OGs? It's going from dirty records.
I'm gonna do a Patreon, $10 for everyone to watch me clean my first records. I'm the only channel that's not charging people shit. So
we're not charging anything, but
speaking of that, we have a premium service we want to roll out.
I give my knowledge and my humor for free. You got to sit through a couple commercials at the beginning and the end, but never commercials. There's never commercials in the middle of my videos because there's
10 minutes of dad jokes and then the commercial.
Oh, totally. You got to listen to my ranting and shit. But
then you tell us how everyone's wronged you, and then we get
wrong
to
Jew. Wrong Jew. I heard you say wrong Jew. You said Jew.
No, you're the right Jew. You're the complaining Jew.
Mike, how do you clean your records? Do you have a humming viewer?
No, I have
pressure washer, right?
I have the homemade ultrasonic. It's like Rob and Chris.
Yeah. But I did put my money down, and it's turning into some sort of scam for that Vinyl Sonic, which they have had no updates.
No,
is that the original?
Same thing, Rob. But that's Kickstarter.
No, that's typical Kickstarter.
Yeah,
but at least they could come out and say what they've been doing is wrong. People have been complaining like pussies, and then they'll comment under, "Don't worry, it will happen." They should just do a blocketed post.
Yeah.
But I mean,
yeah, a lot of the Kickstarter.
Rob, did you buy
like that? And then they go, "Okay."
Did you pay for the original
Thank you so much, Baggy.
record cleaning members club?
So Baggy will join any club. He's already pre-ordering the Jazz Bums Club.
He joins any club. That's true.
So
we always got to have we got to have a good time about this shit. You know
what's interesting though? The mic.
Bye, Brooks.
Happy New Year, Brooks.
See you, Brooks.
The In-Groove Club. If you bought a shit ton of records from him, actually makes sense. Like if you spend $300 a month.
Oh, yeah. Actually, no. Yeah.
Well, the break even's 150, right?
Break even's 150. Yeah.
So I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to get people who buy from Acoustic Sounds and Dusty to consolidate and buy from him.
Well, of course.
Because a lot of people spend $150 a month on records. If you buy them all from him and get the 10% discount, I think it's
kind of kidding, but I like that a punch card. Like you buy 10 coffees and you get a free coffee or something. Like Easy Street Records here.
They're the best.
Easy Street Records here is a punch card. I was there today. I got some stuff. And when you fill up a punch card, I don't know if it's 15 or 20 punches, you get $15 off.
That's sweet.
What is Rob doing? Getting off the floor of his hotel room.
I'm getting off the floor, and I'm going to show you my punch card.
Oh, I don't want to see your punch card, bro. Everybody's seen it.
Here it is.
Oh, God.
Oh, okay. It's an actual punch card. Nice. What is that for, marijuana or what?
Cool.
No, it's from the record store I went to. CD.
Okay.
From a CD seller.
Nice.
Rob, Baggy has a message for you on screen.
Yeah, exactly. 15.
Oh God.
Sounds like
What?
a bad deal.
Everybody knows Rob doesn't wear underwear. So
Okay, 15 punches. After you I think it's $1 a punch or something. 15 punches, you get $15 off. So when I fill these cards up a lot, and I get I bought like $60 worth of records today. I got them for $45. So
I just rather them enter in a computer. I always lose those damn cards.
Well, some do. They don't. Silver Platters does their version of it here. To me, people just don't want another thing to pay every month. That's how I look at it. With Netflix and all their subscription, everybody's nickel and diming us. Not to put him down on that, but it's just another thing. And then if you don't think about it for 6 months, you keep getting charged every month. High Voltage has one too. Even during the pandemic, I'd order online and I'd get these cards for High Voltage and Tacoma Records. Yeah.
Someone's music in the house is apologizing for something he did in bad taste, but I haven't figured out what it is.
It's the previous message he made, like that parentheses is supposed to look like a butt.
Okay.
Oh,
I appreciate that.
I don't think you have to apologize.
I have to apologize for that. Oh shit, that's funny. Does anybody know who Earl Bostic is?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So Earl Bostic, I got to show a couple records.
What label? Isn't like he on King or something? He's like
he is the King label, basically.
Yeah.
So I've got a couple more. I've got like 8 of his records. Earl Bostic was a tenor sax player. This one's called Musical Pearls by Bostic. Came out in 56 or 57 or something. And this one is going to win the prize for best cover of the stream.
Yeah,
Earl Bostic plays Sweet Tunes, Fantastic.
Does it give a credit to who drew that?
I don't know. I'll look on the back. Oh, it's an X15 apparently. I didn't know it was an actual plane. That's pretty badass. This is North American's X15.
Looks like an ad for an air show.
Isn't that badass though?
When I was a kid, the X15 was the coolest like Sonic thing when the space race was happening. The X15, like pre-Beatles, baseball stuff, the astronauts, the Gemini and the Apollo, the Mercury astronauts, and the F-15. X-15 was the coolest thing. Isn't that the one that broke the sound barrier?
Before
That's
that,
the first one that broke the sound barrier.
Coltrane played in Earl Bostic's band.
Who did?
Coltrane.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I read a bunch. I love Earl Bostic. So for anybody that doesn't know, most of these King records are kind of borderline jazz. They're like poppy, and his stuff was popular. So like on this 50s record, every song is less than 3 minutes. Like they were built for the jukebox, right? But if you look at his Wikipedia page, it talks about how Coltrane was influenced by him. Lou Donaldson says that he witnessed Earl Bostic beat the crap out of Charlie Parker basically at Minton back in the 40s. So all these people say that he was like just technically the most badass sax player of all time, especially back then. But I just like the era, the 50s stuff. I don't know, man. It's just really cool stuff. And I bought this for $1. Like you can get his shit for cheap.
It looks like it.
Shut the fuck up, man. That is a badass cover. Come on. Anyway.
You know what? Listen, let's talk later because I have a lot of shitty records I could send you.
So King Records was based out of Cincinnati.
Yeah, it was Cincinnati, exactly.
Yeah, it was a lot of James Brown, King Records.
Exactly.
Oh, right.
Yeah, James Brown. Yeah.
Speaking of, we were talking about history earlier.
Hey, Chris, I'm just looking at that on Discogs. On the back of it, they even talk about the X-15 was the first man craft to probe outer space, and then they give like a whole like article on it.
That's pretty badass.
Yeah, it's the one that yeah. I think they fly it like you've ever seen the right stuff. That's the one that really just goes around. Yeah, the F-15.
Is that what Chuck Yeager flew in to break the sound barrier, or was that something else?
It was one of those. I don't know if it was the F-15, but that was the one at the time.
What do you got there?
Wait,
Herbie?
I picked this up in Portland, and this is actually a French Polydor King. But it's
Very cool.
It's totally great. Look at this.
There's some cool videos on YouTube about King Records and from Cincinnati, people who live in Cincinnati. You know, it's interesting if they have their label there. Kind of cool.
Nice.
But speaking of history, I wanted to show this real quick. I got this for $3 this weekend. So this is Billy Eckstine's band in the 30s, right? And you know, basically just about everybody that invented modern jazz was in his band at one point or another. This has got Dexter Gordon, Wardell Gray, Gene Ammons, Lucky Thompson. I mean, Charlie Parker's on this record, but he was in the band. Dizzy Gillespie was in the band. Art Blakey was in the band. And anyway, this is these Savoys. We showed a bunch of these before, but these, we talked about listening to stuff on CD or streaming it, but I don't know. This is a cool experience to me, right? It's like you can listen to the old stuff from the '40s. They've got liner notes, and it's cheap.
Twofer.
Not all of them are twofers though.
Not all of them are twofers. This one is a twofer I got for $3.
Oh, it is too. Okay.
Excited about that one.
But yeah, those. I mean, I've shown them multiple times on the stream. Those are great values.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
And those Billy Eckstein, I don't know. I guess he doesn't get the credit that he deserves. But not only with the band, but he was like, he was a cultural icon.
Yeah.
But he also just, back in that time, golf was still a segregated sport, and he sponsored golfers and all kind of stuff. I mean, you could not believe the stuff that he did in terms, I guess you would say, sort of civil rights on the down low. Is pretty, amazing.
Well, the notes, the liner notes in that twofer talk about how he would, he was a singer. For anybody that doesn't know, he was just like gorgeous voice, beautiful man, singer, and he would sing. Some of these tracks are him singing, but then leaving space for the soloists to do bebop stuff, right? Get it actually recorded, which is really cool. And I forget who wrote the liner notes, but their opinion was if he had been white, he would have been, Bing Crosby or Frank Sinatra, basically.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right.
I mean, he had even his stylistically, he was an icon. There's these things, the shirt he wore. They had those called the Mr. B collars, and they sold them. Every male was buying those, and they sold I don't know. I doubt if he got a cut of it, but right. They sold it was the whole fashionable trend because Billy Eckstein was wearing that was the shirt that he wore.
Wow.
Yeah.
He was really just a real cultural icon. It was amazing.
And his singing on the twofer is just beautiful, man.
Yeah.
It's such a great voice.
And late in his career, he did an album, I think it's on a recording on Verve with Benny Carter.
Oh wow.
And it's beautiful. I mean, the voice isn't as strong as it once was and all that. But the playing, his singing and Benny Carter's playing is just beautiful. It's beautiful.
I tend to like I'm not a huge jazz vocal guy. I mean, I like Ella. I love Billie Holiday and all that, but I'm really starting to like the male singers even more.
Yeah.
There's one guy that Bill Henderson, who's more modern, and you can find his records for $3.
Yeah.
Go get his stuff.
Okay.
The one great record he did was with Oscar Pearson Trio.
Mm-hmm.
But his 70s stuff, I always run I saw one today for $3. I go, why is this record $3? It's good for people to go buy, but I have 10 Bill Henderson albums because they're
get the first Mose Allison on Riverside.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great record.
Well, the Mose Allison Supers,
Suite or Backyard Suite or something.
Well.
Oh no, that's on Prestige. That's on Prestige.
Bob Duro.
Wax was talking about Bill Henderson, and let me see, I'm looking at it now. In '99, Charlie Hayden had a group called Quartet West.
Yeah,
he did an album called The Art of the Song, and it features Shirley Horn and Bill Henderson, and it's not on vinyl, but it is really good. It is really good.
And you want to see one album I didn't show that I picked up?
I've got that. That's a great record. I love that.
I love Shirley Horn. I mean,
that's a cool record. Is that on Audiophile?
Yeah, this is the Org. Org put this out. But it was an exclusive to I went into Barnes and Noble's 50% off.
Cool.
So this was $10.
I've got a version of that. Yeah, it's neat.
You want to? Let me see who's on here with her.
So you'll sell that for $50 to someone.
it's actually worth, yeah.
Yeah.
But who's on here with her? This is why I hate when they don't list who the players are.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
I may have got it.
So we need to go back to this comment though. Carolina has basically remodeled the entire kitchen while Mike's been on the stream. That's pretty amazing. That's awesome.
Now,
All right.
now you have to eat your dinner sitting on the toilet, Mike.
I'm gonna go. I gotta go. I gotta go replace my foundation because we have a lot of See you guys. Have a happy New Year. See you next year. Seriously.
Happy New Year, Mazzy.
Happy New Year.
Good fun, Mazzy. Have a good one.
Take care.
See you, buddy. And she cleaned up the mess. That's pretty impressive.
Wow.
Nice.
Thank you, darling.
Darling.
That was sweet.
Okay, you guys want to see
Oh,
some
yeah,
more
what
records?
happened?
Yeah.
Hang on. There's one more important question for Mike. Hang on. What happened, Carolina? What happened to the telescope you bought, Mike?
Well, you could ask me that.
Well, how's the telescope going?
It's difficult to use, honestly. I'm
Well,
having
Are
some
your
challenges.
neighbors complaining that you're looking at them?
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's it's something that I am learning to use at the moment.
That's cool. What you got, Felipe? You want to show some records?
Yeah, I have a couple more here. Some cool ones that I found as of last night. I haven't played or cleaned them yet.
Well, if you haven't played your
That-
oh, that's a great record. I have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Now,
who
who
else
plays?
on
Who
that
plays?
one?
So I'm gonna put my hands. It's not clean. I'm gonna clean it again. Anyways, that's one of those river sites with small label.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
92 millimeter.
Yeah, they messed it up.
Looks beautiful. Wait, what do you mean they messed it up?
The label didn't fit, so it was small.
Yeah. Who plays harp on it?
Let me check it out. So Kenny Dorham, Sonny Rollins, Hank Jones, Oscar Pettiford, Max Roach, Betty Glamon.
Okay.
That's Lemon.
Oh yeah.
Why not? There's this chick that plays harp on TikTok that I follow. Does that count?
All right.
No,
Another good find from
because that's creepy.
this last couple of
Are you
days.
sure, are you sure that's TikTok?
Is she playing the harp in a bikini?
I think that's OnlyFans, Chris.
That's on no. That's on her OnlyFans. On TikTok, she's fully clothed.
So, so I just found it on my mailbox.
Does she
I
play it
forgot
with her
about that,
feet?
right?
No. Oh, that's a yeah. We
Oh,
talked about it earlier.
Felipe, have you listened to that yet?
No, I just got back home and it was on my porch.
Yeah, obviously it's back at my place. So
So I have a cool story about that record. I got it. I listened to it. It turns out if you listen to it in 33 RPMs instead of 45, it sounds better.
Cool.
So what you're saying is you were very high and you forgot to change the setting on your turntable.
I wasn't high. I have no excuse. That happens all the time. I've done that a dozen times.
Okay.
Wow,
So
that guy's
this one,
ripping some upper octaves on the trumpet.
Yeah, no shit.
I mean, I have the two for that comes from. It's a great record.
It is a great record. I love the jazz elbow. What you got, Felipe?
Okay. This one is like a less than $10 find. Shrink, Inner City.
That is so good. That is.
Back it up. What is it?
I tried at the store and it sounded amazing.
It is so good.
We can't see. It looks like you're shoplifting it. You got to hold it back.
Pepper Adams live.
Oh, cool.
Is it as good as the Mike? Did you get the record store day one?
Better.
Sounds better because that
Better.
record store day sounds great.
Because that record store thing is like, it's a band that he got together, that he comes into town and that's a band.
Yeah.
This is a working band. This is
It's really good.
Yeah. Oh, that's so good. find that. If you can find, I know I saw one on eBay. Still, I think it was sealed for 22, but I bought mine less than that. But I mean, I love it. I love that.
Yeah. This one was less than 10 and is in shrink.
Oh, that's a really good deal.
Yeah, it's good.
George Mraz, he's a great bass. He was a great bass player. I
have two more that I got this week. They're kind of cool. So this is not the first pressing, but it's a blue label, IVG, and it's pristine, clean, super clean.
Ah, yes.
Nice.
I want a copy of that.
Yeah.
Well, they're gonna
Well,
put
I
it
have
out.
really shitty. Mike, when I send you records, I'll send you the shitty one I have.
All right, I'll take it.
It looks
But
amazing.
that record, basically to me, it sounds like an Alice Coltrane record.
Isn't that record coming out? Don't we know that record's coming out? And
I don't think so, right?
Did Joe Harley mention it could be a tone poet? No,
I think so. I think he mentioned it. I kind of waited for that list to come out.
So. I don't think it was that.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry.
And Gary Bartz is on that one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great record.
Yeah, so Alice Coltrane here. McCoy Turner, Alice Coltrane, Wayne Shorter, Gary Bartz, Ron Carter, Elvin Jones.
All right, I just bought that Pepper Adams.
Damn it!
Got it for $11.64 all in.
What'd you buy? A near mint one?
No, I was going to get the near mint one, but it's if you put it in your cart, it's $1 under his required amount for shipping.
You know what? I think you bought the one I had in my cart.
I got the,
Damn it! God dang it!
I got the VG plus VG plus.
Damn you!
Yeah, no shit.
Okay.
I just now I'm looking.
Speaking of Discogs,
Mike's on my bad list.
Grab it, Chris. Max is going to take the other one.
I don't care. They're not that expensive. I saw a guy on Discogs yesterday that had an 85% rating, and he had like 10,000 sales. How the fuck do you have that many bad transactions?
If I see you have like 99.2, I question. I go in to see what was going on with that.
Yeah.
You know, I was looking. Okay. I was traveling. I don't really use Uber too much anymore, but I was traveling the other day. I'm using Uber and I'm checking my score, and I'm thinking I'm gonna have a 5 because why wouldn't I? Somebody must have gave me like a 3 because it dropped me down. I have like a 4.92 or something, and I was like, "How is this?"
I've got a 4.98, which
I'll tell you what else is. Well, I won't tell you.
Look, Mike. I was brought here to talk to you about your horrible treatment of Uber drivers. They don't like turning around and you heavy breathing over.
You know, and I tip pretty well, so I'm pretty pissed off about that.
Me too. I know I've got a 4.98.
Yeah.
You can never get to 5.
I just pulled up your reviews, Mike. It says you're a backseat driver.
You know what I thought it was? I used to ask them when I first started using Uber to hook up my phone, and I would play like Sinatra.
Oh yeah, that's definitely what it was.
Yeah. Oh, it's right here. The Sinatra freak.
You're lucky to have a 4 point something.
He probably took his shoes off too.
You know,
just airing them out.
I'm adding to your Uber reviews. This guy was on it locked me out.
Carolina.
I tip fine for Uber.
Your wife says you tip okay.
Wow.
Wow. I tip fine for. She doesn't know.
I
don't know.
Yeah.
She doesn't monitor your expenses.
I'm like Steve Buscemi. I don't tip.
You're Mr. Pink.
No tip.
Put it in your butt, Felipe.
Like
Come
Steve
on, man.
Buscemi, Reservoir Dogs.
Well, Caroline, my wife tips like 50%. She's like out of control.
Yeah, that's a little high.
Yeah, that's. Whew.
Yeah, she feels bad.
The only time I Uber, I'm going to Dallas, so it's like a 40-mile or 30-mile trip, which I know sucks because I just dumped you from one city to another. So I always, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
I had a guy. I've had some really cool Uber drivers. Last week I had one. I went out to Dallas to go to a brewery, and his wife was a saxophone player.
Mm-hmm.
So we talked about jazz and stuff for the 45 minutes it took us to get there, and I checked out his wife's stuff on Spotify. It's really neat. Uber's amazing, you know, because I mean I'm getting kind of drunk now, but man, it's nice when you don't have to worry about driving.
So what you're saying is your personal friends are like 5 Uber drivers?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, but it's true. Like when I have people pick me up at my house in Connecticut and go to the airport in New York, those drivers, they told me they're not allowed to pick up people from New York. So they have to get back across the state line before they can get another pickup. So I do kind of feel bad about that. But also, if I get an Uber from New York and go to Connecticut, the New Yorker drivers can pick up in Connecticut for whatever reason.
Is that? Yeah, that may be because.
I think it's because
Yeah,
like the
they
cost
need a
of
taxi.
Yeah.
Do they need a specific license for New York?
I think they do. I think
Yeah, it's part of like the taxi.
I think the cost in New York is there's a lot of extra costs that go on.
Yeah.
So
that's super braggy, Carolina, that you have a 5-star on Uber. Super braggy.
Mike, can you just go? Can you go work on the kitchen so we can have her up on the stream?
I'm about to. But Felipe, did you have any other records to show?
Yes, I have. Okay, 1.5. So number
like 50.
1.5.
What is this?
What is that?
You got to back up.
Yeah.
Smokey Robinson. That's not jazz, bro. Come on, that's badass. I love Smokey Robinson.
It's a 1.5. Okay, so okay, shut up. Number 1, OG, Deep Groove, VG, P, whatever.
What do we got? Oh, nice.
Wow.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
That's a really cool one.
I mean,
I have the
Who's the
review of the Be a Native.
I'll tell you,
but it doesn't come close to that.
The 280s are insanely good.
Yep.
Except for Pee Wee, whatever his name is, screaming out like the intros.
I thought that was kind of cool until I heard he was kind of a piece of shit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Go. I'll share a link. Go watch his interview with David
Letterman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. You know, Lester Young. You know what Lester Young called him?
What?
Because he's in the mid. Lester Young called him half a motherfucker.
But to me, that I heard things that they didn't sound so good, but those 80s are steals.
They're great.
It sounds that's such a good recording.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Felipe, who was the messenger group on that record?
So I think that's the one with Hank Mobley.
Mm.
Before Wayne Shorter. So yeah, Lee Morgan, Hank Mobley, Bobby Timmons, Jimmy Merritt, and Art Blakey.
Well, that's super early 4000 series. That's cool.
Yeah, for 2016. I'm looking for a 16, but
yeah, Roberto asked if there some beef between Blakey and Silver. Well, Art Blakey was using heroin, and Horace Silver wasn't. That was
yeah. And I mean, but by that time, Blake was an old school guy, and
he's the one that turned Lee Morgan onto heroin, unfortunately.
And then ended up kicking him out of the Jazz Messengers because he was.
Well,
when he got Myers,
when did Blakey get off?
Myers and the whole band in jail in California.
When did Blakey get off of it?
That's a good question.
Blakey get off what? Heroin?
Yeah.
In the
I didn't even know he did.
Yeah, I mean, because years ago they did a thing at Lincoln Center. It was sort of like commemorating Art Blakey, and Randy Becker told her like a great story about when he was playing with the Jazz Messengers. So this is past all these guys, and he hadn't been paid, and he goes to see Art to get his money.
I know the story.
And basically, Art didn't have the money.
Oh shit!
He had spent it on freaking heroin. And and Randy, he goes through this whole thing, and he just basically it's like, all right, Art, you spent the money on drugs.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny, and a lot of these guys had like great stories to tell about Art Blakey. And
didn't he introduce like Lee Morgan to heroin?
Yes.
Yeah. Pretty much.
I mean, a lot of his sidemen attribute him
It seemed
to
like
having.
it seemed like Art Blakey had a better handle on it. Like I'm speaking like I have no insight, but it seemed like
functional.
like
functional addict.
everybody else would like miss gigs. They wouldn't be able to, and like I just feel like I never heard any stories like that with Art Blakey.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he just had a better handle on it than everyone else.
No, I mean, from reading Miles' book, from reading Lee Morgan's book, pretty much what he did was to be intermediate, get drugs to the band members, and then whatever he would just hold their money for him. So it's payment, drugs included, and that's all he would do.
So it's kind of like Rob is to the VC with his
Kind of,
yeah. Like you were selling heroin, and Rob was selling us jazz heroin.
He sells some so he can use some.
Hey, listen, you gotta do what you gotta do.
My wife sent me a picture of what she's been working on in the kitchen.
Let's see it.
Do you guys want to see it? Okay.
Yeah.
Of course.
All right. So we have an island in the center because it's not a galley kitchen, but there's a big center area that we have. And she changed the tabletop from it's kind of just generic one that was on here to a wooden one that she was able to find on Marketplace. And it was like a perfect fit.
Oh, wow.
So she replaced it. So it looks a lot better.
That looks nice.
So that's what she's working on.
Ooh, nice.
Great job.
Martha Stewart.
What's that?
She's the next Martha Stewart.
There we go. The projects never stop.
She said the previous one was hideous, so this has been rectified.
It was kind of bad. I mean, it wasn't hideous, but this is a lot nicer.
Yeah, this is the important point. Hang on. You can put the ultrasonic cleaner there. That is a great place for your house.
No.
Yeah.
So when you have all
Get
your
a card out of there.
Mike, when you have all your business associates over, you hire a young lady and serve sushi off her naked body, and she's laying on that thing, right?
Exactly. That was the first thing on our list for that one.
Hey, look, you gotta dream big.
Yeah, you gotta dream big. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
You want to see more records?
Oh hell no!
Yeah.
I don't see those crappy dollar ones.
No. How dare you? Dollar ones.
I must have misunderstood that part.
It's offensive.
I thought you could find that on Marketplace too, Mike.
Check this out.
Now,
you have any of these Bethlehem reissues from the 70s?
Nice.
Okay, so let's, except for the one the box that's coming out, which has all three cookbooks. How many other albums did they do together?
I don't know. This is a comp that came out in '63 originally, and I have a little bit of a rant for this. So, it came out in '63. It was called Eddie Lockjaw Davis and Shirley Scott at the organ or something. And they reissued it. They kind of gave her second billing, which is kind of upsetting, right? Like it just says featuring Shirley Scott, where originally she was basically a co-leader on it. You know, this is a good record. It's got like 5 different sessions of organ, sax, like trio or whatever. It's really good.
I was looking at King Records since you showed the Earl Boston earlier, and I was just seeing who else recorded, and there is an Eddie Davis record on King, and Shirley Scott is on it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's from 50, and it doesn't call him Lockjaw; it just calls him Eddie Davis.
There's a Shirley Scott that was with Harold Vick that was reissued a few years ago. It was originally on Strata East, but it was produced by Dexter Gordon's wife.
Oh, cool, Maxine.
Yeah, and they talk, and Shirley Horn talks about that was the first album where Shirley Scott talks about that was the first album where she was actually able to do her own thing. She talks about how just even playing, when she played, they required her to wear heels because she was a female, and she's like playing freaking B3 in heels is basically a pain in the ass.
I'm sure. Not so easy.
And what else? Oh, there's a sort of interesting factoid about Shirley Scott. There was this diet drug that she was taking. I don't know, maybe it was in the mid '80s or whatever. she ended up suing her family. They ended up suing the makers of that drug, and they ended up getting a settlement because of the whole harmful effects of that the drugs had on her.
Oh, right. Yeah, there's a lot of drugs like that back in the 70s, 80s.
Before I show my next record, hang on. There's some important stuff going on here. So, Carolina wants a table saw.
And Joe is giving some wisdom that is the single most dangerous tool in the workshop.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I have a table saw. It's badass. I'm scared shitless of the fucking thing, but I mean, I use it. You know.
I don't know if I can show.
Oh, let's see. You got
the
smart.
reattached thumb.
Are you serious? Oh shit!
Whoa!
Woo! Ooh.
Yeah, it's
Joe.
Between me, my father, and my father-in-law, we've been in the hospital for table saw injuries 3 of the last 4 years.
We're
you
getting
should buy a saw stop table saw, then you don't have that problem anymore.
We're getting
A
contractors.
saw stop.
Saw stops are badass, man.
Saw stops are badass. Yeah.
So anyone that doesn't know, it's saw stop table saw has a sensor in it where if your finger
If you throw a hot dog at it,
it instantly locks the blade and takes it away. But they're expensive, but they're How much does it cost to have a thumb put back on, Joe? Less than a saw stop or more than a saw stop?
Probably. Yeah, I mean, it used to be that the saw stop cartridges were almost like cost prohibitive, but now they're much more affordable. It's like $100 if you were to throw a blade into one.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a nice Bosch turntable.
But even
I'm scared of it, man. I'm very.
I mean, even kickback with a table saw, which a saw stop won't prevent, right, is extremely dangerous.
True. All right, here's another record. Now we've talked about chopping thumbs off.
Well, that's
3 more.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got this. This is a OJC of his. I got it at the store the other day. It's pretty cool. I would put this as a West Coasty sounding. Like it's pretty cool. Here's another one. Anybody know Monty Alexander?
Yeah. Love Monty Alexander.
This is a fucking killer record. It's live.
Michael Frank's favorite pianist.
Is it really?
Yeah. He posted something about him at a live Monty Alexander concert.
Yeah, this is on NPS. It's really good. I listened to it today. It's got it's a trio, of course, with a guy named Senator Eugene Wright on bass, which I'd not heard of, and then Bobby Durham on drums. But there's a Monty Alexander reissue on NPS that came out like a year ago. It's really good too. So that was cool. I had to find that one. One more. Everybody knows I love Phil Woods. So this label is called Griffin, which I think I've shown one.
Eugene Wright played with Dave Brubeck. He was the bassist.
Oh no shit. Okay, cool.
What? How did you get the name Senator?
Yeah, I don't know where the Senator came from. He was in the Brubeck quartet.
Yep, and that was a big deal.
Is he on timeout?
I think so. I think he was part of the early group. We're not the early group. Let me see.
That's fucking awesome.
I'm gonna head out and relinquish myself to the peanut gallery.
Okay, but
it's been fun, guys. Have a happy New Year.
You too, man.
Thanks everybody for watching, and
Happy New Year, Joe.
connect with you next Friday.
Thanks,
Take it
Joe.
easy, Felipe.
Yeah.
And Chris, he is on timeout.
Nice. Saw stop is the way to go, Carolina. I agree. It's a $3,000 saw. You told me about what did you tell me about?
De-gritter with that type of money.
Huh?
That's de-gritter money.
That is de-gritter money. I wanted to show. I love Phil Woods. This is on a level called Griffin. But this one will make myself big again. Hang on.
I think I saw that today.
This is called I Remember.
Yeah.
And it's basically his tribute to Cannonball, Paul Desmond, Oliver Nelson, Gary McFarland, Willie Rodriguez, who I don't know, Willie Dennis, who I don't know, then Oscar Pettiford and Charlie Parker. So if you look at the back here, this track listing, so he basically made a track for each one of those people. And he wrote it all, and it's him with a orchestra. which I'm usually not that cool on, but this was a really cool record for $5.
Who else is playing orchestra?
So, well, the orchestra's huge, but his normal quartet is him. They got a Mike Melillo, Steve Gilmore, and Bill Goodwin. But that quartet did a bunch of his stuff in the 70s.
Yeah.
I've got a bunch of the records, but So inside it's got all the different people that he dedicated the songs to. And these were folks that he played with, that he was friends with and stuff like that, which is kind of neat.
Yeah, there are a few albums like that. Sinatra did one called "I Remember Tommy," and it's when Tommy Dorsey passed away.
Oh, that's cool.
I know that there's other ones too, but that was like a big thing. That artists used to make those remembrance albums and kind of redo their songs. So that's cool.
Yeah. So I'm not smart enough to know if smart enough. I don't have the jazz experience to know, when he's playing one of those tunes that, oh yeah, this is for so and so because of the way it sounds. I'm assuming there's stuff there that people that know more than me would recognize.
Carolina, we broke the news earlier.
Yeah, it's true. We did break the bubble.
Old. This is old.
I would take a bottle of champagne and whack it over your new tabletop and dedicate it to Barbara Walters.
Paul says he got a Phil Woods last week, Rites of Swing, which
How is that Jazzman label? I've seen those before. There's
It's a reissue label.
Did it sound good? Because I passed up the result.
I saw one today. I'm trying to remember.
There's a bass player. I can't remember his name. It was basically a reissue of Bethlehem. That's really expensive.
Yeah. I saw a Cecil Taylor Jazzman. I can't. You know what? A lot of the Candid titles were put out on Jazzman.
Yeah, well, I've got this. This is a reissue of this Rites of Swing that I just opened today.
That looks badass.
Yeah,
I think I have that one on the reissue. I forget. I think I showed it on the stream a couple weeks ago or something.
That's a pretty savage comeback, man. I was busy making a fucking kitchen island.
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna head out.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go check out that island.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna inspect it now. Make sure it's sturdy.
Oh,
Make sure. I'm thinking a Three Stooges routine where you whack one side of it and the other one whaps up in your head.
All right. Well, I may never talk with you guys again. See ya.
Yeah, you're on the couch tonight.
Mike, Happy New Year. If we don't chat before then, and see everybody. Talk to y'all later.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I might go to. I got to get up early and return my rental car tomorrow.
Oh
my god!
Man, rental cars are outrageous.
This is ridiculous.
I know.
I'm trying. I was just the Phil Woods. There's that Japanese Venus label has some really great late Phil Woods. And periodically, their vinyl stuff goes in and out. And as soon as they reissue it, it sells out. But it's some really good, because I have the Phil Woods on CD, and it's really good.
I just love Phil, man. I did a video. Oh, did you listen to that music?
Yeah, that's great. I love that.
Right.
I have this one. This other Phil Woods. I'm sure it may be on vinyl, but it's just a duo recording. It's Phil Woods and this guy, the pianist John Coates.
Okay.
This is when Phil Woods. I think he may have been living in. He was living in Pennsylvania, maybe in the Poconos or some other area there, and he did a duet recording with this guy, and it's really good. It's really good. I don't know if it's on vinyl, but I have the CD, and it's really good.
Yeah, that record, that Musique du Bois or whatever record it is called. I can't speak French, but that really turned me on to him. I think I just bought it for $5 or whatever, And man, I had an argument. I did a video about that record. I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago, and kind of had an argument with the guy. And the guy was like, "You shouldn't talk about him like he's Charlie Parker or whatever." And
I'm tired.
There's some people that said he was a fucking complete badass. Like,
right. He was an excellent musician. I mean, give him credit for being an excellent musician. So many guys. If you want to talk about comparing people to Charlie Parker, that's just BS. I mean, and so many people, he was influenced by Charlie Parker, but there were a number of musicians that were influenced by Charlie Parker. And, for various reasons, fell by the wayside. Like this guy, Frank Morgan. I love Frank Morgan. But Frank Morgan was, I give Phil Woods credit for, being influenced by Charlie Parker, but not, being detrimentally influenced by Charlie Parker. Where it's like Frank Morgan was influenced by Charlie Parker, but he took up the whole thing like Red Rodney and all these other guys with the whole heroin and stuff like that. And Frank Morgan ended up spending from the 50s to basically you want to say the 80s in jail, in and out of jail. Frank Morgan actually played in the San Quentin band with Art Pepper.
Oh wow,
the Warden's band, with Art Pepper. So I mean, I hate when people like give Phil Woods, grief about and a lot of people also he married Charlie Parker's widow, so they give him grief about that. It's like, get over it.
Hey, I'm going to take off, guys.
Okay, see you, Rob.
All right, take it easy. Rob. Have a good New Year.
You too.
Bye.
Yeah, I don't get it. If anybody wants to join us, or we might just end the stream, I don't know, but I put a link in there if anyone wants to come up. Yeah, man, Phil Woods. I don't know. I just fell in love with the guys playing.
Yeah. He's got a lot of. He's got a great discography, and I never understood that nonsense. I mean, there's just so much nonsense about people and how they align their favorite musicians and stuff like that. And I just think I've always enjoyed Phil Woods. I mean, and he had some great he was a pretty good leader. He had Tom Harrell, trumpet player, played with him, came up with him. He had some really good bands. He was a good leader. So I dismiss all that stuff as nonsense.
Yeah, it's funny when you talk about sacred cows, though, right? People freak out.
Yeah,
yeah. Like, as a fairly new jazz person, I guess person listens to jazz. I've got some Charlie Parker stuff, but I don't claim to understand him or even know what he did. Like, we're talking about like the Hot 5 and Hot 7s from Louis Armstrong. I've got one of those on Columbia. I want to get the other ones from Columbia from the 50s just because I have it. But I'm really striving, like I showed the Billy Eckstine record earlier. I'm getting to the point where I'm trying to figure out the connections.
Right.
From like, I guess ragtime before Louis, right? All the way to today. And I think that's part of the interesting.
Yeah, that's what, yeah, definitely what makes it interesting. I mean, that was, everybody has their own journey, but that's how sort of, I mean, when I started listening to it, I don't want to say I was all over the place, but, I didn't start, like a lot of people think you have to start in sort of like a chronological order or something like that, or you start with a certain period. I started all over the place. I started Hot Fives, but I also started listening to Ornette Coleman's like free jazz, and it was just all over the place. And then, I found my own way, and I could appreciate all of that stuff. I mean, I love. I mean, the Hot Fives. I love the Hot Fives. I love the Hot Fives and Hot Sevens, and I mean, I love some of that Jelly Roll Morton stuff
Yeah.
is just amazing. But I mean, I always say I feel it's best to listen to it on CD, or maybe even digital. Stream it. I just don't think any album, vinyl can give it. I just don't think you'll get that much out of it.
Well, the only reason for the Hot Fives and Hot Sevens specifically, the only reason I say that is I love Columbia as a label.
Mm-hmm.
I love collecting the old Columbia 6s, and those records are like $5.
Yeah.
Right? So that's the only reason I want them on vinyl.
Mm-hmm.
Because I like the super old Columbia stuff.
Yeah. The the Louis Armstrong. I mean, probably the easiest way to go is like they have this one box set called Portrait of an Artist,
mm-hmm.
and it has like the Hot Five and the Hot Sevens, and it's good. It's really good. It's excellent. I mean, I prefer like the ones that I have on that Italian label, the King Jazz, to that,
mm-hmm.
but the Portrait of the Artist is probably the easier way to go.
Is that the silver box? The silver boxes you see everywhere? Or is that something different?
It's something different. It has like a picture of a Louis Armstrong. It just says Portrait of an Artist. I don't even know if it's Portrait of an Artist is a young man, but it says Portrait of an Artist,
mm-hmm.
and and it has all the stuff. It even has the Weatherbird with Earl Hines, which is just a phenomenal recording. These are like recordings that you listen to. They just, Louis Armstrong was like, you want to talk about somebody that defines the 20th century.
Yeah, for sure.
He's the guy.
I agree. I think he's the most important artist of the 20th century.
Yeah,
in America at least.
Yeah, no, because you take his vocal, not only his just talent playing, the trumpet, but just the whole vocal aspect of Louis Armstrong is just amazing. Just amazing.
It is.
Yeah.
For sure.
I'm a big fan. What's the two titles?
The books that the two titles of the Miles. So the Miles book that he was reading is the Miles autobiography, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know what Lee Morgan book he was reading, but
no, I don't even know the Lee Morgan book. But there's another Miles book. John, I always mispronounce his name. John Zed, which is really good. I read that. I think it may be it's probably the best Miles biography.
Better than his own?
Yeah. Oh God, I don't even. Oh God, I never. I could tell you a story about the Miles biography. All right, Miles wrote that that autobiography with Quincy Troop, who's a poet, and before that came out, there was this writer called Jack Chambers who did a two-volume biography of Miles Davis called Milestones. And when Miles came out with his autobiography, Stanley Crouch, who had reviewed it, said, "Wait a minute." He said, "This sounds. There are passages in this that sounds like they were specifically lifted from the Jack Chambers biography of Miles Davis." And then Jack Chambers came, published, and he may still have his website up saying that, that they basically plagiarized stuff from, his biography of Miles Davis. And of course, Miles's response was, "How can I plagiarize my own life story?"
Right, exactly.
But dude, the passages were like verbatim from from the Jack Chambers book. And so that was a real big controversy. The Jack Chambers book is really good because I'd had that I had that, and I read that, and I think I don't know how either. I don't know if I gave it away or it sort of magically left my collection. But I have the I still have the John Swed biography. I had 2 copies because I got a reviewer's copy, but I sent one to what's the guy in Sweden who does the YouTube stuff.
Yeah. I don't remember his name. I don't know exactly what you're talking about though.
Yeah, I sent him a copy.
Oh, that's cool.
Because I had I got a reviewer's copy, and then I had my copy, so I gave him that. But that's the guy John Zwed is also. I'm reading his I'm planning on. It's sort of hard right now. I'm planning on doing a whole like deep dive into Sun Ra.
Mm-hmm.
And he wrote a biography on Sun Ra. It's probably like 20 years old now, but I'm doing that, and then I just got that Sun Ra book. I got for Christmas. My wife bought me the Sun Ra book where it collects all the album covers.
Oh, that's cool.
So I got that, and so I'm gonna start my Sun Ra stuff. I'm also gonna try to start reading the Sonny Rollins biography.
Is that a thick book?
Yeah, it's a huge book. Well, it's actually not. It's not a difficult read. Like the guy has a sort of easygoing writing style.
Cool.
Like sometimes you read some of these books and it's like the writing style, like it's like, oh God, dude, you're like, But
I think most of mine. I have to be honest. Most of the stuff I read, I listen to on Audible.
Yeah, I mean that would be a good thing for me to do because like I go to work on the subway instead of like listening to music. I could listen to it on my iPhone while I'm doing it.
I mean, I don't commute anymore. When I did though, I drove from my house to Richardson, which is a 48-mile trip. For 10 years, and so I had 2.5 hours a day in the car, and I used to listen to podcasts and books and all that shit.
Yeah,
but that monk biography, I got about 7 hours left of it, and it's like a 30-hour-long book, which is a long fucking book.
That's
a good one, man. It really goes into the depth of just like year by year, month by month of what he was doing, which is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, Robin Kelly. I'm trying to think. He was. I'm trying to think what else. I mean, he's appeared on something recently that I saw him.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, I'm just looking at it. Yeah. What was it? Shoji. Originally, it was two separate volumes. I think they sort of republished it and consolidated it into one volume. But let me find. Let me see if I can find the other volume.
Jimmy took drum lessons from Louis Bellson's older brother.
Who's that?
Oh, that's cool.
Oh.
Interesting.
Where's my son? Yeah, this is the Sun Ra book.
Oh, cool. Let me look at that. Well, we can see it. Space is the place. So it has all his album covers in it?
No, this is the one. This is the biography.
Oh, okay.
And this is the author is also the one that wrote a Miles Davis biography, which is probably, I think, the best Miles Davis biography.
He should take that one vowel out of his name just to make
it. And he also wrote a Billie Holiday biography that's really good too.
So I mean, her autobiography is basically bullshit too, right?
Well, her autobiography. Yeah, he goes into it and sort of explains the whole thing about it, But yeah, a large part of it is, some of the publishers wanted a sensational, story, and but it's really interesting how that book came out. She was actually pretty good friends with the writer, William Duffy, but a lot of that was the publisher and things like that. But I'll show you the gosh, where is it? Here. This is the Sun Ra. This is the Sun Ra book that my wife got me for Christmas.
Very cool.
And it has all the Saturn label, which was Sun Ra's stuff. It has like all the art cover.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's a really good book. And and then I have another book on Sun Ra that's basically on his whole time in Chicago. Before he came to Philadelphia, he was in Chicago, and he was in Chicago during the whole time of the like when the rise of Elijah Muhammad and the Black Muslims. And the guy, and not only the writer of that book, but a lot of other writers credit Sun Ra with being like one of the creators of this this philosophy that's called Afrofuturism.
Okay.
And so that in Chicago is where sort of Sun Ra sort of, I hate to say formulated that, because it's sort of like really, it's hard to say formulated, but for lack of a better term, it formulated that philosophy of Afrofuturism.
Well, it's interesting to talk about Elijah Muhammad. I didn't realize until recently that a lot of the guys like Art Blakey and other jazz guys that went into Islam were in a totally separate thing before the Nation of Islam. Which was kind of an interesting, like, I don't know that much details about it, but there was kind of an interesting, weird, like, branch of Islam that came along for those guys, like in the 40s and 50s. Totally different beliefs than the rest of Islam. Like, they were considered heretics and a cult, basically, by Islam at large. At the time, I thought that was interesting. Now, I don't know, like the whole Nation of Islam. There's a really good documentary series about who killed Malcolm X on Netflix.
Yeah.
Great series, great insight into the whole thing, back then. But it's interesting. I wonder how, like, Islam in general, like in the Middle East or in Saudi Arabia, saw the Black Islamic movement in America in the 60s.
I don't think they really I don't think they looked upon the Nation of Islam as as
real Islam.
Yeah. Because when even like you read the autobiography of Malcolm X, at the end he talks about how he goes to Mecca and stuff like that, and he sees all the different people worshiping, and how that changed his perspective. Some people, I don't know, this is sort of controversial. If you actually read some of that, and this is why sort of, like people sort of, that whole Afrofuturism and Nation of Islam stuff comes in, together at the same time. Because if you read the philosophy, the Nation of Islam, and how the world was created, it's sort of, I hate to say, like, to me, it's sort of weird,
Well, I mean, okay, yeah, sure. I mean, all those origin stories, regardless of the religion.
That is true.
I do think, I think it's really interesting, like, Nation of Islam, Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad versus Martin Luther King. That whole dynamic is super interesting.
Yeah.
The nonviolence versus saying, hey, you know what, we're tired of this shit. Maybe we should start shooting these motherfuckers. Like, I mean, I have no idea. I didn't live then.
Right.
I'm not a black guy, obviously, either, but it's that whole time is so interesting. And then you take the jazz music and put it on top of it, like, the stuff Max Roach started doing. I didn't realize We Insist as a protest record. That was about South Africa.
Yeah, and yes and no, because that cover, that photograph is actually a photo from a guy that did the civil rights marches. Because I had heard that it was, when it first came out, I had heard also, South Africa and stuff. But then that photograph is by a famous civil rights photographer.
Okay. Well, it could be both. I mean, they're the same damn thing, right?
It is definitely both. I think it's a a sort of global struggle thing with that album, and with I think Abby Lincoln did her album after that, which has just also been reissued this year. I think they are companion pieces, in my opinion, because you have the same musicians, and I keep saying I'm going to do a video about it.
That'd be amazing.
But it's
hey guys,
hey Mike,
the reaction that they got about that was just ridiculous. I shouldn't say they. The reaction didn't come about until Abby Lincoln did her recording. And then Ira Gittler and all these guys at Downbeat. And this is something people should write about, a book about how reactionary Downbeat was in terms of a lot of the jazz. And I'm not talking about just talking about avant-garde. I'm talking about bebop and hard bop. I'm talking about hard bop. Yeah. They were very.
Mike, how did you learn about the whole Abby Lincoln thing? Has that been written about?
That
whole candid thing.
Not really. There was a documentary that aired on PBS, and it featured Abby. It was talking about Abby Lincoln, Cicely Tyson, Lena Horne, and I may be missing someone, but they discussed that briefly. Mm-hmm. But when that came out. And it was sort of shocking. Ira Gittler was leading the attack against Abby Lincoln. And if you don't like the album, my thing was, if you don't like the album, that's fine. Say I don't like the album.
Sure.
But my issue was, okay, Max Roach and those guys under Max Roach's name, they issued a recording. You said nothing about that. Now when Abby Lincoln releases a recording, you're complaining about it. Not only that's misogynist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also, it's also disrespectful to Max Roach because you're attacking because they were in a relationship.
Well, they were married then, weren't they?
Yeah. So you're attacking his wife, and. I don't know. I guess you're expecting him not to respond.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you didn't. It was just
Ted Cruz style.
It's just so much to unpack about and it highlights the how in that period.
Well, I encourage you to do a video on it. I feel like it's super interesting, and I'd like to know. I mean, I know we're just talking about that one record, but I feel like there's probably a lot of peripheral records that kind of fill in the story too, which would be cool to know about.
Yeah. I just also think a lot of that generation of jazz criticism was very paternalistic.
Well, of course.
And that, I think that was that's a big problem for me, reading some of those guys, even guys that I like. Yeah. There's a guy who used to write for the New Yorker, Whitney Ballot, who is he writes beautiful. His writing is beautiful. And I have a collection of probably most of his writing on jazz and the New Yorker. But there's there's just a level of paternalism in his writings that I just, that are there. It's just
Well, it's not only that. I mean, it's interesting to me to think about those guys like Leonard Feather, Ira Geller. These are white guys that are talking about jazz for decades, right? And like where does it? I'm trying to say, like obviously a lot of these people.
Where did Ira Geller start? Was he like a? Was Ira Geller a producer?
No,
so I know Ira Geller does a lot of liner notes, but where did he like start his like? How did he get into jazz?
I can't recall him producing anything. I can't recall him, but I just recall him as a writer. And I think in his career, I know he wrote a book on bebop. Some people say it was highly regarded. I haven't read it, so I mean, I can't comment on it. And he was pretty. I think he was somewhat close to Sonny Rollins, also. I know he's in the document. There's a documentary that was done on Sonny Rollins where Ira Geller appears. But
I guess the point I was trying to make though, with all the critics were white guys back then, right? Like Stanley Crouch. When did he become a big critic?
Well, no, I would say the '60s, and then more. His influence really became powerful when he began to write for the Village Voice, and like I think from like maybe the mid '70s, he started writing for the Village Voice.
Yeah,
and that was the time where the Village Voice had like great writers. I mean, Stanley Crouch, Gary Giddens. That was like the go-to place to to read about jazz. I mean, they were just great. But Amiri Baraka started writing about jazz, in the '60s, and Amiri Baraka.
Sometimes those liner notes they're kind of fluffy. I mean, it's not like usually they get like 3 columns on the back side. They'll just talk about, they don't go too in depth. At least, a lot of the ones I've read on Blue Note, especially. I think Ira Geller writes a lot of the Blue Note ones. And yeah, I mean, it's not like it's like an in-depth analysis. It's really just kind of a PR piece for why somebody should buy the album.
Right.
The best liner notes I read were like sometimes I'll get those twofers and they get the whole gatefold inside, and they'll get somebody with like intimate, like the Billie Holiday twofer I have. Like those liner notes are really informative and interesting. So I mean, Ira Geller, sometimes I feel like his stuff it's fine, but I'm not learning too much from it.
Right.
That brings up a good point that I was going to make earlier that I forgot about just reading these books, right? Because like I read the Dexter Gordon book that Maxine did, which was amazing, right? I'm reading this one on Monk, but you really learn a shit ton of stuff about 100 other artists at the same time in a lot of these books, right? Like, Monk was playing with this guy, and this guy. Like, Monk loved Sonny Rollins. Well, I had no fucking clue of that. They played a couple of times together as far as vinyl goes, but it goes like in the Monk book. It's like, well, he tried to play with him here. He wanted to get him here. He got on these gigs, and it's just, I don't know, man. Like to me, jazz, the interconnectedness of all the artists is one of the most interesting things to me.
I agree.
When you pick up a record at a record store, like, okay, who's this leader? I don't even know who this guy is, and you see 3 or 4 names that and respect and like, you pick up the record, right? And then now you've got a new guy. It's just anyway. That
I like that too.
So unique to me.
It's like you're peering. It's like you're peering into like a society or a culture that's like, I don't know. That's really cool and interesting, and not always cool, but yeah, I like that too. The only jazz book I've read is the one that you recommended, Chris, early on. It was like How to Listen to Jazz. It was by that piano player. And what I think was cool about that was at the end of the sections of the chapters, he would just say, they'd be talking about a style or something. And then he would just list, like 4 or 5 records that are like exceptional examples that he feels. Yeah. And like that kind of made me think of, because he was, because haven't really been into Ramsey Lewis or MJQ, but he was like, the reason why when you listen to them, what you should be listening for is listen how tight they are as a group. Like, it is exceptional how like the interplay between those musicians are, and I feel like that's an interesting way to approach those two groups that to me aren't, the most dynamic, but anyway, it just kind of opened me up to stuff I kind of closed the door on. So I thought that was cool.
That was cool. I mean, I don't close it. That's one thing I will say for myself. I don't close any doors on any. Just I started listening. I mean, I love Weather Report.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I love all this 70s and 80s shit I'm finding of these artists that they put out, 20 years after they got started. But maybe on Pablo, Xanadu, Muse, whatever. I'm up for listening to anything.
Right. That's I mean, that's
where I'm at.
Yeah, that's the most important thing to me, just to be open.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes it feels overwhelming to be so open, because then it's just like I need so much,
Yeah.
So,
that's why I like. I mean, I buy a bunch of reissues, like the Blue Note stuff, all that crap that comes out. I buy most of it, but I like going and shopping, man, and just like I call it cheap heat. I bought 15 records this week for like $70 total.
Yeah, you talking about the
East, like whatever,
Yeah, from the you mean including the Japanese stuff or that?
No, I'm just saying, just in general. Like, let me find. There's a well, I showed the Billy Eckstein. I paid $3 for that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's another one here I bought that I haven't listened to yet. That's similar, right? It's Coleman Hawkins, Ben Webster, Illinois Jack Cat. I mean, just I Quebec, John Hardy, all these old tenor sax guys, super cheap. But there's so much $5, $10, $15 jazz out there that's fucking awesome, man.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, and I don't blame them, but a lot of people concentrate on the known stuff, like the Blue Note OGs for $300 or whatever. There's so much good shit out there.
It's good to start with that, but it's like anything else. You got to find your way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when
my approach is.
Hmm?
So what I kind of use as my guide is I label hop. So like, I'm sure like I was really big on Riverside, so I like basically was only buying Riverside, and then I switched over to Argo, and then I was like I'm still buying a good amount of Argo stuff, and now I'm really interested in United Artists and Jubilee, and then so the thing is, but I don't know if that's. I mean, it's an approach, and I really enjoy it. I like getting into a label. I think it's kind of fun to learn about it. But I do feel like I think the reason why I do that is because I buy a lot on Discogs. And I'm in the shops a little bit, but I feel like when I'm in the shops, I'm way more open to just because it's in my hands. If it looks interesting and it's a good price and it's clean, let's give it a shot. Mm-hmm. I'm just not in the shops that much to do that. So when I'm intentionally buying online, like that's kind of where my Google searches are, not Google, my Discog searches. And so anyway, but it kind of takes me a long time to get through labels. And then I see like Chris, who's getting like really cool, like stuff from the 70s. And I feel like I'm not even in that decade yet, So.
Well, I mean, it's overwhelming. There's probably 100,000 jazz records out there, I would guess. More, right? Like there's a fuck ton of so much shit out there,
Like when I started listening, I mean, you had, it was like right at the beginning of the whole CD reissue thing. Mm-hmm. So you had a lot of stuff on the CD, but you also had Muse. The time I started listening was right when Muse actually stopped doing stuff on LPs, and they were just doing it on on CDs.
Is this 90s?
This is, I'd say mid to late 80s.
Okay.
Mid to late 80s. Because I got back from Japan 86. Mm-hmm. So from 86 on. And I mean, they were some of the there's this one I've never shown this, and this pianist is called named Donald Brown. And he did some really good stuff on Muse. And I know I posted a while back on Instagram one recording he did on Muse, but most of his stuff on Muse is CD.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just he's an underrated composer, underrated pianist. He released a lot of stuff on a label. I think it was a Paris label, but great pianist. I think he was originally from maybe Memphis or Tennessee area, but just but it was just during that time, where there's a guy that sort of gets lost when people talk about him. But if you talk to like pianists and you get his name, they go, "Oh, Donald Brown, yeah." He played for a brief time with Art Blakey in one of those jazz messenger groups. But it's just like so many guys that.
Well, hell, Art was playing up into the 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. He went from the 50s to the 90s and just constantly had jazz messenger groups.
And do you look at, if you really go through the people that played in the jazz messengers after that classic period, they're all you never stopped getting sort of became more of a, I don't want to say a training ground, but a finishing school.
Mm-hmm.
But still top flight musicians.
Oh, yeah.
Top flight musicians.
Thing I was just thinking of was Mike was talking about like getting into the 70s and 80s stuff. Whenever I buy records, I look for connections.
Mm-hmm.
Connections to what I know, right?
Yep.
So like, Clifford Jordan, Mike, and you and Felipe got me into him, which has gone into the 70s stuff and 80s stuff he did with Cedar Walton. So now I'm like looking at Cedar Walton and shit, and it's like just
I need to get more into the inner city steeplechase catalog. I have 2 records from them. I have a Chet Baker and I have an Archie Shepp. And I would definitely like to get those Cliff Jordan records.
Well, it's cool because it gets you into Europe, right? Like, literally, steeplechase is all the European stuff, right? So all these guys that, when who was I was looking at today? Let me think. Johnny Griffin, that Johnny Griffin record I showed earlier when he came back.
Yeah,
he left. I mean, some of them left because of racism and shit. He left because nobody wanted to fucking pay him.
Right? Exactly. Yeah.
Because nobody gave a fuck about jazz anymore, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
they went to, someone went to Europe Dexter went to Europe to escape America and racism and all the bullshit he went through in the 50s. But a lot of them left because they could get paid in Europe and they could make records over there.
Right.
Yeah.
The change.
They could gig. They could like play and get money.
Yeah.
Where like here everything was rock and roll and whatever was poppy.
But Steeplechase is such Steeplechase is such a great label, and it's there's a lot of there's a good amount of variety on Steeplechase. There's some great recordings. There's this vibe player, Walt Dickerson.
Oh yeah, I know. Well, I think
Yeah.
What do I have from Walt Dickerson?
Yeah, some great recordings on Steeplechase, and he had done some stuff. I don't know, maybe it was on New Jazz. I can't remember. He had done some recordings on New Jazz. Then he did a soundtrack with Sun Ra, and then he fell off the scene. And then he started doing stuff on Steeplechase for a number of years, and then he fell off the scene. And he actually lived in outside of Philadelphia, not far from where like a couple of towns over from where my wife's family is from, and that's just where he ended up. But he's a great vibe player, and he did a number.
I think I know him from those New Jazz records. I think his stuff is pretty. A lot of New Jazz is expensive.
Yeah,
but I think his stuff is not cheap.
No, that I'm sure the New Jazz stuff isn't cheap. But
it's kind of funny how expensive New Jazz is. I have a search for New Jazz, and I just when I look at it, when I go into it, I'm like, I don't even think there's anything I'm going to buy, but I just like to see what's there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
You need to look at the reissue stuff too, Mike. Like, you only look at the OGs. I feel like, and there's I mean, like with Blue Note, you have Black Bees and the RVG stuff from the 70s. All those fucking labels reissued all that shit too.
Yeah, I've given up on like basically Blue Note original record. I just I'm getting the Black Bees and stuff like that. That's it's the closest.
Those Black Bees, I like those Black Bees.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, I'm gonna say now, like, all right, like I have I'm trying to think, 2 recent reissues. The Bobby Hutcherson
Stick Up,
yeah,
or whatever it's called. Yeah,
I have the Black Bee of that, and I like the reissue. I like the new Kevin Gray better. It's it's more depth to the sound, and the Andrew Hill Point of Departure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have that.
The also the Kevin Gray is better.
Yeah,
it's better.
See, but for me, I skipped the Kevin Gray because I was just like, I'm sure it is better. But it's like I have this Black Bee Van Gelder, and it's sufficient for me. So I'd rather take that money.
Yeah, no,
else.
it's definitely fair. I just I mean I love Andrew Hill. I'm big Andrew Hill. It's funny. I was playing some Andrew Hill a couple of months ago, and I had the album cover out, and I remember, and I had seen Andrew Hill, and I guess he had done some CDs. He actually re-signed his last CD he did for Blue Note, and I guess it had to be in the 90s. And so I saw him live at this place called the Jazz Standard. And I was playing an Andrew Hill album, and I had the cover, and my wife walks by. And she goes, "Oh, that's Andrew Hill. That's the guy we saw at the Jazz Standard."
Wow.
Now, I remember going to the Jazz Standard to see Andrew Hill. I don't remember my wife going with me. But at least she remembered the performance.
That's pretty good.
So she's into jazz as well?
No, but she has a good ear for music.
Yeah.
She can, and like our second date was at was a jazz club. And one of if I was to say her favorite musician was Tommy Flanagan, because we saw him live at the Vanguard, and she was like totally in love with him, and we had made like plans to see, we were gonna bring her parents to the Vanguard the next time he played. He was scheduled to play, and then he passed away, so we weren't able to do that. But yeah, and she, to this day, she still talks about Tommy Flanagan.
Yeah, well, he's great.
Yeah, those were great. I mean, I think I saw him at the Vanguard like 3 times.
Wow.
And
he played on so much stuff.
Oh,
throughout the decades. It's just like, yeah, his name is everywhere.
Yeah, and and he was Ella Fitzgerald's musical director twice.
Mm-hmm.
And then, and part of the reason he started doing a lot of solo stuff was just the wear and tear of being on the road with Ella. He ended up like having the last time he finally decided to stop, he had a heart attack, and it's like I just can't I can't do this anymore.
Well, I wonder how long with Ella. How long was Norman Granz kind of controlling her?
Gosh, it had to be
forever.
Yeah, I mean, I would say until forever.
Yeah.
Let's say the negative way.
No, I don't take it the negative way. I think Norman Granz.
Sorry, guys.
did a great job, looking after her and preserving her legacy. I mean, compared to what would have happened, or you just compare Ella to other, musicians. Norman Granz did a great job looking after, her legacy.
Well,
I
didn't
don't
he
think.
create Verve for her? Wasn't that
Yeah.
like kind of the birth of Verve, was a place for her to record?
Yeah, I think that's. I mean, I think that's definitely part of the whole emphasis. Besides, in creating Verve.
Yeah.
So Norman Granz was, he didn't take a lot of shit from you figure just like traveling to these places and the whole segregation and stuff like that. Hey, he didn't take a lot of shit. I mean, he had his. I don't know. He wasn't. Him and Ellington didn't get along too well. Because he thought Ellington was sort of pompous and things like that, but
he can be. He was the dude, man.
That's it. Ellington was, and Ellington, yeah. I mean, there was that quality to Duke Ellington. Yeah, somebody I don't know if it was Stanley Crouch, but then that the way Ellington was raised, his feet didn't touch the ground until he was like a teenager. His parents like held him on a pedestal. Before even they knew that he had this musical talent.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's funny. I showed on one of the live streams. Ellington and Sinatra did a record together.
Mm-hmm,
For
yeah.
the cover, they used their adolescent photos. I don't know how old they were, but Duke is like, he looks like he's wearing like it's like a double-breasted
it's like royal,
that like a freaking like a royal would wear. I mean, it's really incredible to see.
Yeah.
So it's just funny, but my phone might die, so if I jump off without saying goodbye, but I did want to ask back to that Andrew Hill reissue. There was also the Thelonious Monk Genius of Modern Music Volume 1, and I skipped that because I also have a Van Gelder Liberty of that.
That's probably
and it sounds okay. It doesn't really sound that great, and it's clean. It's like it's not I think it's it's the mastering or something. I just was wondering if you guys picked that up and how that sounds.
I haven't picked it up yet, but I'm gonna get it. I mean, have you got it yet, Mike?
Yeah, I got it. It sounds good. I think it sounds really good, but you know what sounds really good? I'm sort of jumping. The J.J. Johnson.
Really? Oh, I should.
Oh my God! I was really surprised at how good that sounds. I was like,
I have an electronically rechanneled for stereo version, and it sounds terrible.
No, then you want this. You want. I was like, oh, I could not believe how good it sounds. I mean,
yeah. And that lineup is killer on that. I forget who it is, but it's like Clifford Brown's on that, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think Clifford Brown's the trumpeter on it.
I'm a big J.J. Johnson guy. I mean, just right up until the
trombone's great.
Right up until the end, and even the stuff from the CD era is just it's amazing. It's just the compositions and stuff like that are just amazing. And some of the stuff, especially like he did this one album on Concord, the original Concord label. It's called Vivian, which is like a tribute to his wife who had passed away. Okay. I don't think that'll ever be reissued, because now Concord in its current configuration owned by Kraft.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the original Concord label is a priority with them.
Sure.
Oh no.
But
I feel like
the recording is great. It's great.
I feel like what they're sitting on and what they're reissuing, and I'm happy that they're doing anything. I mean, it's I don't want to be overly critical, but there's just so much that they own the rights to that I wish they would put out there. And I could run through the list, but I think we all know, like the fact that they're doing that Lockjaw Davis box set I mean, that's pretty cool. But like, there's so much other stuff too.
Yeah,
But I know
they have
there's
so
only
much
so much
shit. I mean, you think about it, like they just let Chad redo 50 records from Prestige,
right.
Yeah,
I think the best, and you know, the interesting thing with their stuff is the value you get. Like those contemporary reissues that Chad's doing, they're pretty good price point.
Yeah.
For what you're getting. Like they're better than, I mean, the record choices may have been not that greatest, but they're higher quality than the classic series and they don't cost much more.
Right.
Did you guys get the mono Art Pepper record store day?
I did, yeah. I have it. It's great.
Yep, I have this.
Well, I have it too. But I was gonna not get that and get the stereo, and then I ended up getting it because it was in a record shop, and I just figured why not. So will you guys also get the stereo one that Chad's putting out?
For that, I will.
Yeah, I have it pre-ordered. You know, the price is fine. You know, it's fine, and it's funny. We were talking earlier. We were talking about what Cam Brown's video. He was talking about how he had mentioned I don't know if it was in conjunction with the Art Pepper, but he was saying how the contemporary stereos are actually better. Than the
because the mono is probably a fold down,
right? So
which doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing, but sometimes, and you know, somebody out there who knows about this stuff better than me can speak to it. But I've heard that when you do a fold down, sometimes when you do it, it like amplifies certain aspects. So like the center channel might actually get boosted. So like if the bass is in the center on the fold down, the bass might sound really forward compared to what it sounds like on the stereo.
Right.
I've heard something like that I read something like that on the Hoffman forum. So, yeah.
I mean,
So anyway, so the stereo might sound better.
I can see that. The mono sounds cool. I bought 2 copies of it because I found it in 2 different stores, and I sold one of them for enough to pay for both of them. So
wow, that's great.
Like I sold the second copy for like $50. I don't know why I paid that for it, but so I'm gonna buy the other one.
Yeah, and also I'm a big Art Pepper guy. I love Art Pepper. Yeah. And I'm talking not just. Actually, I like late Art Pepper more than I like Art Pepper from. He
also goes early too. There's a lot of like small little labels that he records for.
Oh, it's good. It's a lot, I just think he's a great musician, and I have stuff early Art Pepper and late Art Pepper, but I get a sense he sort of felt that he had missed, that he had. And rightfully so, that he just wasted a lot of time being in jail and substance abuse. That when he that late period in his life where he was just recording just so much stuff, he was like, I gotta do this.
Have you heard these? I think you talked about. I don't know. Have you heard these?
Those are fucking great. I love them. I love those. I don't and I don't have them on LP. I have the there was a huge box set that was put out. I think it's Japanese. I'm not sure if it's Japanese, but I have that, and yeah, I love that. My favorite, one of my favorite Art Pepper's compositions is Las Cuevas de Mario. I don't know what volume that's on, but it's just really good. And just
I got those 2, and then I'm going to find Thursday Night, and then I heard there's a 4th one too that was from the same.
Yeah, this one is called. I think it's called More for Less. Because Lester Koenig, the producer, and
that's good.
And it's so good. Elvin Jones, George Cables. Who's on bass? I can't recall who's on bass.
On these?
Yeah.
Look. George Mraz? No? Wait. I'm being stupid. Hang on. Yeah, George Mraz on bass.
Oh God.
Elvins? Come on, man. Elvin Jones. They're so good.
George Mraz.
Now that Mike recommends, I got to check it out, Chris.
George,
you, man.
George Mraz is one of I don't, I can't. That's when I saw the first time I actually went to a performance with George Mraz was playing was when I saw Tommy Flanagan.
Mm-hmm.
And Tommy Flanagan loved George Mraz.
I mean, what's cool, like these are this kind of. I've got another record I want to show real quick, but these are contemporary records.
Yeah,
this is on contemporary in the 80s. Yeah. This record right here I got this week. Let me make myself bad. I don't know if anybody else is still watching this, but this is a fucking killer record. It's Bud Shank and Bill Perkins. Serious Swingers is like an 85 or 86.
Yeah. Is that on contemporary also?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That late contemporary, like right before, I guess they stopped doing vinyl or whatever.
Right.
Those recordings are great. The Frank, if you find the Frank Morgan on there on contemporary during that whole time period, you can find them for like really cheap.
Mm-hmm.
They are excellent.
Do you know the name of the Frank Morgan one?
Isn't
there one? There's like a late contemporary called Return to Bebop, and I forget if it's Frank Morgan or not who's on it, but it's a really I streamed it. It's a really nice session.
Yeah, I could tell you all of my Frank Morgan because I had them all. I had them all on CD, and then I ended up getting them all on vinyl. And the last one that I actually got on vinyl, I got when we went to Arizona. Like it was actually during the pandemic, and we went to the In Groove.
Oh wow!
All right.
And I picked the one up in pristine condition for $10.
Do you have a Lament?
Yeah. Let me see.
There's a record called Lament about Frank Morgan on contemporary. It's got Cedar Walton and Billy Higgins on drums with a guy named Buster Williams on bass.
Yeah.
Badass.
They're all good. They're all excellent on contemporary. There's one that's live at the Vanguard that's really good. There's Sierra with Frank Morgan, and I can't remember the title of the one. And then there's one with, I don't know if it may have been the last one. I think it's called the All Stars. Ron Carter, Joe Henderson, Bobby Hutchison. It's excellent. Let me see if I can find it.
Bebop Lives, the one you're talking about, the live one?
Yeah, that's live at the Vanguard.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking of.
Johnny Coles. That is really good also.
That Bebop Lives one, I really, really enjoyed.
Have you listened to it?
Yeah. It's on contemporary, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, it has the cover of it is like isn't it like a bunch of guys? I can't really remember exactly what it is. But yeah, no, I looked into it because I looked into contemporary records like pretty hard. I still do. And I generally shy away from the later stuff because, my own stupidity and biases. But that was one of the later ones that I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, all the Frank Morgan on contemporary is really good. I'm still trying to bring this up. Hold on.
One thing, a little tip for people that if you buy on Discogs, and people probably know this, but if I find like a $5 record on Discogs, always, and it's like $5 shipping, I always go to the seller's page to see if there's something else that I want.
Right.
So many people will combine shipping.
Mm-hmm.
So like, why not buy another $5-10 record that you might like that you like?
Yeah.
Yep.
There's also on contemporary. There's Frank Morgan Major Changes. It's Frank Morgan basically with McCoy Tyner's trio.
Oh, nice.
Really good. Excellent. They're just all excellent. And let's see, what's the other one that I was talking? Oh, the one that I said the Frank Morgan All Stars. It's Reflections, and it has Ron Carter on bass, Al Foster on drums, Mulgrew Miller on piano,
Hmm.
Joe Henderson on saxophone, Bobby Hutchinson on vibes.
Jeez.
Really good. And I guarantee you find those, you should be able to, I mean, that was the last one I got on vinyl, and I got it for $10 at the In Groove.
Wow.
And it was in excellent shape.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I gotta take a look at his stuff again for sure.
yeah, I mean, all of Frank Morgan's stuff is just, it's just highly recommended. I actually saw him at the Vanguard too. I saw him a number of times, but the first time I saw him was after Bebop Lives at the Vanguard. And and after the show, I went up to him because we had talked about earlier in the stream Ronnie Matthews. Ronnie Matthews was on piano with Frank Morgan, and after I went up to him and I had him sign my little thing from the Vanguard, and
nice.
He was the nicest, one of the nicest guys, musicians that I've ever met. That I've ever even spoken to. Him and Al Foster are like two of the nicest guys in the world. Frank Morgan was like, you get the feeling he was like so great that he was so happy to have like this second chance, like late in life, that he was just like thrilled, he was just like soaking it in, and he was a big fan of Wayne Shorter compositions.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I mean, I know he did this one. What's the album with George Cables? It's called Double Image. It's also a contemporary recording, and he does a really good version of Virgo. It's just really good. Yeah. All that Frank Morgan contemporary stuff is just excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely gonna check him out.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
And there's another thing about Frank Morgan. What I really liked about him. Have you guys ever seen the movie Love Story?
No,
I don't think so.
Oh gosh, it's like a really like sappy '70s movie, but the theme, he loved doing the theme from Love Story. And it's a really like sappy song, but it's like some of these guys did these like Tin Pan Alley songs, and they created, they made them
better versions. Right?
Yeah, and that's what he does with Love Story.
That's cool.
Love Story was this movie with like Ryan O'Neal and Ally McGraw.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like this preppy guy from a rich family, and she was from this working class family, and it was like it was just like a huge thing in the 70s. And it's actually I actually like the movie, but Frank Morgan loved the theme from Love Story, and a number of his recordings. And it's just he does such a beautiful job on it.
That's cool. I might check out Bebop Lives when I get back home.
Yeah.
See if there's any cheap copies of it.
I
don't think it was expensive
right
at
now.
all.
Mm-hmm.
Well, save one for me if you can.
Mm-hmm.
Let me know or share if there's like a VG Plus one that's affordable. I did want to ask.
And like the fucking place order and pay now buttons right out. So I don't know what's funny.
What's I gonna say? Oh, I haven't seen much from Chris from Tunes from the Man Cave, and the reason why I bring him up is because he usually does the the jazz vinyl tag.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I hope he's trying to do that, because those are usually pretty fun.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, for sure. That's what started us off. Our first
video was the jazz vinyl tag.
Yeah.
So, yeah, hopefully, it doesn't have to be in January. I mean, but hopefully at some point he does it. I wouldn't want. I mean, I would put it together, but I don't feel right. I feel like it's really his thing.
No, it's definitely his thing.
Right? Like we need him to do it. So
Yeah,
hopefully he gets some time.
and
I guess he's busy.
And that's like hard. I mean, God, it's so hard to do those things. I mean, it's something you gotta like. I don't know. I think you gotta think about like the whole year. You know, I couldn't do it. You know,
He was saying last year that this would be the last year's would be the last one where it's the actual number associated with the year. So like it was 21 questions or whatever. And he was like, that's just too much for people. So I think this next time he's gonna cull it a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been missing his channel. I always liked, even when he just did like the simple, like I got, a grail in the mail stuff.
Right.
It was just, fun to check in to see what he was really getting into that spiritual stuff, like Pharoah Sanders and Alice Coltrane, I think he was getting into.
I didn't get that Pharoah Sanders record on Verve. I haven't from Acoustic Sounds. I haven't
Karma.
ordered it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I haven't ordered it. I don't know if
I've got it. That's the thing. It's so funny. Like you sort of pre-order. You sort of pre-order, and I keep saying to myself, I'm not going to pre-order stuff, but I pre-order stuff, and it like shows up. But I have an OG of it, and I played the reissue, but I have not played the I haven't compared it to the OG.
Yeah.
Because I got the OG, I don't know, maybe about a year ago, and I'm just like, and it wasn't that expensive. It wasn't.
How much you pay? Was it like 50?
No, not even. It was. I want to say it was about 40. I want to say it was about 40.
I saw it in the shop for 50, and I was thinking of getting it, and I was like, no, they're going to reissue it, and I get a perfect copy for less than this, and I didn't even pre-order it. I have a Best of Pharoah Sanders that has some of those tracks on it, and it sounds fine. I don't know. I just can't get everything, too.
Right.
I spend a lot on...
You can try, though. You can try to get everything.
You can try, but I order a lot of stuff that I'm like, specifically like I mentioned, I'm into Argo.
Yeah.
Some of those Argos are pretty pricey, so for me, I'd rather get that Argo than like the Karma, because I'm more interested in that. I'll listen to it more.
Well, I mean, I try to so there's a few, the Blue Note Classic series, the Tone Poets, and then the Acoustic Sound series. I try to buy every single one of them.
Yeah, that's smart. I mean, they're great records.
I mean, maybe it's stupid. I don't know. But I'm a little behind. The Candid thing that Mazzy brought up, I really want a bunch of those records. I just haven't prioritized buying them, though.
I just want that Booker Little one. I really want that one.
Yeah, that's really good. I enjoyed the Booker Little one. It's funny because the Kansas stuff, I had ordered it and then I canceled it and I ordered it again. Because I also just I got the Pee Wee Russell one.
Yeah,
with Coleman Hawkins.
Chris got that one too.
Yeah, so I got that one too, and then
what did I get?
Didn't you get the Peter Russell Candid? Weren't you showing that earlier?
Mm-mm.
No.
No.
What was the Candid one that you showed?
I don't remember. Shit. Let me look. It's a reissue from the 70s.
Oh.
Let me look. Shit. Apparently I've lost it.
I thought it was Peter Russell. Maybe not.
No, I don't have Peter
Anyway.
Talking about a good record, though, man. I want to show 2 more records. I've got a shit to show. I've got a whole pile here, but check this out. So, have y'all like Sonny Chris at all?
I love Sonny Chris.
Dude, this record right here is a fucking badass.
Yeah, that is good.
I have very few Sonny Chris records. I only have him as Sideman, actually.
Yeah, this is Sonny Chris on Muse. And I posted on Instagram. I don't have a bad Muse record. They're just all good.
Let me grab. I want to grab some.
Chris, was that Cliff the Jordan record that you showed earlier on Muse? It was like it's kind of like a colorful circle was on the cover. You remember that?
No. Today or
Damn it.
before?
It's like the number 4's in it. It's like something 4, and it's Roman numerals. I can't remember it. It's all right. Anyway, there's some used stuff I definitely want to pick up.
There's a bunch of really good new stuff, and then this was super interesting. Lucky Thompson Illuminations on Groove Merchant.
Ooh, nice.
So I don't know if people know Groove Merchant. I've got 5 or 6 of the records they put out. It's got a really good label though. Let me show that. Hang on. This label is really sweet. Here we go. So Groove Merchant was label mainly in the 70s, I think, but yeah, really cool label. But Lucky Thompson, man, I was trying to think of him earlier. He had kind of a tragic life. He played on Walk-In. He played on a bunch of different stuff. This twofer is great though, and I paid like $5 for it.
Nice. He made our honorable mention for tenor.
Do what?
He was an honorable mention for tenor on our video.
He was an honorable mention for tenor. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, he has a record on Transition called Lucky Strikes, I think.
Yeah.
I hope Joe Harley
that's a really good
issue those. Right? I hope they put all those transitions out.
Hmm.
I mean, pretty much all of them. I mean, there's one that's like, it's like a college Native American album, which I don't know how that happened, but all the other ones I think are I'd like to get.
This is a Sonny Chris. This is one of my favorite Sonny Chris. I mean, I like everything about this. The whole
This is Chris.
the photograph, and it has Walter Davis, Paul Chambers, and Alan Dawson.
Mm-hmm.
And this is my OJC copy, but Carolina Soul had an auction earlier this year, and I did get an OG of it.
Oh, nice.
And this one right here, this is a really great Sonny Chris. This is a 70s. I'd never see an OG of this. This is a 70s prestige green label. Yeah. But this is Sonny Chris, Dave Shear on alto, Teddy Edwards on tenor, Chris Leave on baritone, Conti Candoli on trumpet, Dick Mack trombone, Ray Draper tuba,
nice.
Tommy Flanagan piano, Al McKinnon bass, Everett Brown on drums. And what's also unique about this is it was arranged and conducted by Horace Tapscott.
Oh, sweet.
And it's really good. And
I'm gonna have to rewatch this stream and write all these down.
Too late, man.
It's not too late.
But
even the 70s versions of that are like $60.
Yeah, I've been searching for years because I have it on CD.
Yeah.
And I was like, I never see OGs of this. And then I saw, when Carolina Soul did the whole auction, I saw the Sonny Chris and both of these. And I was like, all right, I got to get these.
Yeah, that's a pricey one. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it. I swear every time I see it, there's I was talking last night to the guys, Felipe and Mike and Rob. There's a Clifford Jordan record called Mark. What the fuck's it called? Let me see if I can find it. Something in Mark 7. Anyway, it's got Clifford Jordan and Magic Triangle, Cedar Walton, Sam Jones, Wiggins on it, and I was like, that looks badass. Well, look it up. It's like a $300 record or something. Oh, man, I was looking at Cedar Walton's Wikipedia.
Yeah.
And it starts talking about that time with, Clifford Jordan and all that. And there's some critics like, my favorite one of theirs was this. I'm like, sweet, I'm going to go buy it. And it's like $300.
Yeah. There's a Clifford Jordan on Muse. And it has I guess a music sheet on the cover.
Mm-hmm.
That's the next one I was thinking about getting.
Inward Fire.
Yeah. I think that's the one I was thinking about getting because there's one I picked up recently. That was on Muse. Let me see if I can.
That was not too bad. You can actually buy a copy of that. Yeah, that other one I was talking about is on Muse as well. Man, it's not of the Mark 7 is what it's called.
Mhm.
And yeah, I mean, let's see. US vinyl. Like, there's just no reissues of it, really.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, the Muse stuff. It's the Muse is like a weird label. You know, of this. It's not. They never like had a whole. You know, a lot of stuff that just wasn't reissued.
Right.
There was some that was reissued on CD, and it was on this label called 32 Jazz.
Hmm.
And they did a lot of times they did like twofers on, they would do 2 albums on 1 CD.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, because you like a lot of the Muse stuff you can't even find on streaming services.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
It's so good though. Like I bought that. I can't wait to listen to that Japanese, the Cedar Walton Trio with Clifford Jordan. I mean, it's the same shit. It's all, Billy Higgins, Sam Jones, Cedar Walton, and Clifford Jordan. And I don't know. I'm just obsessed with that group right now. It's like they're hard to beat.
Yeah. The latest Clifford Jordan that I purchased was one. It's called the Adventurer.
I was just looking at that. That's funny. Is that good?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I'm glad I have it because I love Clifford Jordan, but I mean there are better Clifford Jordans. But,
yeah, it's a different group. Tommy Flanagan,
yeah,
Grady Tate, and Bill Lee. I mean, it's not a terrible.
No. Anything with Tommy Flanagan, I'm partial to. So, and yeah, Bill Lee he's a You know who he is, don't you? That's Spike Lee's dad.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, Spike Lee's dad.
Oh, that's dope. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. But
I feel cooler just knowing that now.
He did a lot of. I don't want to say a lot of stuff, but I think he did a pretty good a number of recordings with Clifford Jordan.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I have some on CD. I can't recall what they are.
It would be nice if when you click on somebody's name on Discogs, it just shows you the stuff they led.
Yeah.
It'd be really cool if it showed you their sideman stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's mostly a jazz thing. Like for rock and roll, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Clifford Jordan, gee, yeah.
Yeah, Clifford Jordan, man. I'm just kind of obsessed with him right now.
Yeah.
I don't want to buy like the old Blue Note stuff because it's just too damn expensive.
Yeah. And he did he was on some really good Art Farmer stuff in the mid 80s.
Okay.
Let me see if I'll bring it up. Art Farmer. I think it's some of Art Farmer's best work too. And I think you could probably get that on vinyl cheap. I have the CD and the vinyl stuff. Let's see, because it's on. What's the label? Hold on.
I saw an interesting. While you're looking that up, I saw an interesting documentary the other day about this photograph that was made in the 50s or early 60s, I guess. In Harlem.
Yeah.
All the different jazz players. Have you seen that?
Yeah. Actually, when we used to live in Harlem, and it's not too far from where that photograph was taken.
It's really neat. There's the documentaries on YouTube. I mean, it's like look if somebody rips it off of VHS or whatever, but it was really interesting.
Yeah. Actually, the Art Farmer stuff is also, I wish Mike was here. It's on Contemporary.
Okay, there you go.
Later albums from the, I guess you say the mid to late 80s. Mm-hmm. But Clifford Jordan is on that. There's one that's called PhD. It's Clifford Jordan, Kenny Burrell, James Williams on piano, Rufus Reed on bass, and Marvin Smitty Smith on drums. That's excellent. Let's see. What's the other one? Let's see. I'm blaming on my youth. I don't think so, but
So that's what I'm talking about. You can get a VG Plus for $6.
yeah, and I'm telling you, they're really good. They're really excellent recordings. And then there's one that's like a tribute to Billy Strayhorn. That's really excellent. Oh, Something to Live For, the music of Billy Strayhorn.
Nice.
Let me see. Is Clifford Jordan on that one? Yeah, Clifford Jordan's on that one also. It's Rufus Reed, Marvin Smitty Smith, Art Farmer, James Williams. Yeah, it's really good, and you could find that. I know that's also inexpensive.
That's neat. I mean, there's so many of those, like I was saying earlier in the stream, the 70s and 80s stuff. There's so many amazing records from these guys that are, 45 years old at this point, right? Like,
yeah,
they're not in their 20s anymore. They're still fucking, killing it. Like,
yeah. I mean,
that Bud Shank and Bill Perkins record I showed earlier, that's
yeah.
better than any Bud Shank record I have from the 60s or 50s. It's fucking badass. They're just swinging their asses up and killing it, man.
I didn't know about Bud Shank until he did a recording on, I think it's also on Contemporary. I think it was called the Central Avenue Reunion. And it's with, Frank Morgan and and maybe Art Farmer also. All these guys that have played on Central Avenue in LA. And that's when I first heard of Bud Shank. And I was like, okay, and I was like, oh, this is really good. This guy can play. You just didn't know. It's just amazing. But it's funny that somebody had asked earlier about in the chat about like the whole state of jazz and stuff like that, and I went to see Kenny Barron not too long ago, and my friend from Miami was up, and he was like, "All right, Kenny Barron's playing the Vanguard." I said, "What night do you want to go?" He said, "Oh, Saturday." And I was like, "Oh man, it used to be where you could just go up to the you could go up to the Vanguard and get a seat." No. You have to make reservations now. It's just impossible to get in. The Saturday, all the shows, the show we got into was Sunday night. At the Sunday night 8:00 show, the last night they were playing, and then they played, and then usually with the Sunday night shows in the years past, you could Sunday night. Then you go. I would go on a Sunday night, and I would say, okay, because I knew I could stay for the next show and just pay the minimum for drinks or whatever. Even the late Sunday night shows were sold out.
Wow.
It's like it's good in the sense like the musicians are getting their work and then they're playing the full clubs, but it's definitely not. Like it was, like it used to be, where I could just walk up and just go in. Oh, I'm gonna check out this show. Those days are gone. Those days are
good,
gone.
man. That's good for the musicians.
It is. It really is. It really is. So.
It's good for the music too. I mean, the pandemic had some effect on this. I don't know about the clubs, but I found all of the jazz during the pandemic because I was sitting here bored off my ass doing nothing.
Yeah. Because even the Vanguard is the Vanguard, but there's another club and it's a smaller venue. It's actually called Smalls. And I would go. You go there, same thing. There's a line out there, and and it would be best for you to make reservations if this
Paradise, or is it just a different thing?
No, yeah, different places. It's like a block. It's probably like a couple of blocks up from the Village Vanguard. And I mean, I see a lot of shows there. just because it's sort of easier and just like at least I don't like it. Like I said, Vanguard, you got to make the reservations like a week in advance, basically.
Oh, boo-hoo. I got shit down here, man. I can't see a jazz show to save my fucking life. What does it cost to see a show at the Vanguard? If it's just you have to reserve a table or what?
Yeah, it's $40.
Okay.
And then you have the drink, the I guess the 2-drink minimum.
Sure.
And that's the cost of it.
Okay.
And then I usually, most of the time I go to see jazz, I usually go to this place called it's called the Jazz Gallery.
Mm-hmm.
And it's much cheaper. They have like some of the younger guys there, like guys like Joe Ross and Emmanuel Wilkins, Melissa Aldana.
Oh, nice. I follow her on TikTok.
Yeah, I like her a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I like their setup. I'm also like a member. You can like join for like a membership fee that's like monthly or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I think it's like you get a little discount. It's like if you want like they have like a few rows of tables that are like close to the stage that are like maybe it's like $20.
Oh, wow.
And they don't have like a drink minimum or anything like that. And
now, is that the same Jazz Gallery from back in the day?
No. Now, what's unique about them? They're now like in what we call the Flatiron area of New York, but they used to be further downtown. But the piano that they have in there is Paul Desmond's piano.
Oh, wow.
Paul Desmond willed his piano. There used to be this club in New York called Bradley's. And I love Bradley's. Bradley's was basically a bar, and Bradley's was just like the best. I've seen some of like the greatest shows at Bradley's. And the owner, Bradley Cunningham, when Paul Desmond died, he left his piano and his will to Bradley's. It was a ball wooden piano. He left it there, and and then when Bradley's closed, they gave the piano to the Jazz Gallery.
That's fucking cool, man.
Yeah. So you always see like Paul Desmond's piano there. I was like, oh my god, it's just like amazing.
I got a lead on a place. I can't remember. I need to look it up. The Uber driver I was talking about earlier, he told me about a jazz club in Dallas that I need to check out, which will be cool. I mean, there's just not that much. People don't come here. It's Texas. Like, they never did come here.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Interestingly, though, back in the day in the 40s, Texas was big. They had the territorial bands out the bands out the ass, and then there's tons of folks from Texas. I mean, Ornette Coleman's from Texas.
Right, exactly. I mean, that was a great Ornette Coleman, Dewey Redman, I think even Ornette Cobb, maybe even Texas. I mean, there's
a ton of people from Texas.
Yeah.
It's just not, New York, you can do anything because you have so many people that you're going to get an audience.
Yeah, it's really good. Actually, what's it next week? Yeah, next week I'm gonna see James Brandon Lewis.
Nice.
Sweet. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of shows, a whole bunch of musicians, because they're doing like this whole tribute to this Sam Rivers. Like he used to have this loft, and they're doing a whole week of tributes to shows there.
That's fucking cool. I returned that Jessup Wagon record because it was all staticky and fucked up.
Did you get it back yet?
No, I just sat on it for too long, but I sent it back. They're going to send me a new copy. So.
Oh, they are? Because I'm positive I have another copy. So
no, they're going to send me another copy.
All right.
That's a great record. I mean, anyway. We've been going for almost 5 hours. I really appreciate you joining us every time you do, man.
No, it's a lot of fun, man.
The knowledge you bring to the show is far beyond most of us. Me and Felipe and Mike are kind of noobs still, and Mazzy's not obviously, but you know, it's really fun.
It's a lot of fun. I was actually talking to one of my other buddies, because it's funny. My other guy, the two other guys that we used to go to shows together, but we haven't done anything since like since the pandemic started, and we keep trying to say we're gonna get together. So hopefully we'll get together soon. But we used to do like listening sessions where we would like meet we'd meet at one of their houses. They're both like, one guy's a photographer, the other guy's a painter. Nice. And it was like they have like lofts. We'd meet at their place and just like listen to recordings, and it was good because, they turned me on to a lot of stuff I wouldn't listen to. Like, I mean, we've been doing this, gosh, since the 90s.
Nice.
And that's how I really got into Charles Lloyd. This one guy, the photographer, he was big into Charles Lloyd. And I
love Charles Lloyd, man.
Like, oh my God, I was like, this guy is great. Mm-hmm. So it's always cool, like, to talk to other people, to get.
Mike just in the chat, he'd like to do a listening session. I want to check that out too. I mean, I know we can't save those obviously because usually we'll demonetize them, but I think it'd be fun to just play some records. I need to get a mixer so I can hook up my turntable to my laptop or whatever, like Patrick does, and just play some records and listen to them. I think it'd be fun.
Yeah, that'll be great.
But I want to listen to a record, not just a song.
Right.
It's like, hey, we're listening to this fucking record now. We got 40 minutes because if not, tough shit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I tend to. Do you? That's an interesting question. Do you pull out records and just listen to one song?
No. Usually, like, if I'm doing, I used to do. I haven't done this in a while. I used to do like, and this is like where like streaming and the whole digital thing comes into play. I would do like playlists.
Sure.
Like, I would do. All right, you take like I would do like playlists like of monk compositions by different artists.
That's cool.
And I would say, okay, I just want to hear how this guy interprets Monk.
Mm-hmm.
And I would do like a playlist, on my phone, and then I would play it. That's generally how I do it. Or like Ellington, like a bunch of Ellington compositions. I just create a playlist through like I have like Apple Music or whatever, and then I would play it.
Well, I've got this thing. I was talking to a buddy of mine named Chandler that's on Facebook, and I don't usually listen to records that are big time records unless I buy them on vinyl. Like, I never heard Blue Train before the Tone Poet came out.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I try to do that. It's probably stupid, but Apple Music has all these essentials playlists, right?
Right. Yeah.
Essentials. I mean.
Mm-hmm.
I have found some records like that Clifford Jordan I got on Steeplechase. I was just listening to like Clifford Jordan Essentials, and there was like one track from that record. I was like, wow, that's badass.
Yeah. No, yeah. I listen to mostly Apple, for the streaming service. I have two. I listen to Qobuz, and then I have Apple Music.
Mm-hmm.
Apple Music, I found for jazz, has like the deepest catalog.
They really do, man.
Yeah, you just usually they're like my primary one, and also my other members of the family, they just prefer Apple Music.
Yeah, if you have an iPhone, that's kind of what you use.
Yeah, exactly. But
I don't understand the Spotify people.
I don't either. It's funny
if you have an iPhone. Like, if you're on Android, sure.
Yeah, the only time I use Spotify now is actually during this time of year, because there are a couple of Christmas playlists.
Yeah,
there's this guy. He's part on ESPN. This guy Bomani Jones,
mm-hmm.
and he has this soul Christmas playlist on Spotify.
Oh, cool.
And he keeps adding to it, So every year at this time, I'll like activate I'll go to my Spotify and just to play that playlist.
Man, I love I'm a Christmas freak, so there's a Christmas Essentials, I think it is on a Christmas Essentials on Apple is really good.
Yeah.
Like all the Christmas stations always play the newest shit, which I cannot stand. Like I don't want to hear Ariana Grande's version of some Christmas stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I have my, I have on my Apple Music, I have my own playlist, which I'm shocked at how much, jazz Christmas stuff I actually have, but, yeah, some of it's really good. I mean, I don't know. Have you ever listened to like the Harry Connick Christmas album?
I have not. My wife loves Harry Connick though.
They are really good.
Yeah.
They are really good. I think he's done maybe 3, but I know I have 2 of them, and they're really good. And I just have I was surprised at like after all these years how huge that playlist has gotten.
Your playlist?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but because even like the Louis Armstrong that they just reissued for this Christmas. I had that on CD for like years,
right?
And so that's on my playlist.
There's a really good one that my stepdaughter was playing Louis Armstrong and Friends. I think it was called. It was like a CD that they did at some point. He was playing it on, or she was playing it on, I think Spotify. But it was interesting.
Yeah. There's so much good Louis Armstrong out there.
Well, it's the nice of Christmas. You can always throw in a little jazz, no matter who's over at your house, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
The Charlie Brown Brown vinyl, right? Like,
yeah. And I had this friend like when I was in college, I used to always go over to her. Well, yeah, when I was in grad school, I used to always go over to her house for the holidays, and the one thing her mother continually played during Christmas was Coltrane, My Favorite Things.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And I always I associate that with Christmas.
Christmas record now, man.
Yeah.
Well, man, it's getting late. I'm gonna hit the bed.
Yeah, I think I have to get up to go out in the morning to get some ingredients for jambalaya.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I picked up the wine today, but I didn't feel like going to the supermarket to get stuff for jambalaya. So I'll do that in the morning.
Do y'all have local stores still, like neighborhood stores you can walk to and get stuff, or do you have to go like an actual?
Yeah. No, I have there's like 2 big supermarkets here, but like the only problem is I can't get. They don't. It's funny. They have a lot of they have some of the like sausage and stuff like that and specialty sauces, but they don't have andouille.
Okay.
I need andouille sausage.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna get up early in the morning and just. I'm not. I'm like a couple of 2 train stops from like Manhattan.
Oh yeah.
So I'm just gonna go into the city and pick up, the ingredients for because that's what I usually I do on like New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. I'll make some jambalaya and then I don't know. I was thinking about doing red beans and rice, but my daughter doesn't like red beans and rice, so I'll do that.
Red beans and rice is amazing.
Yeah, I love it.
I'm fascinated by the whole like neighborhood store though. Is that still a thing in New York where you just like, you're not necessarily like a full grocery store, but the smaller markets where you maybe a butcher or, stuff like that? Is that still a thing?
No.
No?
No, New York is a thing of like rent, I mean, maybe like in like Queens, and stuff like, but Manhattan, no. There used to be like, we used to have this great, and the whole butcher thing is sort of, non-existent now.
Okay.
But there used to be where we used to live when we lived in Harlem, there was this butcher shop, and they were around for a couple of years. But during the pandemic, they went out of business.
Yeah.
But you know, when you like these butcher shops, then it wasn't, you know, yeah. I mean, you know, yeah, we could afford to purchase the stuff there, but not a lot. You know, it's expensive. You know,
Yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, the quality is definitely like great and stuff like that, but it's more expensive than the supermarket.
Yeah.
Like, you know, but you could get like the, you know, the pork chops that are like this thick and stuff like that, where you know, supermarket.
Yeah, there was a reason I've grown up in Fort Worth and Dallas, and it's super big but super spread out, right? Like,
Yeah,
you can drive an hour and still be in the same town here.
right.
But I went to San Francisco several years ago and stayed down by the wharfs.
Mm-hmm.
We were just looking for a place to get some cigarettes and Cokes or whatever. Like at 10 o'clock at night, we found this little store.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so fucking cool, man. I mean, everything was expensive as fuck, but it's like this little bitty convenience store. But inside, they have like this cooler, like display case full of all this Italian foods that Grandma makes every day.
Oh, that's good.
Like, just giant trays of shit, and you
Yeah.
can your however much you want, and they had carpet on the floors, which I thought was fucking weird as shit. Like it's just like a little supermarket convenience store with carpet.
Yeah.
But we never had that kind of shit. We don't have that kind of shit here.
Yeah.
Like, our neighborhoods, our older neighborhoods, may still have like a little like food store, like convenience store.
Right.
But it used to be that people went to those things every couple days.
Right. Yeah. No. I mean, like when I grew up in Queens and in New York, and we had a local butcher shop that I would walk to. It was actually right next to the supermarket.
Right.
But yeah, it's just hard for those guys to sustain. I mean, it's just like, yeah, renting space in New York is just so, cost prohibitive to these small guys. And then you've got to deal with, you've got to deal with the bigger stores, like not only Costco, but there's a place, and Mike would know this from Connecticut. I'm sure he knows this from Connecticut. He's heard of this place called Stu Leonard's.
Mm-hmm.
And they have they have a huge place. They have high quality meat, fish, whatever, and because they can, they're so big, they get that stuff at a discount. So all these smaller places are at a disadvantage in dealing, and getting stuff like that.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
interesting.
It's really tough. It's tough for those guys. Yeah.
Well, all right, man. I mean, like I said, I appreciate you joining us.
I love coming up, man. I love what you guys do. It's been a great year.
Absolutely. Well, everybody that's still with us, thank you for joining us. Have a happy New Year, and we'll see you next week.
All right. Happy New Year, Chris.
You too, buddy.
All right. Later.